心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey. It's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
Criminals engrave their evil intentions on their faces. Forehead, pupils, cheekbones. The beast within cannot hide from science. These wax statues are my vessels to imprison evil. But in my sister's innocent eyes, they are merely works of art. And so, I left. I left her all alone. I received invitations to conduct my research across continents. My shaping fueled my theory, and my theory shaped the world. How was my sister doing? The thought rarely crossed my mind. But when I come home, I bet I still see that same happy face, the face of an artist immersed in her work. I have returned. Only too late. The escaped beast wrought its sin upon an innocent lamb. Late justice is a sin for which I must atone. The wax has been heated. The model has waited long enough. This time, let's do this together.
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。
间的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。小小的晚餐啊，来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And about me. I was once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Welcome back to day 4 of the Identity 5 Northern American and European tournament. I am very, very excited for this day 4 because it is also the final day. We're gonna see the final matches between the teams that have made it this far. We have Before You, we have Legacy, we also have Fusion as well as Garden of Eden. These 4 teams are going to compete against each other today, fighting for that championship title. Today I am with Poch on my side right here to cast the first matches. I'm very, very excited to spectate these teams again going against each other. We already had fantastic matches yesterday where we had the top 8 teams, but now it already came down to top 4. Poch, how are you doing? What are you expecting from today's tournament day?
Well, yesterday, the match results were like 2-0s, but now I'm expecting a longer day, especially as you mentioned, a lot is on the line. This is the last day of IVT, and I'm sure these teams don't want to go home they want to leave it all on the line before they can call it a day. And what I'm excited about is our first match. You mentioned that it's going to be Legacy versus Before You, and this is actually the match that everyone has been eyeing. Grand finals potential. So really excited to get to that. Here we have the tournament brackets. Our first match is going to be Before You versus Legacy. After that, Fusion versus Garden of Eden, both barn burners of matches in their own rights. And then there's going to be the championships, which will be a best of 5.
Best of 5 indeed, and we're gonna see everything today. Today is the day where it decides who is going to get that championship title. I'm extremely curious to see these matches that are happening today. And yeah, as I already mentioned, we have seen all of these teams performing yesterday. So we already, not necessarily know exactly what to expect. We can paint a picture, though. We see these players all pretty much utilizing a lot of meta characters. As we've said yesterday, meta characters are usually being utilized if you really want to get the points, right? If you really want to get the victory, you're gonna go with the best characters, and you just have to practice until you master these best characters, these meta characters. But we also have seen a little bit of a mix-up when it comes to the meta. We have a little bit of a mix-up when it comes to off-meta characters. And as you mentioned, best of 5, that is definitely something I'm looking forward to, because best of 5 means 5 rounds, means more bans, means more versatile character picks. I'm really looking forward to that, but at the end of the day, we already have seen that in this tournament.
Oh yeah, and what interests me the most is that you said it. You know what, character variety, and we might see that today because I'll call a spade a spade. These Hunter and Survivor teams from the top 4 haven't really faced that much adversity because with the results that happened yesterday, it went their way. And I'm excited to see what would happen if, let's say, B4U or Legacy, because that is the first match we'll be witnessing today. What would happen if the match doesn't go their way? How will they respond when they're put into deep waters? And that's what's going to happen because, 2 of these unstoppable forces will collide and they will move on. When it comes to Garden and Fusion, I would have to say that's another great match to look at because both those teams, as you mentioned, go with a little off-meta picks in terms of survivors, like a coordinator coming in first round, courtesy of Polars. We also have Postman coming in. I mean, Postman has been rising in the meta as of late, but those are 2 matches to watch out for. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope your day is cleared because we are set for some awesome Identity 5 action courtesy of the NAEU community.
That is for sure. And yeah, you already pointed out, but we also have, for example, we have seen Legacy utilizing the Dancer, which we haven't necessarily seen that often in this tournament. So that could come to the table as well. And in general, Milek utilizing the Entomologist yesterday. We have seen the Entomologist being utilized more frequently lately too. And at the same time, we already talked about these characters. The new characters, Psychologist as well as Patient, have been brought up quite frequently. And I absolutely love to see their potential and how these top players utilize the potential of these new characters. And I'm absolutely looking forward to see, again, who is rising to the top. And maybe they're gonna have some tricks up their sleeves, some strategies that we haven't seen before. So everyone, just take a pen, take some paper, and take notes, because today is going to be intense.
Oh yeah, I'm here to learn a lot as well from all these survivors and hunters, especially when it comes to the hunter teams, right? Sprints are coming out of the woodwork. We did see King in B4U, but Sprints are, making a huge impression. We'll be going up against iAlien. Not only just iAlien, all for one. A huge impression that was made on me was his Bloody Queen yesterday. Remember, early second down to that first officer, and the pocket watch was nullified. And yeah, just the Thai Queen was a 4K queen. So the 4-kill queen. I'm excited to see actually, like in the set, or maybe if we reach that third round, what kind of hunters are we looking at? Because on paper, we have Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, not so much Dream Witch Grizzly. How do you feel about that? Because usually we're all about those Dream Witch matches. We're like, okay, we have to keep our eyes on the screen because it's always going to keep constantly changing. But yeah, it seems like everything's shifting towards Sculptor or Breaking Wheel.
Dream Witch, definitely a hunter that I would, now that we are talking about it, love to see, because we haven't seen too much of a, Dream Witch. I personally have played a little bit of Dream Witch too. I had a C badge for the Dream Witch, but again, still having a little bit of a headache navigating all these, little leeches and figuring out how it works. Would absolutely be an amazing character to see, because have we seen a single Dream Witch in this tournament? I am not really sure.
Yeah, I'm not quite... Yeah, I believe not, because we would have like, oh, Dream Witch, she's here.
Yeah, right. She actually is here. Maybe she didn't get the invite for this tournament, but yeah, no, she actually is. So yeah, that would definitely be something to look forward to, and that's definitely an option when we talk about, for example, today's matchup where it might go to the best of 3 into the third round, maybe even to the fourth round, right? Because these teams are just going against each other head to head, not giving each other anything. And therefore, yeah, I think we might see maybe the Dream Witch coming out in the later rounds. But for now, let's introduce the teams yet again. Here we have B4U with Sprinter on the Hunter side. We have seen Sprinter, Sculptor, as well as Bloody Queen. They also have Xing in the lineup in the Hunter setting, so that might come in as a change throughout the match. And then talking about the survivors, Schmidty, very well known for his forward, as well as Patient. He was previously to this Seer player, but we haven't really seen him utilizing that Seer problems. Therefore comes in as Seer, as well as Priestess, extremely strong on certain maps. Then we had Milek. Very, very interesting to see Milek. He's coming in as Priestess, Psychologist, and as I mentioned yesterday, we saw the Entomologist, and Cats also coming in as forward, just harassing the survivors, and I'm pretty sure he can also whip out that Cowboy if needed. And this team also has Roland on the team, who could come in as mercenary, for example. So very, very intense and also very, as I mentioned before, meta-heavy lineup that we are seeing right here. And Before You is definitely a team you are not wanting to go into a match against lightly. You want to know what to do, because we have seen it in this tournament how well not only the hunters perform on their own, but also how the teammates coordinate and just talk to each other, rotate on the map, making it extremely difficult for the hunter side to find that optimal target that we are talking about so many times, and just to, you know, force that hunter to spend a lot of time. And the Cypher machine progress also almost always goes down extremely quick when we look at Before You Survivor lineup. So very, very curious to see how Legacy is going against them. We're gonna see the lineup of Legacy in a minute, and I just want to mention that at the end of the day, I'm probably going to say the same about Legacy. They are just as well coordinated, and the hunters are just working as well for themselves.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, here is Legacy. We got All For One. We saw him yesterday on that Bloody Queen. But you know what? iAlien is also in that mix, so I'm excited to see if they'll be bringing him out, because he has also a very good Bloody Queen, also very good meta hunters. TMX, we know him as a mechanic. He does use that Postman as well. Fun V, he believe Priestess, and I have to say, you know, at the rise of the Priestess, most of the matches yesterday, the succession of it were courtesy of that character. So I'm excited to see how prioritized she is in terms of bans, especially if we're gonna go in a big map like Ever Sleeping Town, or maybe even the hospital. Now looking at Tokyo, he has a very very proficient, I would say, patient, and buys so much time when he's on that patient. And Green as that forward, again, as you mentioned, Legacy having a very meta-heavy lineup. They're very good at coordinating, and you really can't just go up against one person when it comes to these top-level teams. You're going up against all of four of them when they are surviving, and you just know that the coordination as well as the chemistry of the teams are going to be in tip-top shape coming into this match. So I'm really excited to see what will tip the scales, right? Because yesterday, both Legacy and Before You had an amazing performance, and both Survivor and Hunter did their job to get the points. Now, one has to give way. We are going straight into the picks and bans. Sprincer will be hunting on the side of Before You, and Legacy will be surviving. And we're going to Ever Sleeping Town. First ban is the mechanic. I wonder if they're going to lock in that Priestess, and they actually do.
Priestess, definitely a fantastic pick. We have seen how destroying the Priestess can be, especially on this map, and what she can do for the Survivor side. The second ban is about to lock in, and I just wanted to highlight one more thing when we look at Legacy's Hunter side. All For One, also known for a little bit more off-meta characters.
Right.
Pulling out that Ripper, pulling out that Wu Cheng. So we definitely have a chance of seeing very, very interesting plays when it comes to the Hunter side as well today. And we see the ban is forward. Ooh. So mechanic forward being banned. This is definitely still giving chances for the mercenary. And you already mentioned it, TMX coming in as Postman. You usually utilizing the mechanic, but since mechanic was one of the early bans right here, is coming in as Postman. So that is already a very, very heavy lineup. Again, round number 1, we don't have a lot of bans, and if we look at the Hunter, we don't have a single ban. So that is definitely a very heavy meta lineup when it comes to Survivor, as well as Hunter side. We see Sprinter utilizing that Sculptor, that extremely dangerous Sculptor that you can still use as long as there are no Hunter bans, because I'm pretty sure, pretty sure we're gonna see Sculptor bans in round number 2.
Oh yeah, 100%. When it comes to the Survivor lineup, a little concerning, because the Sprinter has nothing to worry about in terms of stuns anymore, because the forward of Green is gone. The only stun potential they can have is from the Priestess's portals and from the dog, but again, it's more of a slowdown than it is a stun. So Sprinter, again, the caveat here is that he can't take his time because that Postman is there. So he's going to have to chase early on. The good thing for him is that he doesn't have to worry about looking over his shoulder when it comes to support from Green's forward or any stunner at that case. So we're going to head into the match here. Already spawning at the exit gate near Corner House. And now Sprinter will have to look for the most optimal target. I believe either the Seer or the Postman, just to stop that decoding progress or just to bait that owl. We do see that he's already in the middle part of this map, and Tinnitus is already being triggered. Sprinter, again, a hunter known to really take his time, and let's see if that'll pay off for him if he finds the most optimal target.
That is for sure. Sprinter already taking a look at everywhere and sees the Seer right here, is on the trail of the Seer right now. And if we look at the lineup right now, Seer is definitely the best pick, especially as Sculptor. You can easily cancel out that owl. Is going into a narrow passage right here. Will he be able to take statues into that passage and hit on the Seer? But no, look at that. Fantastic owl. Tries to cancel out the owl with the statues, but oh my god, fantastic job so far. Buying more time, even if the Seer is found very, very early, and the Seer, look at that.
Teleport, and I believe he also brought Insolence now. And yeah, just making sure he catches. I mean, baited the owl already, so now he can chase this postman in peace without worrying about the owl. So now another optimal find, because this this postman now, nice avoidance of that dog. Doesn't have to be worried about getting the owl from him as well. And now you see that the priestess already setting up those portals, so this is the most support that they can give, because the priestess can be a menace. Now going over to the graveyard where Tokyo, the mercenary, is, so hopefully that won't disrupt Cypher Rush. Now we see it tries to go for another dog bite, but Sprinter delaying the vault. Let's see how long he'll last here, because Sprinter is building up that that presence.
TMX, just want to highlight that, took one statue but was constantly harassed with these statues.
There we go.
So just utilizing his ability to avoid these statues is buying so much time. Fantastic job. Look at that, really slowing down the hunter as well, but goes down. First target is the postman, who will go down. We can see the Cypher Machine progress in the bottom left is already going very, very well, but with the basement, this can be a difficult situation. We have to keep that in mind. We have the priestess as well as the mercenary, who can come in for a pretty decent rescue. On the other side, the Seer already utilized his owl, so he is not the most optimal when it comes to go in for the rescue. We can already see priestess just teleporting through the portals away of the area that is affected by Sprinter's ability. And this is definitely a tough spot for Legacy right now. With the Survivor in the basement, it's definitely a good call for Sprinter to just, you know, wait here, utilize the skill that will also allow him to keep an eye on the Survivors and to slow down the decoding progress on the same time.
The thing is, he's also guarding that Cypher that the mercenary was working on. It is close to popping, so it's really good for him to be in this prime position, because I believe they will make that sacrifice. Teleport is already on deck for Sprinter, so he's just waiting and trying to buy his time. Tokyo again darting back and forth, giving that earmark just to make sure he stays here, not to disrupt the Seer or the priestess in their Cypher Rush. She knows that the mercenary is in this area, drops the chisel and tries to utilize the statues to chase him away from that prime Cypher. Postman already expiring, and now elbow pads away. So one survivor down. Sprinter needs to find another one. 4 Cyphers still remain, but we know one is already prime here.
Graveyard, the tram right there.
Hit. Oh, this is going to be huge. Tokyo, can he make it in time to try to use an elbow pad? He's going to try to double down. Oh,
double hit. That was absolutely great for Sprinter right here. Tokyo taking that 5-second stun that you get, and then Sprinter just taking his time to not only hit him normally, but also utilizing the statues to immediately give him a lot of damage, and he goes down just like that. This is really changing the pace. It looked extremely good for Legacy. Just, you know, concentrating on decoding. Postman is in the basement. We should just concentrate on the Cypher Machines. That's what they did. But with that stun, it definitely shifted the advantage into the direction of the Hunter.
And if you notice that he tried using an elbow pad, but it got cancelled out by Sprinter's statue, so he's so on point with that. Now trying to stuff Fun V for the rescue. Oh my god,
look at these statues.
Down. And look at that, Sprinter just doubling down here. Just the momentum has shifted from that one tram hit. Ladies and gentlemen, always look left and right before you cross that street, because the tram takes no prisoners. Green, in the immediate vicinity, will try to go for a rescue, but does not have that much resource. He's gonna have to try to kite this fully fed sculptor. Now again, the chair time of that mercenary is quite long, and Sprinter just saving his statues here to try and down this green before he can make that optimal rescue. Now he's already here. He's gonna have to time this right. Sprinter allowing him to make that rescue happen, but look at the barrage of statues, and look at that, they did not go unscathed. And now back to the chase.
It's a fantastic job from the Survivors right here. Coordination on point, really getting the mercenary away from here. Now Seer is taking his time on the chair. It's just like, you know, taking turns on the chair to prolong the game, to give more time to decode. But at the same time, we have the Seer now on the chair. As we mentioned it before, Seer is the most optimal target.
But look, Grizzly, one Cypher remains. So, you know what, they are trying to turn this tide, but again, it's going to be quite tough because look at the resources. Like you mentioned, Priestess, one hit away from falling down. Mercenary, one chip shot away from falling down. So the battle still ensues as Legacy tries to fight back here and try to like roll with the punches that Sprinter has already laid out. Mercenary, almost close to popping that Cypher Seer, almost halfway done, and goes for the teleport. It's even more pressure to the survivors. Yes.
Extremely proactive right here. Mercenary took that chip shot that you were talking about to go down and took another one, immediately goes down. Does not even have the delayed effect. We can see Funvi as Priestess coming for the rescue of the Seer. But again, one Cypher Machine remaining, but this one Cypher Machine does not seem to pop off easily. Mercenary out of the game, was already on the chair. Now Green is being the survivor that is being chased. Look at that small, narrow passage. You really have not a lot of options to actually go for it.
She gets hit by the... Oh my god. I think she got stunned a little bit there, and now we see that the Priestess is about to pop that Cypher. Can the Seer last a while here, because Sprinter is trying to zone in. Legacy trying to roll with the punches. He gets hit. It's not going to pop in time. He's going to be able to pick him up, but he's waiting. Sprinter's waiting. Oh my god. And now the Priestess will try and prime this Cypher. I hope they go for the pop.
They have to go for the pop. Priestess was already injured, so even if you would just try to go rescue, it's extremely dangerous because you would go down. So now they are trying. Oh, look at that! The dungeon right here!
It's right
you can
there.
See that's not gonna happen for Sprinter. That will be a one survivor escape. Exactly what you want to go for as survivor side if it is looking very, very desperate for you. Because, you know, that was an extremely good gameplay from Sprinter. That Cypher pop, fantastic job. They were able to bring down 5 Cypher machines, but with all survivors that were on the chairs being out of there, dungeon opens up, and with the Priestess that can just utilize the portals to get from one point to another, and in this case to get from one point directly to the dungeon to get that 1 point secured. That is exactly what you want to go for. Here we can see the stats. Look at the containment time. Containment time is almost equal on every single survivor because they were just taking their turns, very well coordinated, just trying to, you know, take turns on rocket chairs, take turns on the kite, and prolong the entire game to give them more time to decode Cypher machines. So fantastic job from Legacy. And as we already mentioned, you don't want to give the opponent's team 5 points, and exactly that is what happened here. Legacy was securing that 1 point for them and only allowing Before You to get out of here with 3 points.
And this is the power that the Priestess presents, right? Even though that match could have gone another way, actually it could have gone 5 points for Before You. Having that Priestess in the mix definitely helped Legacy, because again, 3-1 is better than a 5-0. And you saw how the potential of that Priestess. Like again, they really rolled with the punch as well. But once Sprinter found that opening, man, he did not give them any leeway. He made sure once he had that momentum, once he found that first down basement, you know, it was still salvageable. But once he downed that Mercenary, I think he started to cement his foothold in this match, and ultimately for him to get that 3 points.
I would almost say that's definitely a 3-point game, as you mentioned, for Before You right here for Sprinter. Fantastic job. And just because he did such a fantastic job, I would say a 1 survivor escape is a win for Legacy right here.
Right.
Because this is definitely putting a little bit, now on the Hunter side, it is putting a little bit less pressure on the Hunter's shoulders of Legacy, clearly, because now if he is able to get a 5-point game, this is not a tie, no, which would have been if Before You was eliminating all survivors. This is not a tie, this would actually put them in the lead, and at the same time, he quote-unquote only needs to eliminate 3 survivors to tie this first round up right here with Before You. And it is putting a little bit of more pressure on Before You's side, because they know, hey, we have to get at least 1 survivor out of here. It's still a higher challenge than, you know, to say, okay, now we need 2 survivors out of here to actually win this first round for us. So fantastic job from Legacy, really concentrating after it was very, very difficult for them to actually get all Cypher machines popped and open up the gates, to just focus on 1 survivor. And this is exactly what they had to do, and they were successful bringing out that Priestess through the dungeon. Fantastic job. I'm very, very curious to see that second half of round number 1. I'm very, very curious to see Before You now on the surviving side. And yeah, Legacy hunting down Before You.
Yeah, all things considered, right? That was a win, or like that was the battle one, or like that saying like the battle is won, but the war isn't over yet.
Yes.
So they'll take what they can get because of how I believe Sprinter had the right resources he brought. He brought teleport, insolence. He built up that presence, and he also accounted for detention because that's the respect he had. He knew that he was gonna have a hard time even at the end game, and that was quite close. How he was about to down that priestess. She was so close to downing that priestess. But you know what? Shout outs to Legacy for being able to roll with the punches. And yeah, all things considered, them having at least one person out is actually a great step because the point, if it goes to the point disparity, which I think this match, again, I build this match as one of the grand finals potential, and they're meeting early on in semifinals. The points are really going to matter. So you have to deny your opponents or the opposing team that 5 points because that will haunt you ultimately in the end. And 3-1, pretty good. I think Sprinter was ready for this match because again he banned the mechanic, which was great, locked in that priestess, but banning that forward I think was also another important part because again Green, he's a very seasoned forward with how well he's coordinated, and the support only came from that priestess's portals. The owl was already baited early on, and having that forward out of the game also helped Sprinter in I would say imploring his game plan because he didn't have to constantly look over his shoulder.
I just want to highlight this as well. Priest, as we have said it before, was putting these portals extremely well, was really placing the portals for the teammates, and we saw it late game, was utilizing the portals to get to the dungeon. Is extremely dangerous, extremely scary, especially on the Ever Sleeping Town map, especially on such a huge map with these buildings where you can just travel a lot of distance. And also can help your teammates with the kites. We have seen this throughout this entire match. So fantastic job right here from the priestess. I'm curious to see if we will have a priestess ban when it comes to before use Hunter side now. Exactly. And yeah, it's just overall very, very exciting to see this match. And we already mentioned it. It's going to be a head-to-head race. They are not giving each other anything. That 1 point was definitely crucial for Legacy to achieve. So I'm curious to see what Before You will bring to the table now. And I'm also curious to see if we're going to have this time the breaking wheel on the Ever Sleeping Town, because that's also another thing, right? That's why we mentioned this, that, one survivor escape is actually a win for them and not giving all of the points to Before You, because this is round number 1 where the hunters have the flexibility of putting whatever hunter they want onto the field and to just pick their favorite hunter, and not only their favorite hunter, but also the most meta hunters like the Sculptor, and Sprinter just being such a dangerous Sculptor. Just to get that one survivor out of there and to secure that 1 point can definitely make a huge difference, not only right now in round number 1, but for later scores when we look at this matchup right here between Before You and Legacy. So yeah, I just want to throw this out right here. I might expect the priestess ban right here. That's I don't know. I just feel like it. Yeah.
I agree. This is a question that I wanted to ask you yesterday, right? Do you prioritize banning the priestess over mechanic? Right? Because the hunters and Sprinter chose wisely because banning the mechanic. I think the 2 next survivors that are picked are super important because you got to lock in that priestess. He did bring in that seer, but I think the Sculptor doesn't mind having a seer in the lineup because she's a chip damage hunter.
Yeah.
So yeah, either Alien or All for One is gonna have to, consider it carefully because we saw how damaging. If you do ban the priestess at the start, that will help your early game, but you're competing against a mechanic too. So that's a lot of survivors in the map that you have to worry about. I agree. If I were the hunter, I'd ban. Well, if they don't lock it in, mechanic priestess. But I'm sure if you don't,
I would ban all of them. If I was the hunter, I would just ban all of them.
Get them out of here. Get them out of here.
I mean, I would give them characters like the lawyer. You can use the thief. That's fine.
Yeah,
just the rest of them, not so much.
Yeah, I'll allow you to use the thief.
Exactly. But all fun aside, it's definitely a question that you need to ask yourself when you are the hunter in these high tournament matches where you face such enormously strong survival teams that are so fantastically well coordinated. And yeah, you broke it down perfectly fine. I couldn't have done it any better. If you're banning the Priestess, which is definitely a difficult character to deal with, especially on the Ever-Sleeping Town, you allow the mechanic into the match, which can definitely quicken up the match when it comes to decoding speed for the survivors, and that could put you as Hunter player in a difficult spot very, very fast. You could get into the end game very, very fast, and it's just, again, what's the smaller evil right here? Which one do you want to ban? Which one do you want to go for? I just feel like, Priestess is such a fantastic survivor, especially on Ever-Sleeping Town. And I would say it's a personal preference. I would rather ban the Priestess because if you know how to control this Priestess, and again, these are top players, they know how to control their characters. If the opponent knows how to utilize that Priestess, you are immediately in a difficult situations throughout the entire game because this Priestess will help teammates, this Priestess will have a very, very good time kiting you with her own portals, and this Priestess can also just, help herself when it comes to late game and go through the exit gate, go through the dungeon as we have seen it, or as we have seen it yesterday where forward, I think it was Schmitty going down in the corner of the map, far away from all exit gates. This could have been a survivor that the Hunter could still have gotten, but Priestess with that global portal allowing the forward to immediately come to the exit gate and leave out of there, getting that 3 survivor escape, I think. That was fantastic. Priestess is just bringing so much to the table, and especially on an Ever-Sleeping Town. Personal preference, ban Priestess.
Okay, first ban, that's what you'd say.
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the second ban, because I agree with you with the Priestess, but I do go... I might go mechanic, just so I'll deal with that Priestess, because my second ban, if they don't lock it in, which I feel like they might, is banning that forward. You got 2 very efficient forwards, and Roland too. You got Schmitty, you got Katz as well that are very proficient on that forward. I would opt to ban that forward, especially with the likes of B4U. You saw how good Schmitty is in getting those stuns. You also saw how he's good in kiting. And you saw how effective banning that forward is for Sprinter. The only support, as you mentioned, was on that Priestess's portals. The Owl was a non-factor because it was only used to prolong the Seer's kite, but it's so hard to farm another Owl, especially against a Sculptor. So how about you? What do you think should be the second ban?
That is for sure. As you said, Seer definitely not the biggest threat to the Sculptor, especially in this map where you have the chip damage and where you are almost... It's impossible. As you said, it's impossible to get another Owl to really, really help the team or help yourself for a second time. There's definitely one Owl that you have to look out for as Hunter, but with the Sculptor, not the biggest threat. So Sculptor I would also let in forward. If you get the chance. I mean, if I get the chance to immediately ban Mechanic, I would go for it. We have seen survivor sides utilizing, for example, Psychologist and Patient in the first picks. So maybe you still have the option to actually not only ban Priestess but also ban Mechanic. But that's highly unlikely, especially in these high lineups, high meta lineups that we are seeing right here. So... I think I would go for Priestess, and then, as you already said, forward, because forward, we have seen it over and over again. Forward can deal a lot of damage. Forward can rescue survivors extremely well, can harass the Hunter extremely well. Forward, just a very, very dangerous Hunter. Would definitely go for the forward as second ban too, if it's not already picked, of course. If it's already picked, I guess I would go for Mechanic. Right? Obviously.
Yeah. So the top 3 for us, we agree. It's not in any order. If it's available, it's available. Priestess, Mechanic, as well as forward, especially in a map like this. And considering also the character, considering the players too, considering their lineups, very proficient on all these 3 characters. And it's just going to be a nightmare for any Hunter to chase. And you saw that, bring it back to what Sprinter, the build he brought, Teleport, Insolence, and I believe also Detention. I think he also had that quenching effect just to make sure that, okay, I'm going to find the next possible the best possible survivor, which was that Postman. And that really helped out. I think for him, he didn't even gain that much presence chasing that Seer. I think his objective was to bait out that Owl so the Postman would would have to just trust himself in rock hiding ability and also probably that priestess. So in terms of also the hunter in this map, really important to have that teleport. Depending on how confident you are in your early chase, or it's really important, especially with a big map, especially if you find a target that you don't want to chase. You got to be able to have that option to shift around and change your target. So now it's going to be all for one. So all for one, as you mentioned, Grizzly, really known for the meta. Well, Breaking Wheel, but other characters as well. But as you mentioned, Breaking Wheel, oh my god, he bans the Seer.
Seer ban.
Seer ban.
I mean, that's just the lineup that you will see when you go for Breaking Wheel. So I'm very, very confident we're gonna see an all-for-one Breaking Wheel round number 1 right here.
With a Perfumer ban too?
It's gonna be a Breaking Wheel, that's for sure. But that is also allowing, for example, the Priestess in. But I'm not even sure if we're gonna see a Priestess, because Breaking Wheel can just go into the portals with the wheel form. And at the same time, we saw it yesterday. How can you use a Priestess and her portals while going against the Breaking Wheel? You can use them to actually force the hunter out of the Breaking Wheel form.
Yes.
But at the same time, before you is not going for that, is rather going for a more optimal lineup when it comes to Breaking Wheel and countering Breaking Wheel. Again, I just want to mention this. Before you needs to get at least one survivor through the gate to tie up this first round right here. This means if all for one on Legacy sides is able to get a 4 survivor elimination, this first round will go to Legacy. On the other side, if before you gets a tie or better, 2 or more survivors through the gate or through the dungeon, they will take home that first round. So this is definitely something to keep in mind. I'm very, very curious to see Schmitty on the Patient right here, Problems on the Entomologist, absolutely fantastic picks. And of course, we have Cats on the Ford as well as Mylek on the Mechanic. We have talked about this. If the Mechanic is available, let's go. Let's do it. Let's bring that decoding speed to the ground, and we're gonna start. Problems might be the first survivor that is found, and we have all for one in a little bit of a difficult spot right here. This is a really good area for the survivors, already getting the first spike on the Entomologist though.
And now we use utilizing the bees just for more mobility, but we see that all for one, yeah, he's drifting around. This is actually a great, technique to just try and circle around. So he does not have his spikes at the side just yet. So he is chasing. I am getting dizzy, Grizzly. I hope Paul Blems isn't, because he's gonna have to last for a while here, trying to just circle around clockwise, counterclockwise to try and get Paul Blems to the ground here. But so far, so good. Forcing him out of that state. Now we see he's going to try to drop some traps here. Paul Blems now in an open area here. Can't eat a hit because he does just have that one spike on him.
Fantastic job right here from Problems. Really hiding around that wheel form of the Breaking Wheel. Cannot really take another hit right here. Is already having one spike attached, and this might be a difficult situation because you just go down. But you also saw how Problems was transitioning out of the areas of the siphon, the rocket chairs, trying to buy more time. Not in time though. This will be a rescue, but was trying to rescue.
That was huge. While he was down, Cats was actually loading up that forward, and now we see early rescue, but still buying so much time for Paul Blems. And now we see that he is transitioning away, and as you mentioned, Grizzly, he's not disrupting Cypher rushes, so that is very important on the side of the survivors.
Just taking that one spike right here. Has to be careful to not take another one. The Breaking Wheel cannot utilize the skill to get out of the wheel form to attach that second spike to the Entomologist. So that is a really, really good start right here. We also have the Entomologist just utilizing these bees, making her a little bit faster, and goes down right here. Ooh, fantastic start from the... we can see Abnormal slowing down. We have the Mechanic. You want to slow down that decoding progress at least a little bit, and if Abnormal is helping that, then we have Abnormal equipped. So very, very good start from the Entomologist. And we can also see how All for One is immediately, and that's the fantastic thing about the Breaking Wheel, immediately putting pressure on the survivors again, because you don't have to stay at that Cypher machine, or you don't have to stay at that rocket chair. You can just go in again. Look at that, trying to body block right here with the Patient. Will Schmitty be able to absorb that hit? Ooh, it's gonna be difficult.
Watch out.
Still doing it.
The bees, watch out. He's really patient with this. Can he go for the right one? He goes for the Entomologist. And now Wow, what a sequence on the side of All For One. Has his first target, doesn't have to worry about any stuns, and bringing the abnormal is just, I think, the cherry on top. We do see that Cats is about to finish a Cypher, but this is good progress on the side of All For One. So now he has to find another survivor. Resources in terms of the football as well as the mechanics all are going down. Patient has yet to utilize his skills, so that's good on the side of B4U, but now sees MyLeg at the corner house. This is the mechanic, and now he drops down. Wow, mind gaming. All For One finding MyLeg in an open part of this map. Still has the spikes to utilize, so let's see how long. Oh, MyLeg, okay, eating a spike. Another one would be very optimal. Goes for the burst here, and now can activate. Will go for the spike. Nice. MyLeg is down.
Very, very good throw of that trap right here. MyLeg. How is that situation that we are having right now is that we have one remaining in its prime. That's what I mentioned previously. Before you, it's almost always seen with an extremely heavy Cypher rush, and this is exactly what is going on, right? We just saw what is happening right here extremely fast. The Entomologist out of the game, but they are already down to one Cypher machine that is primed. Mechanic is going down. The Cypher pop happens because there is still a pallet that gives distance for the Mechanic, and now the Mechanic is just staying there, trying to give the rest of the team enough time to get out of there. Again, before you needs a tie to win this first round. This is exactly what they're going to try to achieve. We can see the dungeon is again in the middle of the map, and I think Cats is trying just to transition away and completely transition to the gate where we have Schmidty opening it up.
If you noticed, like, he was able to use that burst to try and stop the stun that Cats was trying to go for. Activates the snap. MyLeg now will be seeing that rocket chair, but yes, as you mentioned, it is going to be a tied game. We will see like a round number 2 now with Legacy have on the back foot. Oh my gosh, what a match.
What a match indeed. As I already said, you needed that tie, you needed these two survivors out of here, and what a job right here from B4U. Going against All For One's Breaking Wheel. Enormous, huge task to go for, and yeah, the first kite right here, Entomologist, just want to talk about this. Going around that one rocket chair over and over again, those are the strategies that we have seen previously when you face a Breaking Wheel. You really want to circle around, try to avoid him to hit you, and with the Entomologist Beast having a little bit more of a speed boost, you really can do that for a very, very long time, because, as we saw it, the Breaking Wheel just can't catch up to the Beast. Fantastic job, and in general, just buying a lot of time for the survivor side right here, and this ended up being very helpful when it comes to the Cypher machines. All of a sudden, you know, there is a lot of action going on. Entomologist out of the game, we have one survivor on the chair, but who sees that coming? There is only one Cypher machine remaining that is already primed, and this is definitely always putting pressure on the Hunter side, and this definitely worked out in B4U's favor right here for this first round. Let's just check out the stats real quick. As I mentioned, Problems, the Entomologist, 117 seconds against All For One's Breaking Wheel. What an impressive number, and you can just see how focused the decoding was on the survivor side as well, with basically exactly no, not exactly, but you know, also splitting up the decoding progress right here, having almost 6 Cypher machines decoded.
Yeah, I think B4U was able to roll with a punch as well, because the Entomologist didn't even touch a Cypher, so the rest of the survivors had to go for triple digits when it comes to decoding and containment time as well. So impressive stuff on the side of B4U, but I just have to give it to All For One. You know, he really tried his best, and he also tried to counterpick. He picked Abnormal at the start because he knew that the Cypher rush would not be on his side. He knew the mechanic was doing his job, and also, with the way he was able to down Poblems, again, maneuvering around the structures that Poblems was going around is not an easy task, especially if you're using that Breaking Wheel. So his turns were on point. It's just that he was, the presence was built over time at the start. If he had those spikes, I think that would have been a different case. But yeah, Poblems just setting the pace for this match really helped everyone just set the decoding progress. And also, Cats with that long stun, able to transition Poblems away from that area to another strong kiting area for him to be able to contain the Hunter away from everyone that was decoding in the other parts of the map.
I also want to highlight this one stun that we saw very, very early in this match where the entomologist ended up being on the chair, but you also had Cats coming from across the map, really charging up his football and landing that stun. Just imagine if that was a few milliseconds faster and this was a stun before the survivor was on the chair. How much more time that would have bought on the survivor side. Still, after all, a very long stun, which was definitely helping out the kite for the entomologist and the game flow in general for Before You. But here we have the stats, as you already mentioned. This round number 1 will go to Before You with 5 points. Legacy, point-wise, very, very close with the 3-point game right here. Can still turn this around in round number 2. They have to at least tie round number 2. They might even be able to turn everything around, taking round number 2 home and taking round number 3 home as well. If anyone can do this, as you said, it might be Legacy. As you mentioned, this huge clash up between these giants. If anyone can take this home or turn this around, it's Legacy. But then we also have Before You. You can't really... Who's gonna win this? Is Before You keeping up that momentum and getting more points in round number 2? Or will Legacy come back from this very little deficit when it comes to points in round number 2 and take it home in round number 3? I'm very curious to see how these upcoming rounds will end up.
Yeah, it's going to be as you mentioned, head-to-head, and it's going to be quite close, I believe, with how competitive those two matches. Again, it's a 2-point deficit. Round 1 goes to Before You, but it was well fought, evenly fought with how back and forth these matches have gone. And I think it would really depend on where they can take Before You to get them out of their comfort zone, because Before You is very well-rounded. Legacy as well, but I have a feeling they might have a few more tricks up their sleeve because they have been grinding it out for the past few months. As we mentioned, Before You taking that break, but it seems like, I think, you mentioned this yesterday, Grizzly, taking that break can actually help you, rejuvenate the skills, fall in love with the game again, and also make you more hungry for victories. So it seems like Before You in tip-top shape. The questions have been answered. How will they fare in this meta? And they fare pretty well.
They do indeed, but we already saw it, how well coordinated Legacy was as well, right? Legacy, when we look at the hunting side right here, was able to do a fantastic job. And also just thinking about both sides, on the survivor side, when we saw Legacy, it's just what a teamwork, right? They had one survivor in the basement right here. They made the decision to leave that survivor in the basement and just keep the sculptor at bay. Just keep the sculptor right there so we have more time to actually decode cipher machines. And when we saw the mercenary hit by the tram, which was really putting Sprinter in a good situation to bring down the next survivor extremely quickly, even if it was the mercenary who takes a long time on the chair, Sprinter definitely took advantage of that tram hit. So fantastic job. But at the end of the day, team coordination was fantastic. They were putting up a fantastic fight, and they were late game setting it up for that one survivor escape. The best thing that they could have done in that very moment. So fantastic job from Legacy survivor side. I'm curious to see how they will perform once we are in round number 2, because in round number 2 we can ban the favorite hunters, and I think we're gonna see on both sides, we're gonna see a sculptor ban, because Breaking Wheel's favorite map, which is the Ever Sleeping Town, was already played. I'm pretty confident to say that we are not going to see an Ever Sleeping Town again, and at the same time, the only dangerous hunter you now want to ban out of this game is the sculptor, right? You don't really need to worry about, at least not that much, about the Breaking Wheel on other maps. Sculptor is banned, so this is already forcing the hunters to go a little bit into a variety when it comes to the hunter set. And yeah, this might give the opportunity to the survivors to actually perform a little bit better. At the same time, we have more survivor bans as well, so it's kind of evening each other out right here. It's really just a question on how these two teams are focusing on going into this next match and what the strategy is.
Yeah, and speaking of that next match, we did get word that All For One will be replaced by Alien. Now, Alien being a very meta hunter, I believe you are right in terms of the sculptor being banned, because we are going to the Red Church. Now, let's talk possibilities here, Grizzly. Priestess is still a menace in this church, and now there are going to be 3 survivors that are going to be banned out. The thing is, let's hope Alien is warmed up. He's seasoned. He's a very well-rounded hunter, and I feel like Alien, aside from All for One, are the hunters that can give B4U a run for their money. So I'm excited to see what Alien will be bringing to the table. Relatively small map. We might actually maybe even potentially see a Bonbon, Dream Witch maybe, but we'll see. Because I have a feeling, and I agree with you, that the Sculptor, yeah, you want to take that out, especially in a map like this.
That is for sure. I might actually, we might actually see a Bloody Queen too. Bloody Queen definitely a hunter that is up Alien's arsenal, so that could be a possibility. I'm almost, I don't want to place a bet right here, but Bloody Queen seems very, very promising to me when it comes to Alien right now on the red shirt, so that might be a good hunter pick. Yeah, question is survivor bans. Are we gonna see that Priestess being banned? We now have 2 survivor bans very, very early in the game. I think what we can expect is, a mechanic ban. We just saw yet again how fast the decoding goes with a mechanic, especially in the hands of Mylek. Mylek, such a fantastic mechanic player. We have seen him perform as mechanic over and over again. I think the first time I remember seeing Mylek utilizing that mechanic was at Call of the Abyss 2, which is years ago. And just over these years, he has been constantly being one of the fantastic mechanics, or one of the best mechanics I have seen in the game. So I almost feel like we're gonna see a mechanic ban this time. We don't want to deal with Mylek's mechanic, and we don't in general want to deal with such a fast decoding speed on B4U side, because it's always like, there you go. Cypher machines are popping left and right. You're having a difficult time because Cypher machines are already primed, just as we saw in this match. And yeah, the question is, which will be banned next to the mechanic? Are we gonna see that Priestess banned? She's definitely still a strong character, not as strong as on Ever Sleeping Town, but still a danger when it comes to the red shirt. Are we gonna see maybe even Entomologist ban? We just saw how strong the Entomologist was being utilized right here, how good the Entomologist was able to keep the breaking wheel away from the Cypher machines and contain that breaking wheel for a very, very long time. And we also know Entomologist is extremely strong in the red shirt as well.
Oh, yeah.
So very curious to see the bans. And of course, in general, the entire team lineup and the hunter lineup when it comes to the next match in round number 2.
If we're talking possibilities, yeah, Entomologist might be up there in the most picked, especially if you're considering that the Priestess would be banned. You know what? Those alleyways, the entrance to the church can be blocked by her bees, so that's something that the hunters have to be worried about. And speaking of Bloody Queen, you know what? She does have a fear of that Seer's Owl since she is a single hit hunter, so that's another thing they have to consider in terms of the picks and bans, leaving, well, yeah, there's still a lot more room for the survivors to pick around, because we still have yet to see a psychologist that I believe can thrive pretty well in terms of facing a Bloody Queen coming out. So I do agree with you that Alien very proficient in Bloody Queen. I do know that in this tournament as well, he has gotten 4K. Same with Sprinter. I know he knows how to use that Bloody Queen as well. But on the side of Sprinter, though, I think it would depend on who's hunting first and who will be dictating that pace, because we did see him bring out that Bloody Queen when his team, B4U, kind of the survivor team of B4U, kind of gave him that leeway, and he just went with, all right, let me just use Bloody Queen to secure myself the victory.
Exactly, just to secure these points that I need to get into the next bracket or into the next round with Elite. Absolutely agree. It always, the second half, it always depends on what happened in the first half of this round. So very, very curious to see how this plays out. And yeah, you brought out a really, really good point. The Seer, definitely a difficult survivor to go against if you're utilizing Bloody Queen. And yeah, Seer might be a ban too. And just being able to prolong the kites. And you mentioned that Psychologist can take that hit and the self-heal immediately starts. Different from, for example, the Barmaid, where you have to drink your drink, and if you're getting hit while she is self-healing, you're still taking the entire damage, and the stuff, like the damage that was healed, doesn't really reflect because it's not really taking place. Other with the Psychologist, immediately heals, and even if you're taking a hit, it continues to heal, and it's just giving you that one additional hit that you can carry and that you can tank. And just imagine the combination of a Psychologist and as well as the Seer, who could potentially give another owl to the Psychologist. Now she can take almost infinite hits, I would say. Hits that you don't want to, give the survivors over and over again. And that kite, especially if we are talking about before you, that kite that can definitely give enough time to bring down these Cypher machines, and that puts you into a very difficult situation as Hunter. And yeah, there are so many possibilities to Survivor team lineups, and there are only 2 bans that you can, for the survivors, that you can ban right off the bat, and then an additional ban when the first 2 survivors have been banned. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to see.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, reach that portion where it is Potch Spice and Gaming Grizzlies time to, predict what the picks and bans are going to be. So let's try to our dream bans. 3 bans on this map. I'm gonna start things off. I agree with you. Let's ban that mechanic. 2 bans at the start. Right? I'm gonna ban the mechanic first. Mechanic Priestess on my side. Even though I'm allowing that forward to be picked, I think priority numero uno is just stopping that Cypher Rush and getting rid of the church being so well utilized for the survivors. How about you, Grizzly?
So first of all, we are agreeing on the Sculptor ban, right? There's no argumentation here.
No way. They cannot allow the Sculptor to go. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. So yeah, ban. You said mechanic, and you said, what did you say? Priestess. Whew. Okay, Priestess. I'm gonna go with mechanic too. Let me just. I need to check my notes right here on these survivors.
Go for it. While you say that, I just want to, while you check out your notes, I'm going to just explain to the viewers why I chose that over the forward. Because again, having that stun is kind of okay. It's sort of a risk. And I'm also thinking that a Bloody Queen might be in the mix. So you know what? You can try to use the mirror to try and stay away from the stun hit. But also, just to add, before you will be hunting first. So it's Sprinter that is coming out first. So excited to see how he's going to fare, because he's the one that has to dictate the pace for his team to possibly even move forward without going to that 3rd round. So again, for me, first ban, obviously we're going to agree it's going to be Sculptor and Priestess mechanic on my side. How about you?
And I mean, just to bring this to mind as well, Sprinter, very well known for his Bloody Queen as well, so it might be another, it doesn't really matter on which side we are talking right now when it comes to the Hunter, it might be a Bloody Queen. That's my bet. We're gonna see Sculptor bans on both sides when it comes to the Hunter, as well as a Bloody Queen pick. Would absolutely love to be surprised, getting a different Hunter. But that's just my prediction right here. And yeah, now talking about mechanic, I agree. Mechanic should be banned right away. We saw Legacy banning that mechanic. No, not Legacy. Before you banning that mechanic in round number 1. And we also saw how Legacy was allowing the mechanic into the game, but also seeing these Cypher machines being popped off so fast might have put Legacy into a spot where they say, okay, we don't want to deal with that again. We are going to ban mechanic as well. So I agree on that mechanic ban. Priestess as second ban. I was just looking at the survivors, and Priestess could be a second ban. Then we might see opting that out for Psychologist or maybe even Entomologist. Definitely also characters you don't necessarily want to go for, especially if we look at the Hunter side right now, where we have All for One as Breaking Wheel going against this Entomologist, experiencing the Entomologist right here. Maybe you just want to be careful about that again and, ban the Entomologist, at least when it comes to B4U Survivor side.
Right.
And honestly, I really agree on the Priestess. I just don't want to give the same prediction as you. So I am just making up a case for myself right here. And
that's fine.
We're going to see an Entomologist ban, actually.
All right, cool. All right, you get the next ban. Because I came out the gate and I went Priestess mechanic, which was the strong pick. So what would be your next ban, your last ban?
Forward or Seer? I think
whatever's available. Okay.
Again, I think it depends on what is available, because I think one of these 2 characters will definitely be picked if they are available, and it depends on which one will be picked. I would almost say Forward will be picked with a little bit of a higher chance. So therefore, I think Seer might be the ban. But if Seer is picked, I would definitely go for the Forward.
Yeah, either of those 2. And I'm going to add one more in the mix, because they might pick both of that. I think if we're gonna go with Bloody Queen, you got to ban that perfumer. She could be a nightmare to chase early on, especially full health, 3 perfumes, tank all those hits. You can feed the Bloody Queen, but then again, you're not getting your objectives done. You're not putting down any of those survivors. If we're considering that both Sprinter and Alien will go for that Bloody Queen, I would consider that. But if they're gonna consider other characters, like if they're gonna go for like, let's say, a Bonbon, if they're gonna go with, we haven't seen Naiad yet. So I think if not today anyway. We've seen it seen it in the previous days. So I think Naiad is actually pretty strong in this map. So we shall see if that will be the case. B4U, Sprinter will be hunting first. Let's see the picks and bans. Survivors will be banning a hunter first. You cannot deal with. They banned the mechanic and psychologist. Okay.
I was, hesitant between psychologist, because I said, right, priestess could be opted out for psychologist or entomologist. So I wasn't really sure, but I went with the entomologist. Now I feel like I should have stick to the psychologist. But now we have the situation where we have Forward and Seer on the field. Both are very, very strong characters, especially when we are talking about facing a potential Bloody Queen. Now we have Urban, the priestess. So I would say we are pretty even when it comes to the bans and picks. In a little bit of a different order right here, but still very, very...
I did not expect an acrobat, though.
Me neither. Not at all. Not at all. But now, slowly coming to the hunter. Curious to see what we have here. And obviously, keep an eye on Fundy during this entire match. Acrobat,
exactly.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm all for this. And like you said, I think they got to go all or nothing with this. And the Acrobat could be the make or break for them, going with Sprinter's signature Dream Witch. So again, the Dream Witch, she also is a little averse to facing that Seer. But, in this map, it's quite strong. There are a lot of spawns on that main body to camp some ciphers. And we asked for it, Grizzly, and Sprinter delivered. We are seeing the first Dream Witch for IVT. So here we go, spawning at the graveyard. And let's see who he will be going after first. I would love to see some Acrobat gameplay. But Sprinter has a tall order ahead of him. These survivors have long-lasting abilities, especially up against a Dream Witch like Sprinter's.
And look at Sprinter right here, going to the wedding place where we have the mercenary around, but just concentrating on, hey, I'm not going for that mercenary. Why would I go for that mercenary if we have other characters on the field that are just better targets? And now finding that Acrobat, which is definitely one of these targets that you want to go for. It is the first leech on the ground, on the Acrobat, and this might be the first chase that Sprinter is going for. Really securing that first elimination. Might have a little bit of a difficult time piercing in that Acrobat, really trying to land that first hit. And here we're gonna see the ability. Look at that. Leech is coming in. Are we seeing the first hit? Yes, this might be the first hit. Acrobat was taking with his own leech. Now only the main body leech is on the ground, and Sprinter just trying to catch up right here. Fantastic start so far.
And now we have to wait because they do have a patroller ready. So Sprinter just trying to have a sandwich situation. Drops the patroller right where he's going. And this is actually a great patroller bite. Now the main body can actually go for it. And look, the basement is right there. This is going to be huge for Sprinter. He might go for double basements. This is kind of like deja vu if he goes for that basement. But I have a feeling he will try to leech once again just to get his presence up. And it's still early game. Yeah, the forward is out there. So he can go for that rescue. He's going to go for another basement just to add more pressure to these survivors.
Fantastic job right here from Sprinter. Again, the Tokyo, the forward, was right outside the church, but was concentrating on decoding. You want to bring these Cypher machines down as much as you can. We can see Seer just popping out the first Cypher machine, and Tokyo now being the second. Kai taking that hit, not able to utilize that forward yet again to get away from Sprinter's swing right here, and we can see how Sprinter is really trying to get to that forward now, is leaving the basement a little bit open for a rescue, but at the same time, rescue from the basement is always a dangerous situation. We're gonna have a short break right here. So far, very, very good job. Very good start from both sides, I have to say. Acrobat doing a great job, but then on the other side, you had Sprinter who was securing and kind of quite early down on that Acrobat, and being able to put him into the basement. that's definitely putting pressure on Legacy right here.
And to add also, if the rescue does happen, the Seer's Owl hasn't been utilized yet, so that can definitely aid the exit of the basement. So I wasn't able to pay attention to the time. I don't know. The forward did kind of kite for a while, and he took that hit. So I'm not quite sure if the Seer, if the Acrobat is still at half. But yeah, Sprinter adding the basement into the equation is definitely helping his case in terms of gearing towards more than a tie. So excited to see how Legacy will respond to that, because they're still good on resources. The forward, even though he is hit, he does still have a football to utilize to go for some stuns and just to kite as long as possible. In terms of the Hunter's resources, Sprinter only used one patroller. So if ever he wants to commit to that forward, he could possibly use that patroller just to stop him from moving around. But as we mentioned, if we look at the lineups, right, you still have that forward. We have the Seer, we have the Acrobat. Who's the last survivor as well?
I thought Mercenary, wasn't it Mercenary?
Oh, Mercenary, yes, Mercenary. Yeah. So Mercenary as well can go for that rescue. Can tank some hits, since the Dream Witch, has her presence felt, but she is ultimately a single hit hunter. So the possibilities are endless, especially with Legacy. Legacy, I would have to say, considering the previous match, have a never say die attitude. So I'm sure that they can think of something to try and counter the pressure that is being applied to them by Sprinter.
I just want to highlight what you already mentioned. The Patroller comes in extremely strong, not only as we have already seen to bring down that Acrobat, but also in general, if we are talking about stopping survivors from rescuing from the basement. Just that basement placement. Let's be honest, whenever you have a survivor in the basement, it is a difficult situation on the survivor side. Are we committing to decode on Cypher machines? Because that area for rocket shares is extremely dangerous to rescue from, because this could, at the end of the day, deal more harm than do good if you're going in for a rescue. Obviously, You want to get that survivor off the chair, but are you risking to actually go down there and maybe have, the same survivor ending up on the chair again, maybe even taking damage yourself as rescuer? With the Patrollers, you can just, stop that survivor from getting too far away from the basement and maybe even bring that survivor into the basement yet again. So it's really just a very difficult situation that Legacy is in so early in the game with the first survivor in the basement. Again, we have Patrollers, such a strong ability for the Dream Witch, especially since you have all these leeches, and every single leech and also the main body can utilize the Patrollers, can utilize the traits, which makes it even more difficult for the survivors to get out of there, to get away alive. And I just want to mention this again, if Before You is winning the second round right here, the second matchup between these two teams, they're gonna proceed into the next bracket, and this is exactly why Legacy knows they need to get the points. They need to get the points. Acrobat already after halfway mark, we can see the setup of the leeches right here. Now we have the Mercenary trying to dash through, was taking the hit though, concentrating on what is the Acrobat now with the leeches trying to hit the fall down damage. Mercenary just getting out of there, and we have the last upward popping in on the Acrobat, and that might be a very, very difficult situation, because the Acrobat, as soon as he hits the chair, will be out of the game. We still have the forward, which is having half of the football left, but I am not seeing a chance to actually get that Acrobat off the chair right here, off the balloons.
And take note also that the skill has changed. He discarded a Patroller already, went for a blink, wants an early down, and the Acrobat is out of the game. We still have the Seer's Owl, so that's something that could come into play. I actually thought it was going to come into play as he was exiting the basement, but now the forward put in a tough spot here. Tokyo trying to move away from this his follower, goes for the blink hit, and the forward is down. Sprinter is being very aggressive and very proactive in getting his next target, which is the forward.
Definitely a strategy that we have seen over and over again when it comes to Dream Witch play.
Another basement.
As we already mentioned, extremely dangerous, and we saw the rescue who was coming from the Mercenary. Mercenary was taking a hit. Acrobat was ending up being downed yet again, so it's just so dangerous to get there, to get into the basement and try to rescue. So what are you going to do? Are you focusing on decoding the Cypher machine? Legacy now definitely need to get some points points, definitely wants to get points from this match, and is probably trying to just pop off these last 2 Cypher machines that they have and to get maybe 2 survivors through the gate or maybe 1 survivor at least through the dungeon. They want to get these points. They don't want to just give points to the opponent team. They don't want to give points to before you, because that could be extremely difficult for them to come back from. And yeah, as I mentioned, very, very valid strategy we have seen over and over again when we are talking about Dream Witch play. First, you bring the Patroller to secure your first survivor down extremely fast, and as soon as that is secured, as soon as that survivor is out of the game, you just switch to Blink to be able to hit other survivors extremely fast too. And yeah, that is just, yet again, we have talked about the Dream Witch. She's extremely strong, and here we see why she is still, even if she's not being utilized that often in this tournament so far, why she is still a very, very feared hunter.
Oh yeah, textbook Dream Witch play, courtesy of Sprincer. And yeah, switching to Blink for more aggression to just get that quick down of that forward, because Tokyo is doing a great job, you know, utilizing the football, trying to switch from going from top broken to bottom broken, utilizing the pallets. But yeah, that Blink switch was definitely a game changer, and also another basement that's definitely adding a lot more pressure on Legacy's side. But, you know what, Legacy has dealt with adversity before, so let's see how they'll be able to roll with those punches. Seer about to pop that Cypher, but gets chased away in the shack area. And now we see that the forward still hanging out in the basement, and Mercenary just making sure that he times his rescue well. Green now is being chased out of his Cypher, and Mercenary already making his way through the basement. Nice owl usage to just prolong the kite, and the rescue does happen.
The rescue does have concentration on the fort, but Mercenary is tanking that hit right here, is allowing the fort to get out of the basement without going down yet again. It might be a little bit of a problem right here. Window is being blocked. Forward might be in a situation where he cannot really get out. We have the Leech disappearing, but Leech coming in yet again. Very dangerous situation. Seer was able to pop off that Cypher, which is extremely good. We still have the Seer at full health, who could come in for a rescue. It could come in for, you know, a very well prepared last Cypher pop rescue with the basement forward right here yet again. Has the Ford been on the chair for too long? Yes, he has. Ford is out of the game. I didn't even realize that. Same. Now we have 1 Cypher machine remaining, but with the Dream Witch being such an extremely strong hunter late game, it's gonna be extremely difficult for Legacy. You have a lot of leeches on the field and not a lot of options when it comes to Cypher machines, and the leeches know where to go.
Watch out! Oh my god.
Wow.
Yeah. And the thing is, they have to worry about that detention as well. There's only one main follower that is on the map. That main follower did strike down that Mercenary. He will be falling down now. Sprinter adding more leeches into the mix here. Green being chased away from the Cypher at bottom broken, and now trying to get this sandwich situation going on is Sprinter. Eats the hit. The Seer getting hit by that main body while he was dropping down that pallet. The timing on Sprinter is very sharp today. Now we see that Green moving away from that shack area. Well, you know that the Mercenary is trying to exploit that self-heal, but so far, Sprinter is dominating this match.
I can tell you one thing, Sprinter is not getting himself into a situation that we have seen in round number 1, where 1 survivor is allowed to go through the dungeon. No, he's going to do that back and forth. He's going to bring all survivors down. As you mentioned, they are going to exhaust their self-heal, and yeah, that is already it. That was extremely fast at the end. As I said, Sprinter did not want to get into the same situation that he was in round number 1, where he allowed the Priestess to go to the dungeon by putting all survivors on the chair and opening up the dungeon for the Priestess. No, this time concentrating on going back and forth. Mercenary was down. Mercenary is a survivor you don't have to worry about anymore. Let's just go to the Seer. Let's just bring down the Seer, and as soon as that is happening, both survivors may have exhausted their self-heals. That is a 5-point game for B4U right here.
Yeah, this is going to add a lot more pressure for Aliens. So again, guys, yeah, you got to give your love and support to Legacy, because they are put in quite the tough spot here. Looking at the match stats, though, quite tricky when it comes to containment time, when it comes to the Dream Witch, because of the spawn followers. But you see that Forward did spend the most, well, Forward as well as Mercenary, almost 60 seconds on the side of that Forward, but above 60 seconds on the side of that Mercenary. Again, Acrobat doing a great job initially, but you know, ultimately the combo of the Patroller as well as the Leech hit was plus the basement as well. You know, Sprinter really knows when he has that lead, he just really stays on it and doesn't give anyone any room to wiggle out of his clutch hold on the match. And also, something that I want to point out, the forethought of like utilizing Blink on the main body to block the window vault of that forward, perfection. That was so good on the side of Sprinter, and it just shows the veteran experience and the prowess he has utilizing this Dream Witch. But on the side of Legacy Survivors, though, they tried their best to roll with the punches. I think that the skills utilized plus the placement of the basement, that rhymes, was not in their favor. So yeah, they did their best, but ultimately, Sprinter takes round number 2, first half of round number 2.
First half of round number 2, just like watching a shark in the water that is just, you know, smelling the drop of blood that was just dropped somewhere and just going for these targets, going for the most optimal targets, and then just putting them into the basement. Fantastic first half right here for the second round. And I just want to highlight this again. We now have All For One on the hunting side of Legacy, and All For One needs to get a 5-point game as well, needs to get the 4 survival elimination as well, because they need to tie up this round number 2 to push it to round number 3 and to turn it around in round number 3. With Sprinter getting the 5 points, they are putting Before You in a really, really good spot, because now Before You only needs 1 survivor through the gate or through the dungeon. But the thing is, we say only as in, you know, that's gonna be an easy task. It's just 1 out of 4 survivors. But at the end of the day, going against All For One, that is going to be an extremely difficult task. But at the end of the day, it's, you know, top teams going against each other. Yes. Very curious to see how this plays out.
I believe that they'll be going up against Alien. I think they swapped out. So Alien, again, is no hunter to look past. I believe Alien has the more meta hunters, and they have a lot to consider in terms of the bans now, because you did mention All For One's resume. You know what, he has that Ripper, he has the Violinist, he has a lot of those hunters, but now Alien coming into the mix, that could pose a problem for B4U, because he's one of the top hunters out there, very skilled, very seasoned, and very game to, you know, dig Legacy out of this tough spot and push for that round number 3. And yeah, that 1 survivor out isn't as easy as you might think. So I'm excited to see how they'll be able to respond to this situation. Now, considering that B4U just needs 1 person out, do you think we're going to see like what kind of picks do you think we'll be seeing from B4U to get that 1 person out?
Okay, now again we're talking about Alien right here. I was thinking about the Bloody Queen coming to the playground right here. Now that we have the Dream Witch scene, like, I'm not really sure about that anymore. I'm still thinking it's a possibility to see Alien's Dream Witch, Bloody Queen. But the question is, what survivor lineup will we see? We saw how difficult it can be for the survivors, no matter what lineup they are having, right? Like, we saw an extremely heavy lineup with an Acrobat as well, who was performing extremely good against the Dream Witch. But, you know, what are you going to do against the Dream Witch that is leeching you, having you in between 2 leeches? You can't go anywhere. You're going to take that first hit, and then coming in with the Patroller. This could have happened to anyone who is first kite, and that is the thing. Dream Witch being extremely strong hunter, and especially late game, there's almost no chance to escape all these leeches when you're only having 2 survivors on the field and you still have to decode Cypher machines.
Yes.
So, yet again, the lineup was extremely strong. We saw very, very good characters being banned. Also very, very good characters being used. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna commit to my bans that I mentioned before. I might think we're gonna see the mechanic ban, as well as this time. I said it, right? I said
psychologist.
Since you said priestess, I might opt out
and
for psychologist.
Yeah.
And this time I'm gonna go for psychologist right away, not for the entomologist. And if possible, you know, priestess. I'm just writing it down. Priestess, forward, or maybe seer. It also depends on which hunter we're gonna see, but I would just make this little list right here, writing down the characters. I'm curious to see what we can expect from Before You side when it comes to the bans.
Yeah, considering that list, I do think that that might open up the forward pick coming from either Katz or Schmitty or Roland, who, depending on who will be surviving. So that's already a huge task for any hunter to go up against those very seasoned forwards. Now, when it comes to the survivability, I think, yeah, if they're allowed a decoder, you know what, I'm not even going to consider Prisoner anymore, because Prisoner was, you know, heavily favored in previous tournaments, but it seems like the meta has sort of shifted in IVT where they really want to just go for last ability. So I have a feeling they're going to go for a very rescue-heavy lineup with some supports here and there, depending on iAlien's bans. So let's jump right to it. We're going to ban a Seer. So it's opting to look like maybe another Bloody Queen coming out. Banning that Sculptor for sure. Bloody Queen or that Dream Witch, that is.
Yes, and I'm curious to see what Milek is picking. We have the Psychologist, Milek coming in. Yeah, Milek very well known for the Priestess as well as the Psychologist, but since Psychologist was already used by Portblems, that Priestess was something I was kind of expecting. We have the fourth ban. Now talking about Schmidty, he could come in as Patient yet again, and coming in as Mercenary. Now we have Cats. Ford being banned would give him the option
Postman,
to go for Postman again, as we have seen in previous matches. Cats utilizing that Postman, utilizing that dog skill to slow down the hunter. Very curious to see what he will bring to the table. And we talked about it, Bloody Queen on iAlien's side.
So this is actually an excellent lineup. Well, considering the bans, yeah, you do not want to deal with that Seer. You want to get rid of that mechanic just so you can take your time hunting. And that forward, yeah, just always good to get rid of, especially with Cats and Schmidty on the lineup. But he has to deal with that Priestess of Milek, very proficient. Cats can also actually give that decoding buff to Schmidty or anyone else. But yeah, I think he wants to go for that Mercenary because Alien is definitely not going to chase Schmidty at the start. So round start, you know that Cats wants to just send that letter out because the most optimal target for iAlien to go after is either the Postman or get rid of that Priestess, just so she doesn't give the aid of those holy keys.
Yes, and Priestess late game can just change the outcome of the entire match, so I would agree. Bring down the Priestess early in the match would definitely be a huge, phenomenal task to achieve from iAlien. iAlien already seeing, okay, there is the portal. We're gonna destroy that portal. We're gonna exhaust the Priestess abilities right away, so the Priestess cannot utilize these portals anymore. Now we have no portals on the Priestess, so fantastic target for iAlien, being already very, very close to Milek, but we have seen Milek being such a fantastic hunter, buying time by stunning iAlien right here, not making it easy, even, you know, Milek thinking to himself, even if I don't have the portals, I'm still gonna give it my best, and stunning iAlien, what a fantastic job, now taking that first hit off the water mirror.
And now we see that Milek, you know, it's waiting for his mirror to be able to, cool down to be over. But now look that iAlien brought Abnormal. That's something to take note of. So he's trying to bait something to happen from Milek. Yeah, dropping down that wall. Now we see that the Aqua Mirror is ready. Milek has sandwich situation and downs the Priestess relatively early on in this match. But we do see that the Postman about to pop that Cypher and still giving aid to the other survivors. Take note that Alien brought Abnormal. So this is actually going to play into, well, in the late game. And now we see Alien just chairing the Priestess outside of the church and already has that earmark that tonight is Portblems at the bottom broken. But we do see that Schmidty is about to make that rescue happen. iAlien ready for it, drops the Aqua Mirror just for some vantage here. And now Abnormal's the Cypher at bottom broken.
Wow, Abnormal was being utilized and just utilizing that mirror to be there to put pressure on the survivors and just immediately go back trying to swing at the Priestess, but Schmidty was taking that hit, giving Milek the opportunity to actually kite for a little bit longer, was using that portal, yes, has another portal almost ready. Let's see if Milek will be able to utilize it, or if the mirror comes through yet again. Priestess is down for the second time, was rescued before halfway as far as I can tell, and this is still giving the survivors an option to actually go for the rescue. We saw how the Mercenary was healed by the Psychologist, so the Psychologist can just concentrate on decoding while the Mercenary has another chance to go in for a rescue. iAlien very proactive, going for Cats right here, trying to scare him off that chair, but now concentrating on Milek yet again.
Schmitty about to make that rescue happen. Alien realizing, all right, I can't concentrate on cats. I gotta defend this chair. Schmitty getting that hit, and now full presence is Alien, and now Schmitty has the body block. Oh, goes away, and now we see that the priestess will have to kite with raw ability here at Graveyard. The Aquamirror is gonna get popped up. A sandwich situation is in the horizon, and now Alien has his first survivor potentially out of the game.
Alien really knows I need to get these 5 points for my team if I want to stay in this tournament, and is doing a fantastic job. You can see Priestess getting sent back. Priestess extremely strong, especially late game with these portals. So fantastic job so far from concentrating on that. Now we have the next optimal target, which would be Postman or Psychologist. Psychologist already out of her ability to heal up because she was taking damage from the Mercenary. Now going for that Postman, but look at the Cypher Machines. 2 remaining, the one inside the church almost done.
And now we see that Alien realizing that this Cypher inside church is shaking, and it is the Mercenary that can tank one more hit, but can he pop it in time just so he can use that elbow pads to get out of there? And he does. Aquamirror is almost ready, and we see that Paul Blems is potentially on that last Cypher, so he knows that he is spreading these survivors out really thin. He has the abnormal to utilize. He knows that that's the last Cypher to camp, and now he wants to be able to make sure that he wants to down more survivors before he uses that abnormal.
Wow, what a mirror right here. That might be a hit on the Psychologist, really being pinned down between these 2 hunters, basically. The mirror as well as the main body. Fantastic job. But on the other side, we can also see how the Postman starting to decode a Cypher Machine across the entire map, which is putting Alien into a tough spot, because now Alien needs to protect 2 Cypher Machines. Not only the Cypher Machine that was just being brought down with Abnormal, but also the one that is at Graveyard. And we can see how the mirror is being used. And now we have again the Mercenary on that Cypher Machine.
Yeah, Cat's being chased completely away from the Cypher that was at Graveyard. Now 2 survivors here. Gonna be quite hard for Alien to keep his eye on all these targets. Now Cat's making his way back to the Cypher, while we see that Paul Blems is grabbing the attention of Alien, drops the pallet just to make sure he adds a little bit of distance, and Schmitty trying to push that Cypher from happening, and Alien being very conservative with that mirror. He doesn't want to just utilize his skill because he will be punished heavily for it, for a badly placed mirror, because he has to use that mirror to try and down these survivors. He downs the Mercenary in time. The delayed effect will take place, and now he has potentially his next survivor on a rocket chair, just so he can prevent a Cypher from popping.
That is for sure, but this gives a lot of option for the Postman Cats right here to actually decode the Cypher Machine, because the mirror was used. Now Alien actually going to concentrate on Cats, but this is giving the option to Problems to decode on the Cypher Machine. On the other side, it's just a back and forth, and what a fantastic split up when it comes to the Cypher Machines, and what a fantastic play on the survivors right here. Postman goes down. Will we see that Cypher Machine being primed? Yes, we see it primed, but not in time. The Cypher Machine is ready now. We have... the pop is actually happening. Sorry. They only need 1 survivor through the gate, and this might be it. That's what they are going for. They say, hey, alright, Cats is on the chair, but at the end of the day, let's focus on our main goal. 1 survivor through the gate will give us enough points. Let's switch up. Let's split up right here. 1 goes to the back gate, 1 goes to the front gate, and as long as we secure this 1 survivor escape, we are good.
And now you see that, yeah, the Psychologist already working on that wedding exit, and we see that the Mercenary buying time here at the back exit. Postman already knows that, all right, you guys got to get out of here. We got to get at least 1 person out. Schmitty trying his best to be able to buy as much time as that Psychologist opens up the gate at Red Carpet. Teleport is going to be utilized, but the gate's already open. Psychologist gets hit. Can she crawl her way out? Alien picks her up in time, and now the Mercenary has to work on the back exit. Can he make it in time? Alien has to chair this 1 survivor, chairing him closer to the back exit, and we see that Alien, it's a race against time. Mercenary almost at 50%. Alien, the mirror is ready. Schmitty, can he open the gate in time? The mirror is already there. Alien can make this happen. Oh my god, it's about to happen. The pallet dropped. That was the game-breaking pallet, and now we see that Schmitty able to make it out, and B4U moves on. Wow.
That palette, absolutely fantastic job. That palette was really, really helping right here. I think Schmitty could have made it without the palette too. Fantastic job from IA. And as we said, like the team before you was really concentrating on this one survivor. Let's split up at the gates. But even with that strategy right here, it was extremely close going against IA, and was able to utilize the mirror to just take the distance right here and go across the entire map extremely fast. Ooh, this could have been ended very, very differently. I have to say, this was a fantastic match right here, and IA could definitely have gotten the 4 survivor elimination right here. Was, as I said, high risk, high reward, was risking a lot, but was almost being highly rewarded, almost. Before you on the other side was really, really timing all of that extremely well, was very, very well coordinated as well, was saying like, hey, we are not going in for that rescue, we are not prolonging that match any longer and risking other survivors to go down. No, we are just popping that Cypher, even with Cats on the chair. We are splitting up, going to the gates. Fantastic job splitting up the attention, but IA and really being able to put attention on both survivors. The end, Schmitty as mercenary was able to open up that gate and get out of there, getting that 1 point they needed to win the second round.
Yeah, the psychologist actually getting a really close call there, but Alien being very proactive. Abnormal really helped him, like, to just keep the survivors from popping that late game, popping that end game. And the way he was able to switch to teleport right away, just so proactive. And you saw the respect there. They didn't want to go for the postman rescue. They wanted to just settle for just one person out because they did not want to deal with such a menace of a hunter that is known as Alien. Congratulations to both teams, giving us one heck of a match. It was quite close. The scorecards are going to tell you, even though it's a 2-0 round, man, these matches, you got to look back at this and just watch, wow, anyone could have gotten that one. That was incredibly played by Alien, and yeah, it really gave B4U a run for their money. So yeah, big ups to Legacy for giving us one heck of a match. I'm sure they're, a lot of people, Legacy supporters out there are giving them, props and love. But yeah, B4U is the one moving on. Man, what a match.
What a match indeed. And I just want to mention this yet again, the way that B4U is communicating, that split up. Not only late game when they were just popping that Cypher and, splitting up to the 2 exit gates, they were also going to split up the Cypher machine on these 2 sides, right? We saw how one is at Graveyard, one is on the complete opposite of the map. And even with the Bloody Queen's ability to utilize that mirror to, put pressure on both sides, it's still a difficult situation for the Bloody Queen that these 2 Cypher machines are so far separated from each other, and that there are 2 survivors, or at least, 2 groups of survivors that are decoding both Cypher machines. And it was just a back and forth. We saw that IA and couldn't really leave one of the Cypher machines alone because survivors would decode. So you really have to split up your attention and split up your ability to bring down all sides when it comes to the Cypher machines. And yeah, again, this just comes down to fantastic communication on B4U's team right here, really knowing what they are doing, really knowing which Cypher machine to pop and which Cypher machines to have left over at the end of the game when going against the Bloody Queen, especially when going against All for One's Bloody Queen, which is just so dangerous. Congratulations to B4U for moving into the finals right here of this tournament. This is actually our first finalist team that will make it into the final match for that championship title. So congratulations to B4U. Spam some hearts in the chat for Legacy as well. They were performing extremely well. This could have gone either way. If anyone could defeat B4U, it's definitely Legacy. But this time it goes to B4U. Here we see the match results of this match. Alien on the hunting side did a fantastic job, but we also have Mylek just buying so much time as Priestess early game. Alien concentrating on that Priestess because that's a fantastic survivor to go for that early in the game, and especially to not have that Priestess in the match late game with her portals and with her maybe, global portal that can change the outcome of the game even more. And then we can also see how the Mercenary was coming in, Psychologist, Postman, all of these survivors were getting a little bit of the attention of the Bloody Queen by just staying around the last few survivors, Cypher Machines, and the decoding. Look at that. Cats 250. We have Problems 250. We had Abnormal that was forcing the team to actually decode over 6 Cypher Machines, with Schmidty also decoding 117%. Fantastic job. Even with Abnormal slowing down the decoding speed on Before You side, they still had a lot of control over this match, and they were still able to turn this into the direction that they wanted it to go, and that is the 1 point that they needed.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, there is really a method and forethought to how Alien was trying to just down these survivors. The Priestess, again, extremely dangerous late game. He was able to get rid of that at least and just really try to push. And looking at these matches, again, it was really down to the wire. Again, it was a battle of the hunters in the second, and in the first it was quite close. It was only a 2-point deficit, but Before You is the one moving on. Legacy, congrats to them for making it this far, making it to the top 4, and really repping and showing their hard work. And I hope you guys can show your love and support to them and continue to support them, because I know that this isn't the last we'll see of Legacy, and I know that they'll be able to represent as well in other tournaments. So big ups to Legacy. Before You is the one moving on, and I'm excited for that grand finals, because we still got to see Garden of Eden versus Fusion. So Garden of Eden versus Fusion. So again, we have our first finalist, and really waiting for how that match will pan out. And MVP will be given to none other than Paul Blems. People in the back saying they got to give it to him because of his entomologist jukes. He faced a breaking wheel and lasted for so long. 156 containment time. Don't look at anything else, but he was able to utilize this entomologist to last this long against a breaking wheel in a map that is favored for the breaking wheel because how big it is. So big ups to Paul Blems.
That is for sure. That containment time, as well as that ability to contain the breaking wheel for that long and in such a fantastic manner, is just like the highlight of this matchup right here. Well deserved. MVP goes to Problems. I also want to highlight just how amazing these matches were, especially the second half right here, no, the second round right here, where we saw Brinzer utilizing that Dream Witch on Red Church, very, very strong, a really, really old meta hunter being utilized just as we have seen it in the past. So that was very, very exciting, because we haven't seen that in this tournament so far. Also, Alien's Bloody Queen, that game against Before You, absolutely breathtaking, very, very stunning to watch. I mean, if I was in that situation, I would definitely not have handled it anyway in that perspective right there. That was amazing, fantastic job from both sides right here. Very, very exciting matches that we have spectated. But as you already pointed out, we have Before You moving on, and the next matches we're gonna spectate will be Fusion versus Garden of Eden. So that is definitely something to look forward to, because now we're going to decide, or not we're going to decide, they are going to fight for it. They are going to fight for the spot in the finals. They already know, all right, if we are winning this, and, both teams can win this. Both teams have the same mentality. We can do this. They have to prepare to go against Before You. And a huge giant in this community. And as I already mentioned, next up, we're going to have Fusion versus Garden of Eden. I'm very excited for this matchup. But for now, we're just gonna jump into a short break and come back with the action.
Welcome back, folks. We are here at the IVT day number 4. We're almost at the grand finals. We just had an amazing match between B4U and Legacy. Big ups to Legacy for giving an amazing match, but it is B4U that is moving on. And we are going to the next match, which is Fusion versus Garden of Eden. Poch Spice and the Gaming Grizzly giving you guys the Identity 5 action. Grizzly, what are your thoughts on this next match we're about to witness? We had an amazing match, especially from start to finish. Now, Fusion and Garden of Eden, you know what? They had pretty intense matches yesterday. How can we summarize this for the public to watch?
Okay, so this is going to be very, very interesting. Just as before you versus Legacy was just as head to head and very, very close when it came to the points, they were very, very neck and neck. And I think Fusion versus Garden of Eden is not gonna end up any different. We have Dreamer on the side of Fusion, very, very well known for Sculptor as well as Breaking Wheel, just in general, utilizing these meta characters, and we mentioned this over and over again, utilizing the meta characters and learning the meta characters will optimize your chances of getting points. Then we also have Bacon, formerly known as Walmart, who was formerly also playing Survivor, now coming in on the Hunter side of Garden of Eden. Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, just these meta characters as well. So it's definitely, again, as I said, head-to-head with the meta characters. Let's just talk about the entire team right here. As I already mentioned, Dreamer, Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, meta characters. Then we have Bossy coming to the game. We have seen Bossy performing as Forward, such a dangerous character. We have Sassy Satan coming in as Seer and Priestess. Again, very, very heavy meta characters. We have seen Seer over and over. Seer also being banned over and over again, and then also the Priestess, depending on the map, being an extremely strong character. Then we have Polar C, and you mentioned this before. I think the tournament even started today. Coming in with Coordinator, very, very heavy Coordinator player. I can't wait to see that. Can't wait to see a little bit of a switch up in this very meta lineup. And then we have K-Dad, who was also coming in yesterday as Toy Merchant. Absolutely love to see that new character being utilized. Toy Merchant has actually been utilized quite some time in that tournament, at least, a few times, not only once. And I definitely love to see that. Hopefully we're gonna see some Polar's Coordinator and K-Dad's Toy Merchant action in today's final day right here again. And
something to add also with Bossy, top forward and Merc in the server, by the way, and Sally, one of the top survivors, if not the top survivor, as the Merc. So again, very strong survivor-sided team, and as you mentioned, Dreamer as the Sculptor, as the Breaking Wheel as well. Very important to note that one of the things that stood out to me yesterday is that Dreamer did not want to deal with that Priestess. I think, especially like first round, Ever Sleeping Town, he wants to ban it right away. And I think that's super important coming into this match because they will be going up against Garden of Eden and I think Chris, the known Priestess. We will be seeing the lineup of Garden of Eden in just a bit. Actually seeing it right now. So Garden of Eden, as you mentioned, Bacon, known as Walmart, a top Sculptor as well as Bloody Queen, and used to be a survivor. So again, making that shift to be a hunter is definitely something to highlight. Sarah with that forward. Websy, a new up-and-comer here with that Seer. One highlight yesterday. Excellent Seer plays. We have Chris on that Priestess as well as the Postman. And we have Samu as the Merc and Coordinator. So that's something to look at as well. And if we're going to have they have one more survivor in their lineup known as Faye, utilizing the Patient. So Garden of Eden, I'm pretty sure they're raring up to go as well as Fusion. And I'm super excited to see what they have to offer. Chris also, a really great postman, able to support Zero in the late game. So I'm excited to see what they'll be bringing into that table because you did mention it. Coordinator could be a possibility in first round.
And as you mentioned, Dreamer very, very aware of that Priestess and, Chris being that Priestess player might actually be forced into that postman role since Priestess might be banned from Fusion side. We also have Garden of Eden's secondary hunter who is Slade, so there's definitely a lot on the table, but we are just jumping right up into the matchup. We have Garden of Eden being on the survivor side on this first round on Moonadura Park, and we see Seer being banned right away. Zero, as you already mentioned earlier, very well known for the Ford. Websy is coming in as Mechanic, since Websy is well known for the Seer, has the Seer banned. Mechanic definitely bring a lot of decoding power to the ground, so that might definitely be something to look forward for as Hunter, that you really want to concentrate on that Cypher progress with the mechanics. Now, as we already said, very, very curious to see the Toy Merchant, but we were talking about K-Dad on Fusion side. Now we are having Chris coming in with the Toy Merchant as well. I was predicting maybe we're gonna see a post-ban since the Priestess is going to be banned, as we talked about it, but it's actually the Toy Merchant and Samu, as you mentioned, as you pointed out, coming in as mercenary.
Wow, and Dreamer going immediately to that breaking wheel. Huge map, as you mentioned, is going to help out this breaking wheel, just showcase the mobility that he has to offer. Now, yeah, Chris on this toy merchant, I'm excited to see, because we did see glimpses of K-Dead's toy merchant yesterday, and Chris being able to utilize this toy merchant, rightly so, because, again, Priestess was banned. So now we see that Moonlit River Park will be the map. Hunter did spawn at Broken Carousel, will be making the rotations to that haunted house and trying to spot out his first target, which is Zero. Sees the blood marks already, and Zero might be dropping by here, but yeah, it is that forward, so he might have to utilize that football just to get away from this breaking wheel.
Wow, fantastic area to be in as well from Zero right here. Just, you know, forcing the Dreamer to go for a different target, because just this area alone is so difficult for a breaking wheel to control. But this does not really hinder Dreamer to find the next target, to actually find the mechanic that we were talking about. You want to go for the most optimized target right here, and being the mechanic with that strong decoding power is definitely something that you want to go for as Dreamer, as Hunter side right now. Fusion Reed trying to hit that survivor, but they have learned their lesson. We have mechanic already having 2 spikes hit, and this might be a 1 hit down on the mechanic, but the doll is in action.
Yeah, the doll over there at the 2-story building, the haunted house. We do note that the toy merchant is in this area as well, focusing on the cipher that is near the first stop. So I wonder if Chris will be the one to go for the rescue here. Dreamer could actually chase her on foot since she is very close by, but I'm pretty sure she has set already her catapult for her to be able to maneuver in and around, but now goes back to wheel form to try and defend this chair. Again, the mobility and range of this Hunter is something to highlight, ladies and gentlemen. You saw how he was transitioning over to the god kiting area outside of the 2-story building, and he's able to zip in and out. So he's able to guard 2 places at the same time, which is the second stop as well as the spot at 2-story building, which I believe it was the forward that was there. So excellent start so far for the breaking wheel.
Yes, as you just highlighted, the possibilities that you have, the opportunities to just transition out of the area that you're in, especially if we look at it forward, was in such a fantastic area. And there we can see the one weakness that, or one of the few weaknesses that the breaking wheel has, these narrow paths with a lot of obstacles where you cannot really navigate around, and Ford being such a very, very well controlled player right here, avoiding the hits and forcing the breaking wheel to go around, forcing Dreamer to just say, alright, Ford is not necessarily the target I want to go for anyway. In this area, he will probably buy way too much time for the rest of the team, especially for the mechanic to decode all of these cipher machines. So let's just get out of here. Let's see if I can find a better target immediately. Finding that mechanic, concentrating on the mechanic, but the doll still in action. Even if the mechanic is on the chair, we have another additional decoder basically on the ground. So that is something to keep in mind. And you said it, Toy Merchant was in the area, was rotating out a little bit, and now we have what I have seen so far, Breaking Wheel, Dreamer, just guarding the rocket chair, but also going back and forth between the 2 cipher machines that are nearby, just to put pressure on the survivors, to slow down the decoding, and forcing them to just stay away from these ciphers. Also, protecting the rocket chair, so that is a very, very good start so far from Dreamer right here.
Yeah, and I think that's the mark of a great hunter, like knowing when, all right, I'm not in the best area, so I gotta cut my losses and look for another target. And he was rewarded. Look at the Toy Merchant coming in from above, but the last effort was popped. It was a great effort by Chris. I think he set up a catapult at that second stop and utilized it to go for that rescue. Now Dreamer realizing, all right, I want to try to go for that double down situation, but I don't want to lose track of Websies. Websy now just moving over to this god kiting area where the forward is, mind you. So this is going to be quite tough of a situation. Dreamer realizing, all right, I'm going to go back to that wheel form to try and just swat away this forward.
Oh, now having the skill up and actually being able to utilize the spikes, and tries to hit the forward before he can attempt any rescues. Oh, has 2 spikes in. Now it's definitely a little bit more dangerous for the forward to go near Dreamer. Let's see how this plays out. We have forward being in the area, definitely putting pressure on the hunter, and it's not necessarily going in for that stun right away. He's gonna get the rescue right here. Again, forward cannot take that hit because he will go down. And at the same time, we have the mechanic.
Going for another stun. Wow. Oh, goes for the excitement, and now both are hit. Last effort popped on both sides. Zero trying to gamble it all with that hit, but the excitement was able to counter that stun. Excellent timing on that, by the way, because Dreamer didn't use the excitement right away. Really baited that forward to going for another stun, and now we see that Dreamer will be downing and sending the mechanic out of the game, and now we'll transition over to that forward if he can choose to, but it seems like he's going to go back to Will Form and try to find another optimal target to try to exhaust the self-heal of that forward.
Wow, just really playing proactive when it comes to the late game, really knowing, alright, if I exhaust the self-heal of the forward, I'm gonna have an easier late game and I don't have to do the back and forth. But now, concentrating on Zero right here, I mean, still, with the wheel form, you can check out the area. You don't necessarily have to immediately go to the next target because you have the time. You can just transition so fast on the map that it doesn't really matter if you know, just take a look at other Cypher machines and get a little bit of an overview where the rest of the survivors are before bringing the forward on the chair. And now we can see, again, the mechanic stall is just standing there, is being used, but 2 Cypher machines remaining. I'm curious to see how the survivor side will handle this. We have Chris coming in as Toy Merchant. We also have right here the Coordinator coming in. So this means nobody is decoding right now.
Yeah, that's actually a sigh of relief on the side of the Hunter. And you see how he was looking up constantly to see if there's any, well, rescues from above. But he sees that Chris, wow, able to go through the pallet there, and now sees that, all right, changing targets might be the most optimal thing. Dreamer now wanting to get another spike on Chris. And now we see that he's almost at full presence and able to get him in the trap. The Toy Merchant is down, and Dreamer still adding way more pressure here. The Mercenary about to pop that Cypher over at the bridge area. So now 1 Cypher remains, but still anyone's game. There's still not that one game-changing moment on either side. So let's see how Guardian even will respond to this, because they are pretty well spread out, and it is the Toy Merchant that has the most mobility among these 2 survivors.
Look at them just staying there, giving to Nidus, but also trying to hide, to buy more time. You can see the Mercenary really forcing Dreamer to stay in the area and trying to give more time to the forward who is decoding that last Cypher machine. Question is, will Mercenary be able to actually get the Toy Merchant off the chair, and will the forward be able to prime that Cypher machine to start the late game? Because that could be a really good situation for the survivors. If they're able to pop that Cypher with 3 survivors still alive, it's gonna be difficult to actually get out of here. Now we can see Toy Merchant is taking that. Mercenary was still trying. Oh, Mercenary was blocking.
Yeah, the Mercenary. Excellent job. And now it's Mercenary's time on that rocket chair, but this is just buying more time for the survivors to pop that Cypher. And he did take note that there is a mechanic stall inside the factory and goes for the trap. Tries to go for a placement. Oh my god, he was able to get it. Did he bait any movement? No. The Toy Merchant is still staying up there, waiting for the time for her teammate to prime that Cypher. And now this is actually a tough spot for Dreamer to be in, because the Mercenary does take a longer time on the rocket share before Chris is able to utilize that catapult. We do see that he is just waiting for that Cypher to be primed. But yeah, it's the waiting game from both these players. And we see that the forward is about to prime that Cypher. Toy Merchant cannot take another hit. But with that popped Cypher, possibly can, drops down, waits for the pop to happen, and now the end game is at 9.
What a fantastic play on the survivor side, and now we can see they are very split up. We can see forward going to be executed on the other side, and this might actually be the chance of at least 1 survivor out of there. We now have the Mercenary being chased right here, which will probably end up in the down that will happen. Oh! Able to escape with the dash. Not that that necessarily matters, because if he is taking that hit, Mercenary will go down either way. Oh, it actually matters. If he was taking that spike, he would go down with the skill. Oh!
Yeah, can't get the snap just yet. So excellent utilization here. Dreamer now put in a tough spot, because the dungeon is right there. The forward is already able to open, and now we see that he has no more elbow pads to utilize. Wants to trap him. He can go for that snap, but the delayed effect. Oh my god, he can still make it to the dungeon, Grizzly.
Oh my god.
Trap placement, will slow him down just a little bit. And now we see that the Toy Merchant about to exit. Can he make it in time? Oh my god, he's not going to be able to make it in time. Dreamer hitting him away from the dungeon. It was so close, but it is a tied game, Grizzly.
Ooh, that was way too action-packed right here. What an end game. Again, Survivors really doing a fantastic job. As you already pointed out, they were taking the turns right here with the mercenary on the chair, which was buying enough time for the Ford to pop that Cypher, or at least to prime it, to get the rescue going. We had 3 Survivors up and running, which was already setting up for at least a 1 Survivor escape with the Ford on the other side of the gate. And that is just how we can see the stats right here. Look at the containment time. Mercenary as well as Toy Merchant was just there all of the time, was trying to rescue and secure. Ford also being very helpful with the stuns, was trying to rescue the mechanic early in the game. But Breaking Wheel as streamer was really focusing on that mechanic. You really want to slow down that decoding speed and push it to a longer game to give you more options to bring down and to eliminate Survivors. But at the end of the day, if we look at the Cypher Machine progress, the Survivors did a fantastic job. And again, that late game coordination from the Survivors and the chance of the Mercenary to possibly get to that dungeon. He was denied the dungeon, but just with a, slight movement of the Breaking Wheel, pushing the Mercenary away from the dungeon instead of onto the dungeon when he goes down. So fantastic play from both sides. Definitely a head-to-head start right here. 2 points for both teams, not giving each other anything. Curious to see if one of the teams will now get more points. Curious to see if Garden of Eden on the Hunter side this time will get more Survivors eliminated, or if Fusion will be able to get more Survivors out of the game.
And considering how the Breaking Wheel started that match, it was looking like he was ramping up for more than a tie, right? Because he was able to change his target away from that Forward, going with the mechanic, stuffs the rescue. I think the Survivors did a great job in taking turns on the rocket chair and just buying time for each other and knowing the strengths to play to try and not get them focused, because he had some good hits. He was able to down the Toy Merchant, and then there was still that moment where the Mercenary was able to tank that hit. It's just that the Mercenary got the attention, now placed on that rocket chair, and you saw that the Toy Merchant, all right, I'm going to wait here until the end game is going to happen. And yeah, it was excellent back and forth. And I would say on the side of on Garden of Eden, I think that's a victory in its own right, just denying the Breaking Wheel any points, because huge map, you have no Hunter bans. If they get a tie, that's a win in their book.
That is for sure. And as you mentioned, with the start on the Breaking Wheel side right there, it really looked like this is going to be a fast-paced game. It really looked like the Breaking Wheel might be able to get more than 2 Survivors out of the game. But the late game coordination of the Survivor side was absolutely fantastic. Just being there, Toy Merchant just waiting it out and knowing, hey, we need that time. We need the Ford to finish up that Cypher, to prime it for us, because that will help us in the late game. So definitely a great coordination late game on Garden of Eden side. So yeah, what a match, what a start. We are now switching sides. This time we have Fusion on the Survivor side. I'm curious to see if we are going to have Polar on the coordinator. I'm curious to see what we can expect from either Walmart or Slate. I'm not sure who exactly will be in for the first round, but since this is still the first round, there are a lot of options on the table right here. We could see another Breaking Wheel match. We could also see a Sculptor match. Sculptor also really strong on this map. Sculptor generally everywhere very strong, so it doesn't really matter which map. So very curious to see the second half of this first round, and if one of the teams can decide the victory for this first round, or if it will go into a tie and we're gonna see the third round.
True. You mentioned it. One thing I'm looking forward to is seeing Polars as that coordinator, because even though they were able to see Ever sleeping either Moonlit River Park in the previous day, and he still opted for that coordinator. Now, on the side of Walmart, though, he does have that Sculptor, as you mentioned, and also that Breaking Wheel. So, if it's on the table, might as well get the respect on that Breaking Wheel, just so Sculptor can come out in round number 2, depending on the map, of course. However, considering this, the map as well as the resume of Bacon, we might see a Breaking Wheel. Especially, you saw how effective the Breaking Wheel was in terms of patrolling around the area and maneuvering in and out. It's just the Survivors were so good at just capturing the attention and constantly shifting on the rocket chair and taking those hits. And I would say utilizing the resources as one person. So amazing stuff on the side of Garden of Eden. It is Fusion's time, though, to do the surviving.
And I would double down on that. Breaking Wheel could definitely be a really, really good pick, because I almost feel like maybe, in the second round, we might see the Ever Sleeping Town map, on which both hunters are really good. We would have Sculptor, we would have Breaking Wheel. So getting now the respect of the Breaking Wheel would put Fusion definitely into a difficult spot, because what are you going to ban? Are you going to ban the Sculptor, or are you going to ban the Breaking Wheel on that very strong map, especially when Bacon is very well known for both of the hunters. So that's definitely a really, really good thing to point out. And talking about, a potential coordinator on Fusion's side, I also want to highlight that Garden of Eden was immediately pulling out that Toy Merchant on definitely a fantastic map for the Toy Merchant. As you mentioned, being on the first stop of the roller coaster and just utilizing your skill as Toy Merchant to get extremely high and basically fly across the entire match and landing right next to the rocket chair unharmed, at least up to this very moment. Definitely a really, really good play right here, and definitely a really, really good pick when it comes to the Moonlit River Park maps. So I'm curious to see what the lineup will bring us in the future right here, because again, we might see a coordinator in round number 1 right here on Fusion's survivor side, and then later on we will have more bans. We might see more very, very interesting characters we haven't necessarily seen that often. But yeah, right now everything is still on the table. Both teams are head-to-head, 2 points on both sides. They can still take it home, and we are about to jump into the second half with Fusion this time on the survivor side and Garden of Eden on the hunting side.
Yeah, and I can't wait. You said it, the Toy Merchant being so good at this map with the second floor, and also utilizing the second and third stop to use that catapult. I'm excited to see how that meta is going to change, especially in certain matchups, and how you're going to be able to anti-air her and try to just get her out of the sorry?
Yeah, no, I just
okay.
just wanted to put something that, since you were just talking about the Toy Merchant again, we talked about this Fusion, K-Dad. We have seen K-Dad utilizing the Toy Merchant as well. I just want to ask you, do you think we might see another Toy Merchant match right away?
You know what? With how things are looking, yeah, I have a feeling K-Dad might bring it out. Right. We might actually see the same lineup of yesterday's match, because I believe the yesterday's match, it brought out, in this specific map, the forward was there, Sessy's Seer came out, Polar's coordinator, and K-Dad's Toy Merchant.
Yeah.
So that might be the lineup we're certainly looking at, especially since, I'll just call a spade. Toy Merchant isn't priority banned. Like, there are other scarier survivors out there with the Priestess, with the Mechanic. So yeah, I will say that I'm confident that we might see another Toy Merchant, especially with how amazing the Toy Merchant is in this map, as shown by Garden of Eden.
That is for sure, yeah. I can only agree. I was just looking at the stats, and I was like, yes, sure, exactly. Fusion, K-Dad coming in as Toy Merchant, that's definitely an option. Definitely something I'm looking forward to. Want to see more rescues like we just saw. Go ahead.
I have a question, and this is kind of unrelated because Wax Artist isn't yet in the meta. Can the Wax Artist shoot the Toy Merchant from up above?
Ooh, that is a good question. That I actually can't really tell you. I think he can definitely shoot into a direction. I'm not really sure if he can actually reach that high.
Yeah,
it depends, but I think, the chance of him hitting her might probably just while she's hovering above the ground while she's landing. So I don't think that he will be able to look up straight into the air to hit the Toy Merchant. Definitely a really, really interesting thought that you have right there. I honestly can't answer you that right now.
Yeah, no worries. Because I mean, we have to think about that now because Wax Artist is not available. But yeah, it's just those type of things that we're just gonna find out in professional player, or we'll lab it later to see if that can actually happen. But yeah, just thinking about how Toy Merchant can be countered or utilized is just one of the beauties of competitive play. I know IVL is the one to look after and look forward to because that's the one that's sort of pushing the meta. But I do believe that NAEU is pushing the meta in its own right, and how they're able to find different ways to find tricks and find certain plays to happen. And it seems like very strong is Toy Merchant in the Moonlit River Park.
That is for sure. And I'm just thinking about it. Even if the possibility for the Wax Artist is existing that, they could shoot the Toy Merchant down. If that is happening, that would be a highlight moment. That would be a highlight moment. You have to be
and then
such
she
a
freezes
sniper.
in midair and then she falls down. Oh no.
She just drops down. Yeah, I definitely think even if it's that's the first question. Is it even possible? But if it is possible, that's going to be very, very unlikely. It's going to be very, very difficult to hit that Toy Merchant out of the air enough times to actually bring her down. So if that's possible, it's definitely going to be a highlight reel right there. But for today's matches, we don't really have to worry about that because obviously Wax Artist, such a new hunter, is not allowed in this lineup. I'm very, very just want to, push it a little bit further since you said, since we are talking about the Wax Artist that we will most likely see in future tournaments. Yes. Let's just say, talking about future tournaments, right now a lot of new characters are coming to the game, a lot of new characters that might change the meta, that might change up things very, very much because we have the Novelist, we have the little girl coming in, and we also have the new hunter that is just available for a few days now, since a few days, with the event, with the Time of Reunion event storyline update that I really, really enjoy, by the way. Nightmare, really, really curious to see that hunter coming to the game because I have, played him a little bit and I have played against him a little bit, and I have to say that hunter, I'm very curious to see that hunter in tournaments in the future because I almost feel like this hunter will be a hunter that we might see in future tournaments.
Is that a Grizzly guarantee?
I don't want to, I don't want to take...
Worries. It's because again, very new, right? We're not sure yet how the capabilities of a specific hunter, even the Novelist and the little girl, right? It was very well received. Interesting mechanic of the Novelist, how you could switch. Can definitely be it's really cool how go for a rescue then switch, but then again it's good on paper, but again same with the Nightmare, right? You really have to put it into practice to see. So again it's a great time to be Identity 5 fan. There's just so much content just in this month alone. They weren't kidding when they were pushing for November. There's going to be a story update, there's going to be so much characters coming out, and really excited to see how this is going to affect the competitive scene, because not only was there a big shakeup with both the Patient and Psychologist as well as the Toy Merchant, but now the Hunter mains out there have the Nightmare to look forward to. They got the little girl as well as the Novelist to see how things can shake up. And it's a great time to be Identity 5 fans. So I hope you guys have been utilizing these events to stay updated with everything related to the game. Right now, again, the most recent patch we're playing in only allows the Toy Merchant, the Psychologist, as well as the Patient. In terms of hunters, Naiad is the newest addition in the mix. We have yet to see it this weekend, but I believe in the previous weekend we did see some Naiad plays come out. And thoughts to add, Grizzly?
Yeah, no, I can only agree. Definitely an interesting time to be in this Identity 5 community right here, and definitely an interesting future that we are looking into with all these new characters coming into the competitive scene, and I'm really, really curious to see how this will play out. Very, very interested in general, just seeing how the meta will shift, because we have talked about this before. If we look back at the game's history, at the tournament history, at the meta history, there were different hunters back then. There were different survivors back then being in the meta. And we saw, for example, Seer being on the bank for the entire tournaments, because he is just such an extremely strong survivor. He still is, but there were additions that were, giving the Seer a little bit of a break, because there are other priority bans now, and you can see Seers being more utilized in the teams, and you see how hunters just have to adapt to the Seer, because obviously you don't want to have other characters in the game, so you have to prioritize these characters. And now, I've been banning the Seer last year, but this year I just have to, adapt to the situation that the Seer is in the match, and I have to utilize maybe new hunters or maybe new strategies. absolutely love to see how Identity V always switches it up, always switches up the meta, the tempo, and the strategies you have to utilize. You can't just sit there and use your same hunter, your same survivor over and over again. You actually have to adapt to the situation, and you have to adapt to new characters, and you have to adapt to buffs and debuffs of characters as well, because the game is supposed to be balanced, and therefore the devs have to buff and debuff characters, which might affect you as a certain character player. And this is why all of these top players that we are seeing right here is not only having one survivor or one hunter up their storage, up their arsenal, because, you know, they know that first of all, in the future, maybe my character that I'm playing right now might not be as good anymore, but I'm also very, very good with other characters. And at the same time, during the tournament, you don't necessarily know what your opponent will ban. Maybe they will ban your character, so you have to specialize on a variety of characters. And talking about a variety of characters, we are jumping into the second half. Now we have Garden of Eden on the hunting side. We also have Fusion on the survivor side. We can see that Seer ban on the map, which is still the Moonadrill Park map. And we can see Forward as well as Mechanic coming right out into the field.
So it seems like, yeah, he's raring up for a breaking wheel, because we did see in the previous match that, oh, wow, Mercenary as well as Seer allowing the Priestess to come in. So not quite sure if they'll offer Priestess. Sussy already locked in the Mechanic. K-Dead can still go for that Toy Merchant, but goes for that Patient. And Polars, will he go for the... has to prioritize the Priestess. I 100% agree with this, even though I want to see the Coordinator. If the Priestess is on the table, you gotta take it. And Bacon going with that breaking wheel. And yeah, just eliminating the Mercenary for that delayed effect of the hit, and Seer just nullifying the Owl so he can't give foresight to where the Hunter is definitely going to be a good ban on the side of Garden of Eden's Bacon.
That is for sure. It's gonna be a very, very interesting match. This time, a little bit of a different lineup when we look at the survivors, and this time it might end up a little bit different. Again, both sides just need more points than the other side. Either 3 survivors eliminated, 3 survivors are out of the gate to secure the victory in this first round. We can see Bacon going into the direction of the Mechanic already. Will he find the Mechanic? No, he's going to take a sharp right here, finding what is K-Dead, the Patient. That could still be a very, very good find early in the game.
Yeah, just utilizing the skill just from sliding and then going back to the slide here. So K-Dead now has to be the first one to take this first kite, while everyone else, the Mechanic, being unseen and untouched. So this is actually a good start for Fusion here. K-Dead just has to be very careful not to get another spike in him. Can eat one more hit, but yeah, another spike is going to be an immediate down for K-Dead. Uses once again just to get to the second floor, changing levels. I love it.
Ooh, Bacon really forcing him to go down right here. Tried to throw it, was not throwing it far enough, and that is giving K-Dead time to actually transition into the building. We saw how Garden of Eden was able to kite around in that building and forcing the breaking wheel to change targets. But now Patient already has 2 spikes attached to himself. If he's taking the trap, he will go down with the swing. First survivor down in a really, really good kiting area. The thing is, Patient was already having the 2 spikes attached to him, which is making it a little bit easier for Eden to go down, to hit K-Dead on with the normal swing, and is now bringing him. I'm sorry, I'm very excited because you can see Survivor is in the basement, and this is definitely a lot of pressure now on Fusion's side.
Yeah, and look at that. You already sniping out Bossy. This is the long portal that was given, waiting for them to make a move here. And yeah, Bacon utilizing the mobility and the excellent speed of this breaking wheel just to patrol around this basement. It's going to be quite tough to go for that basement rescue. Polars in the immediate area now will go in and out of the portal there. But K-Dead, you know, I feel like they might actually have to sacrifice him because they still have the Mechanics doll. So technically it's still 4 people decoding, while the Patient is already running out of time. Bossy once again being very careful here. Oh, eats a spike, and it seems like Bacon is going to be prioritizing this forward now.
We can see he still has the blink prepared, so he might actually try to get Bossy right here. Maybe with another, you know, wheel form spike, which will put a lot of pressure on him. Oh, look at that. Cypher machines are popping. We're down to 2 Cypher machines. That is the power of a mechanic on the field. We still have 3 survivors on the ground, but will they be able to, you know, push to the last Cypher machine? Oh, look at that. 2 spikes. There is the blink coming in, and we have the mechanic down. But again, look at Ford bringing down that Cypher machine so fast. We are down to already 1 Cypher machine. I mean, at least a little bit. There we go. 1 Cypher machine remaining. We are in the late game yet again. Not even thinking about bringing the mechanic to the chair right away, because you can just cross the entire map in the wheel form and then still come back for that mechanic if needed. Fantastic job so far from both sides. Honestly, this is kind of like a deja vu map. 1 survivor is eliminated now, 3 survivors fighting. Was taking that spike.
No, he avoided it. The first spike was given. So excellent by Polaris. And oh, now activates that. Tries to go for another swing. And now we see that the Holy Keys are not ready. But oh my god, the trap placement. Well placed by Bacon. And we see that the healing is being done by the mechanic. And Bacon going back to the wheel form here. Just trying to deny Polars to try and push for that for any ciphers and trying to down this Priestess. Oh, trying to go for the train. Can he go for the train? Watch out. He's able to go for it. Did they press the second stop, though? Forcing Bacon to just travel on foot. Polars, though, able to go down at second stop. This is going to be quite the situation now. Bacon deciding to go to the left side, which, it just ignores completely and goes straight to just pressuring these ciphers.
As I mentioned, this is almost like a deja vu, where we have the 3 survivors trying to bring down the Cypher machines, trying to set up everything for the late game and really buying more time. We can now see the slow vaulting animation. Will it be enough for the mechanic to get away? Yes, it will. Was trying to hit through right here. Bacon is really trying to get the eyes on the mechanic. Was damaging the mechanic and is concentrating on the Cypher machines. You want to prevent the survivors from decoding that Cypher machine. Oh, actually crossing the entire map right here, trying to snipe out Polar. While I think what was the forward was actually able to go to the Cypher machine.
Yeah, true. And also take note that Bacon did switch to Peepers, and now...
Oh, that might be a roller coaster right here.
Yeah, and just utilizing the Holy Key. We do see that the mechanic, Stahl, is also working with that forward. Almost halfway done with that Cypher that is near the broken carousel. Bossy now has some football to utilize to get away, and now we see that the mechanic Stahl will be sniped out. Fully fed Bacon now, like full presence now. We see that he is planting these peepers down, but look at that, the Priestess, they're so good at separating the attention away from each other, and now he's forced to go back into will form to try and defend. Can Bacon pop it in time? He's already being very careful and running away. Bossy now eating some spikes as well as the mechanic's doll, and Bacon really zoning in on this area while you see that the Priestess is transitioning to pop this one Cypher.
That forward will go down if the skill is activated and is taking these spikes with him, and he is on the floor. He will be on the chair. Fantastic job from Bacon. Now he has to be careful though, because 2 Cypher machines are almost primed, I would say. They are just waiting. Their doll is down, cannot necessarily be helpful when it comes to the Cypher pop, but on the other side we have the Priestess being ready. And again, deja vu. 3 survivors still alive. They are trying to rescue the 1 survivor from the rocket chair, and they have that 1 Cypher machine primed. He might go down, but he still will be able to get that rescue.
Oh!
Nice rescue! Did not even take the hit, which is definitely in favor of the survivors.
Goes for the pop, and now they're trying to push for the end game. He's going to go to wheel form. The dungeon is in this area, and it seems like he is focusing on this mechanic while the forward tries to open the exit gate on this side of the map. Sussy buying so much time, just trying to frustrate Bacon into going to up the slide, and still no detention, mind you. So this mechanic can't eat a normal hit. Will is trying to transition away, and now the exit gate is about to open. Sussy now, in between him and gets the snap, and now we see that it might be a tied game. We are guaranteed a match number 3, Grizzly.
What? I can only repeat myself. What a deja vu. It was literally the same lineup right here. We had the survivors on both exit gates trying to escape just in time to open up that dungeon. And we had 1 survivor at the dungeon trying to get to it, but being denied the dungeon. This is also another tie match, another tie for both teams, 2 points for both teams, which means we are, as you mentioned, guaranteed a third round right here. Very, very exciting because third rounds mean more bans and more very, very interesting pick when it comes to characters. Even if we already saw very, very interesting picks when it comes to characters we haven't necessarily seen that often. Fantastic start, a perfect tie when it comes to round number 1 on both sides.
And I just have to say also that I'm taking it a bit ahead of I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but this has to be good on the side of B4U because these guys are going to give it their all, right? And the winner of this match has to save some in the tank because how intense these are going, they're definitely going all out. Still have to face B4U. So hopefully these guys know that it's not a sprint, it is a marathon because we will see a winner here and they will go to the grand finals to face B4U. But let's check out the match stats here. 7 knockdowns, 28 strikes, 4 pallets destroyed on the side of Bacon, leaving to a tie. But look at the containment time on the mechanic. Excellent job. With triple digits on a mechanic. That's insane. With one of the most mobile hunters out there is definitely a feather in the cap of Sassy Seiken. Going down the list here, everyone was above 60 seconds. K-Dead taking the first kite above 60 seconds, which was a great job on his side. And Priestess, the portals were being utilized, but the cleanup was being done by Bacon. And Bossy's forward, not much stuns being utilized, more on just kiting and utilizing the football to just create that distance. So in a nutshell, Deja Vu, tied game. We are all tied up. We are definitely seeing a match number 3.
That is for sure. And as you mentioned, Patient being the first kite right here was doing a fantastic job. I was really, really impressed by the hook that the Patient was utilizing right there, but unfortunately was going down inside the haunted house, which was also leading him to be on the chair in the basement, which was definitely in favor of the breaking wheel right here, but that did not discourage the entire team to still give it their best and to still get that at least tie, to tie that first round. Fantastic job. And I mean, the rest of it almost felt like we have seen this before. It almost felt like, wait a minute, is this still the first half? Because this just happened. So fantastic job there, both giving it their all. And as you mentioned, the winner of the team Fusion versus Garden of Eden will compete against B4U, and as you mentioned, they might see this as a sprint, but they also get a really, really good warm-up right here to go against someone in such a head-to-head way where they know, okay, they are on my level, we're gonna get warmed up, and as soon as we defeated our opponent, we're gonna face B4U while we already have some matches into us, while we already are warmed up and ready to go against B4U. Such a huge opponent to face in the finals. But at the same time, those are the finals. It's going to be a difficult fight for both sides.
And the question I'm wondering now is that, all right, both tied, right? Does that guarantee a respect ban of the breaking wheel? Because we've seen matches like this, right? That the hunter didn't work out. They allowed the hunter to come in, and the hunter's already warmed up with that certain, with breaking wheel, dream match, whatever you may call it. Depending on the map, that's something that we have to discuss because it's very important because it's a dead even race now. We are guaranteed a round number 3, and all the choices they make here on out would weigh heavily, depending if they can get to that grand finals position.
And as you mentioned, the question is, which map are we going to see? Is it the Ever Sleeping Town? Because then I can understand that we don't even have to discuss it. There might be a breaking wheel ban on both sides because the Ever Sleeping Town just being such a very, very heavily positive map for the breaking wheel might definitely lead into the breaking wheel ban. But then on the other side, if we look at the hunters, both are very, very well known for their sculptors as well, which is just a fantastic character for the Ever Sleeping Town as well. So it's very, very difficult to decide because, are we going to ban the breaking wheel, who is extremely strong on the Ever Sleeping Town, or are we going to respect ban the sculptor just because the sculptor is such a strong hunter? And, because they were both going against the breaking wheel and they were able to achieve a really, really good tie. So maybe they say, hey, if we have to face another breaking wheel, that might be easier for us than facing a sculptor that might get the 4 survival elimination on the Ever Sleeping Town. So there's definitely that question on the map. And there's definitely the question which hunter will be banned, because there are I would say these two options, Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. Even if we saw Breaking Wheel in round number 1, doesn't necessarily mean that we have to see a Breaking Wheel ban. So that means we might see another Breaking Wheel in the fight between Fusion and Garden of Eden.
Ooh, and we just heard that the map we're playing at is Red Church.
Oh,
Fusion will be hunting first. You know what? I would say that maybe you don't necessarily have to ban that Breaking Wheel because, again, Breaking Wheel and Red Church, with the broken walls, you can create those windows, and windows are the bane of the existence of the Breaking Wheel. So it can heavily favor Dream Witch. We saw how good Dream Witches were, Bloody Queens, Sculptors. So yeah, agreeing with you there, Grizzly, that we are going to see a Sculptor ban. From both Dreamer as well as Bacon, they're so proficient with that Sculptor. You do not want to face that. The respect ban will be coming out on both teams for that Sculptor.
I mean, yeah, that is for sure. I was basing my ban prediction when I was saying like either Breaking Wheel or Sculptor purely on the map. Yeah, purely on the map selection of the Ever Sleeping Town. But with Red Church, there's no question. We're gonna see the Sculptor ban. This is round number 2. We have one Hunter ban, and you just want to avoid the Sculptor to come to the ground, especially with these two Hunters, Bacon as well as Dreamer. They are very well known for the Sculptor, so you don't really want to deal with that. So that's going to be very, very interesting. We are about to jump into our second match, and this match, both teams know, hey, if we can take this home, we are going into round number 3 with a little bit less of pressure. We are having our first round win in round number 2, so let's just, focus all our energy into getting that victory, because it's definitely putting you in a better mindset, in a less pressured situation. And yeah, I'm very, very curious which team will take it home, or if this might actually end up being another very, very perfect tie situation on both sides. I mean, 2 points on both sides twice in a row. This could go all the way out into the next round as well, in my opinion.
And it's going to come down to the points, right? If ever. Yeah, that's definitely something that could definitely happen. Considering now the map being Red Church, I have a feeling we will see sort of the same type of bans, because again, Priestess is really good. Depending on the hunter's preference, if you're going to go for those single hit hunters like we saw in the previous matches, you want to ban that Seer right off the bat. You want to just get maybe even the Perfumer, just maybe get rid of that forward. But considering that the Sculptor is out of the picture, we have yet to see a Bonbon. We have yet to see a Anne. We have yet to see the violinist. I'm just putting some hunters out there. There's a lot of hunters we haven't seen yet, but I'm excited because Dreamer from Fusion, because Fusion will be hunting first, known as a Sculptor main, brought out the Breaking Wheel. Now, we're being granted the 3rd round already. He's going to have to push a little harder with what other hunters he has. I'm sure he has some, but bring it out just in this type of tournament, in this type of scenario, is something that I'm looking forward to seeing.
Definitely very curious to see which hunter we are seeing next. As you mentioned, we still have to see varieties of hunters coming to the ground, and there might be an option for, we already saw Gamekeeper in this tournament. Maybe there are a lot of wars, maybe not necessarily the best hunter when it comes to the church, but definitely there are good picks available to all of the players when it not only comes to the survivor side, but also the hunter side. And we might also see like OG hunters, old hunters like the Soul Weaver. We might see the Ripper coming into the game as well. So it's really hard to make a prediction right here. It's definitely a really, really good map for a lot of hunters. And I'm just curious to see which hunter. I don't even want to make a prediction. I just want to get surprised. I want to see which characters they are playing. As you mentioned, Fusion, Streamer, as well as Bacon, very, very well known for these meta characters like the Sculptor as well as the Breaking Wheel. And now the question is, since we are talking about very, very meta characters, what comes to mind? Dream Witch. Are we going to see, both of these teams just staying in lane of the meta characters and utilizing the Dream Witch, which has been performing extremely well in the previous match when we looked at B4U against Legacy. So that could definitely be a pick that we could see. Then we also have the Bloody Queen, which is, as we already said it over and over again, the tie queen. But at the same time, maybe this is going to be a very, very head-to-head matchup right here, where we see another tie after tie until one team is breaking out of this curse of the tie and just taking 1 point more home to secure the victory for themselves. So yeah, there are different options on the table. When we are talking about meta, there's still, the Dream Witch and as well as the Bloody Queen. But as you said, Guard 26 could come to the table. We also have other very old characters like Soul Weaver, Ripper. Just curious to see, I'm just throwing out some hunters that could be utilized, but I would just lean back, wait for a moment and see what these players will utilize.
I'm so glad you mentioned Soul Weaver, because Soul Weaver has been making her way into the meta as of late because of Chinatown. We haven't seen a Chinatown map just yet, and in IVL, like just Afu utilizing the Soul Weaver in a huge map like that, just because of the structures, right? So it's great to see those OG hunters coming back, especially with not much changes in the current patch. It's more of just the map in general. So you gotta love how the balancing team and also the community, how they're able to find the best possible solution for a competitive play and to just really push the meta. So excited to see, when it comes to Red Church, what we'll be dealing with. But I don't think we'll stray too far away from what is already known in utilizing in the Red Church. Even in terms of survivor bans, they might still go for the same old mechanic, priestess, forward, or mechanic, priestess, psychologist, depending on the hunter that will be coming out. Because it seems like they do favor banning the psychologist more than the mercenary in terms of single hit hunters. Because you just have to wait for the mercenary to go down. But the psychologist, as you mentioned, can also tank those hits and just be a nightmare to kite, leaving open maybe a seer psychologist combo. And the possibilities are pretty much endless since this is just the second round. But it does get a little more interesting in the third round, especially when you ban an entire team, an entire international lineup, if you would, of survivors, and more hunter bans on the side of the team that will be doing the surviving. So Red Church would be the match we will be playing in, ladies and gentlemen.
That is for sure. As you mentioned, in round number 3, we're going to see a lot of bans when it comes to the survivor side. But even now in round number 2, 3 bans on the survivor side, that could definitely lead up into a little bit of a mixed up lineup, because we already have seen a mixed up lineup. We already have seen on the Moonriver Park map characters that are being utilized in different ways. For example, the Toy Merchant. And just talking about these players again, we might see a coordinator coming to the lineup. So even if the most meta characters being banned, we definitely have options right here. Coordinator on both sides at the end of the day. We also have a Toy Merchant on both sides at the end of the day. And yeah, Psychologist, definitely a character, you mentioned it, that might be banned since we already have 3 bans available. Very, very curious to see if that Toy Merchant will be banned, because as far as I remember, none of the teams have been utilizing the... No, did I say Toy Merchant? Psychologist. Yeah. None of the teams have been utilizing the Psychologist yet. So are we going to see that new character that is making her way into the meta, like strongly making her way into the meta lately? Are we going to see that, or are we going to see the ban for that character? It really, really comes down to what are you given with the bans, right? As soon as you see the bans, what might be the setup right here for which hunter the setup will be. And according to that, we're going to pick our next 2 survivors. And it's going to be very, very interesting on both sides. Because yet again, even if we saw different survivors being utilized on both sides in round number 1, it was just head-to-head. Both teams were literally putting out the same moves. It was the same game almost, to, say, when we look at the progress and what happened. Like the key moments that happened were almost the same. Same hunter. We had 3 survivors open at the end. We had both survivors splitting up to the gate. We had the dungeon that was an option for both of the remaining survivors in the teams. So again, very, very interesting to see if this will happen again, because usually you don't necessarily see such a deja vu map. And yeah, just seeing these 2 teams that are very, very even when it comes to their skill set, which I absolutely love, because that's just what it makes interesting, right? You don't necessarily always want to see one team getting the 4 survivor eliminations. Sometimes it's just these clutch moments where the last survivor goes to the dungeon, and this could be a 3-point game or it could be a tie, and then you just have, like, that's where the excitement is coming from. That's what I'm talking about, and I hope, and I am pretty sure that Garden of Eden and Fusion will bring more excitement in the second round as well as in the following third round that we are definitely going to see.
Oh yeah, it really went down to the wire. Just those split-second decisions, and even taking it back to B4U versus Legacy, right? It went down to that split-second decision where they decided to go and separate. And when it comes down to the wire, those are the things we highlight, and those are the things we like to celebrate. Now, looking at the possibilities of this matchup, Garden of Eden will be doing the surviving, right? So they have been favoring Postman in smaller maps. So that's, I think, something that we have to talk about too, because Postman coming into the mix here allows a more rescue-heavy lineup, because Postman isn't classified as a decoder. He's more of a support character, especially giving out those letters. And the way Postman was utilized by Chris was pretty good. And, Postman mains out there, also to mention Cats. Other Postmans also in IVL. They're not only good at sending those notes out, but just the way they're able to time positioning their dog bite. And also making sure, because the dog bite can only go a certain range, then will come back, and make sure that on the way back, even the hunter would be will be victimized by the dog. And I'm excited to see how that will pan out in terms of the picks for Garden of Eden. Are there any survivors that you're looking forward to seeing come out in this matchup?
Well, I mean, if we are talking about the characters and the players that we are seeing right here, Coordinator would definitely be something that I would like to see, because the Coordinator's flare gun can be utilized in different ways. It can prolong your kite, it can also help you while you're rescuing a teammate, and in some ways it can even, help survivors to get off the balloons. So that's definitely a very, very interesting character that we could see. In general, I would definitely love to see the Psychologist, because Psychologist being utilized and being such a new character, now still able to be picked, because we have the bans of Mechanic as well as Priestess and Sculptor, Hunter ban, as we already said. That's gonna be a certain thing on this map. We're gonna see the Sculptor ban. But in general, since the Psychologist is so new and such a very, very strong character, I really, really enjoy watching these players just utilizing her and showing us how to actually utilize that new character and how to be successfully utilizing the Psychologist. And we have Chris right now, who could come in, as you mentioned, as Postman. Yes, and we have the Postman locked in, and we have Samu as Psychologist. I'm always, again, looking forward to that Psychologist.
No Coordinator, but Dreamer bringing out the Bonbon. Chaining these hits would not give Samu that time to use that heal from the Psychologist. So this is actually a great counter to that. And now we see that Webzy on that Seer again can get nullified with that with those chain bomb hits. So I'm excited to see how Dreamer will be, which is the first target he's going to be going for. Spawns in the middle of Wedding as well as Graveyard, and now goes to top Broken immediately. And Chris already feeling that heartbeat. Didn't drop a letter just yet, and Chris will be in the area, but so far able to hide away. So this is a great sequence by Chris to be able to avoid Dreamer so far, because he thought he was at the back part, but no. Dreamer now trying to look for those optimal target. He did bring Blink, if I see that correctly, and now sees that there are track marks here, and it is the forward that he'll be locking into, being chased out of the church.
That is definitely going to be very, very interesting. Look at the Dreamer. Look at the rotation as well. Dreamer definitely thinks there might be someone here, but there isn't. The coordination of that Survivor team and also the communication of that Survivor team is extremely strong. We now have the Psychologist, and as you mentioned, Psychologist might be not the worst target to go for, but even with that, first bomb is hitting, might be another hit right here, and still with the bombs there is the possibility for the Psychologist to heal up, as long as she is able to avoid these bombs now, as long as she is able to heal up just a little bit, she will be able to stay alive for a little bit longer to prolong that kite, and it seems like she almost did that. Oh, she took it just the moment she was healed. Fantastic job she is. Oh, the owl is coming in through. Wow. That is why Seer is so dangerous, because Seer can prolong the kite by so much. The Cypher machines are being decoded. We can see Ford is halfway done. Fantastic start on Garden of Eden's side right here with the Psychologist. Now just trying to get away from the rocket chairs as far as possible, giving the Survivor team even a little bit more time to decode.
Yeah, that was a great sequence by the Psychologist, really utilizing the entire arsenal of that Psychologist. But we do see that Dreamer is almost fully fed. Goes for the stun. Nice stun by the forward Zero. And now rescues early. And now, oh my god, that was so close. That was too close, Grizzly. Able to vault. Utilizes the blink already. And now tries to drop more bombs. Last effort will be popped. But note that the forward is still in the area to harass and try to, you know what, just have a balloon stun, but now will be spotted out, and Dreamer wants to focus on, you know what, chairing the Psychologist in peace, and the basement is also here, so this could be a potential basement. Also, there is a chair right outside the shack area. Zero has to be very careful not to eat any hits so he can go for another rescue, but I'm curious to see if anyone else has Tide, since Zero already used up his Tide Turner.
And I just want to highlight this. That was a fantastic blink, because with that blink, there was no time for the Psychologist to go anywhere. Dreamer was right behind her. Even if the hit was not coming in immediately, there was not enough time to go to any pellets. There was not enough time to go to any window, and therefore securing that hit, because it doesn't really matter if that hit happened right away. Tide Turner was still in effect. And it seems like the Psychologist is now sitting on the chair, and we still have 3 survivors on the field, and 2 Cypher machines have to be decoded. So this is definitely a great opportunity for the Survivor side to put pressure on Dreamer right here and to secure survivors that will go later on in the game out of the gate. So that is, as I said, it's going to be very, very head-to-head between these two teams. Dreamer trying to find their next target. We had the Survivor in the church, what I think was the postman, just giving tinnitus and just giving Dreamer the ear that just tells him someone is there, but not really knowing where is definitely making it difficult for Dreamer to snipe out the survivors. Now we have the forward kiting doing a fantastic job, utilizing most of his football.
Yeah, because again, he needs to get out of dodge. They want to be able to preserve their health and try and, as much as possible, to just keep him away. We do see the postman sending another letter while still focusing on decoding almost at halfway mark. Websy now at the top broken part, gets eaten by the bomb hit, and now is at 25%. It's at, well, ate that 25% hit. Websy now trying to transition to the graveyard area, standing into this bomb range a little too long. One more hit, one more melee hit with Boone. Oh, I think he lost sight of him. Oh, wow, yeah, the Seer able to make that transition. Dreamer losing sight of that Seer, and now this is a huge opportunity for Garden of Eden to try and capitalize on this. Goes for the teleport right away and try and stop the Cypher rush, but that Cypher pops in time, and Dreamer now trying to find the other Cypher that is already wiggling. You see that the Seer was able to transition to the graveyard area, and the postman is immediately here, giving that tinnitus, and now Dreamer trying to capitalize on this teleport.
But look at the Cypher machine progress in the bottom left. We have the Ford who is almost priming that Cypher. And even with the postman taking these bombs, that might be... Oh, maybe it's not enough time. Is it enough to pop that Cypher? It seems like the prime is almost done. It will not happen yet. Fantastic timing for Dreamer right here. Bringing down the postman just in time to get him on the chair. But still, we have... Zero as forward with a little bit of football left, who can come in as rescue. You can also see that they're switching it out. We have the Seer now on the... Yes, the Seer on the Cypher machine. Forward is trying to come in right here. Is trying to get the rescue. He will most likely go down, but that's absolutely fine. No, actually avoiding that hit right here. Ooh, that could be a rescue. Ooh, there comes the hit. Cypher pop will happen, and there we go again. 3 survivors on the ground. They will split up to the gates. Is this another Deja Vu map as we have seen them before in round number 1?
This is actually quite the same situation, but let's see, because Dreamer is fully fed. no detention, but these chain bomb hits could prove to be a changing factor in terms of hitting that that forward. But now he knows he's given that buff when it comes to kiting. Postman already at the red carpet, and we see that Zero. Oh my god, wait, teleport is ready. Teleport is ready. Can they make it out in time? The Postman, oh my god, that hit almost landed on the Seer. Postman being chased away from that exit gate, and you see that the forward already making a scramble and trying to transition to a most optimal spot, and the Seer still trying to push for that exit gate to open. Forward also opening the exit gate at the back, and we see that it might actually be a 3-man exit. Forward has to open up this exit gate, but the teleport has already been utilized. Zero can take his time because Bonbon, once again, quite slow when it comes to just transitioning while walking. And a Dreamer trying to close out that distance, but the gate is already open, and Garden of Eden will take 3 points away from this match.
Wow, what a fantastic match we have just spectated. The end game, very, very similar to the end games we have seen before. 3 survivors up and running, but this time 3 survivors also actually able to open up that gate. I was already about to say, like, the Seer right there being on that exit gate, even with the bombs, might have enough time because there was only a little bit of progress needed on that exit gate. So fantastic job right here for Garden of Eden to take home the 3 points. Here we see the match stats of this match, and we can see how fantastic the forward was in the area. 114 seconds of containment time. We can see which is the Psychologist. Psychologist, the only character that has been eliminated in this match with her ability to self-heal, and with the help of the Seer, she was really buying a lot of time early in the game, buying time for the survivors to decode Cypher machines, and ending up with a 3-survivor escape for Garden of Eden's side.
And yeah, excellent start, right? Even though she did fully feed Dreamer's Bonbon, she just was able to prioritize, put her on the priority list of being downed, and it just allowed everyone to have triple digits when it came to decoding. So again, the coordination on the survivor side is one to highlight because of how they were able to roll with the punches that this Bonbon was able to provide. And 3-man escape, finally breaking the mold of that deja vu. The survivors do win, but now it's going to be a fusion survivor that will try to duplicate the same type of performance, or maybe even try to get all survivors out.
That is for sure. That is such a good match, and this might actually help Garden of Eden to secure the point for this round number 1, because I don't want to say anything because it can still go either way. But at the end of the day, what we have seen so far, this is an extremely head-to-head lineup right here on both sides. Garden of Eden as well as Fusion, they don't give each other anything, and in my opinion, on the skill level, they are very, very well balanced, and they are very, very well in the same place right here. So with the 3-point game of Garden of Eden right now, they might actually be able to just tie that round, just another tie that we have seen so many times before in this lineup between these two teams. So if they are able to just get that tie yet again, that might mean that we have Garden of Eden with the 3 points in this first half, taking round number 2 for themselves, and this would definitely mean that they are not as pressured in round number 3, because they could easily just tie round number 3 yet again to take home the win. But at the same time, it is Fusion. We are very, very excited to see what Fusion will bring to the table. We are going on the red church yet again, and at the end of the day, it seems like, whatever you can do, I can do better, or at least I can do it the same. So Fusion could definitely get the 3-survivor, if not even the 4-survivor elimination as well, and take that home for themselves.
Yeah, and considering their lineup, right? We mentioned that Polar is using that coordinator. I wonder how that's going to take place, because yesterday was very antsy on the trigger, really pulling that trigger early on just to extend the kite. So depending on the hunter, or depending on the lineup that they have, for sure that the coordinator won't be priority banned. In this match, you already saw that the mercenary was priority banned, as well as the Seer was allowed through. The mechanic was also a priority ban, and Priestess, I believe. Yeah, you saw how menacing we've seen in previous days, how menacing the Priestess can be, as well as the mechanic. So considering that Bonbon was utilized, again, we can't discount that there can be a possibility of a Bloody Queen, a Dream Witch as well, and maybe a Guard 26. So really excited to see what Bacon can bring to the table.
I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you're talking about the Bloody Queen, who is the tie queen, and that's what I mentioned. They need the tie. That's what they need to actually get the points for themselves. Garden of Eden right here now on the Hunter side needs to get a tie. Maybe better, you know, if you want to secure more points, but to just take home round number 2, you want to get that tie. You want to eliminate 2 survivors. That would be a perfect job for the Bloody Queen. And yeah, we still have the option for a Dream Witch, which can be very, very, very dangerous, and that can definitely pull out a 4 survivor elimination at the end of the day. If we talk about the Dream Witch, we have seen her being utilized so many times in the past, and the way she is dominant late game with all her leeches protecting the last 3 Cypher machines that are remaining and really putting pressure on the survivors. This could definitely be a game changer and definitely be in favor for Garden of Eden. But at the same time, you mentioned it, Guard 26 could also come out on the playfield yet again, because Guard 26 is also a tie hunter, and what we are talking about right now is Garden of Eden being on the hunting side, just needing a tie if they just really want to go for that, you know, win in round number 2, not necessarily for the points. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. And yeah, I'm very, very curious to see if this match will just end up as before, where we have 3 survivors up and running late game when the Cypher machine pops, and just, you know, trying to get out as many survivors as before. Is this going to be another deja vu? I almost want to say yes, because it just feels so head to head with these teams.
What would happen, Grizzly, if it was, and it really went down to third match, and then it's just a differential of 1 point? That's going to be insane.
That is going to be insane. And we also have the option to jump into a 4th round right here. So if it's really going head to head all the time, and if it's really, really coming to the wire, we might see a 4th round to really decide that. And then it's really going by either points or even by containment time. So that's very, very exciting to see too. But let's not, you know, talk too much into the future. There are still chances for, obviously, a lot of chances for both teams to just secure the victory for themselves, to not push it into even a 4th round. And that's definitely something they want to do, because you mentioned this before. The winner of this team needs to go against before you right away. There's not a lot of break time in between. They have to jump into this match, and playing for so long can be exhausting, but it can also be a really, really good warm-up. So it's you know, plus side and maybe also a minus side to this. So I still think if you know, want to be very, very energized and go against before you taking home the victory after 3 rounds would definitely the preferred goal for both of the teams.
Yeah, and considering that if it's really going to go down to the wire, that takes a toll on you emotionally, and also it'll manifest like physically as well. So let's hope that they have a lot left in the tank, because quite the turn of events with how close, like we thought B4U versus Legacy was close. This is really down to the wire in terms of points and like split second decision dungeon escape. So I can't wait to jump into this next match, because we will find out if ever they will possibly go for a same type of match, maybe even same hunter, or will, you know, did Garden of Eden finally break the mold here, the survivor side at least, with not going for that tie trend and going for the 3-man escape. Fusion has a lot on their shoulders now. They do have to carry the weight of going for at least 3 or more survivors out of the gate for them to be able to, well, I guess not come into round number 3 with that much pressure.
Yes, that is for sure. That is for sure. It's definitely still an option for both of the teams to take it home right here. Garden of Eden definitely having a little bit of a better chance right now if they are just performing a tie right here. But at the end of the day, you mentioned it again. If they are bringing out a Guard 26 and it's going to be another Deja Vu map, and it's going to play out just as we have seen it before with Fusion on the Hunter side, that would be absolutely fantastic, because I would definitely love to see that. Just that mirror effect where both teams are trying to say like, hey, you can control that breaking wheel, let me show how I can control that breaking wheel. You bring in the Guard 26, let me show how I can bring in the Guard 26 and just achieve the same or maybe even better goal or, you know, scoreboard for our team. So that's definitely something I'm looking forward to see, which hunter will come to the game. Still, I think if there might be a Bloody Queen or a Dream Witch in this lineup of Hunters when we look at Garden of Eden, that might definitely be something interesting to watch as well, because we haven't seen it that often, especially the Dream Witch. We haven't seen that often. We have seen her today, but seeing more of the Dream Witch would definitely be very enjoyable for all of us.
Oh yeah, having that certain, well, I would say, exchange of hunters, like what you could do, I could do better, and it looks like it's ramping up to that, because both hunters are known for that Sculptor, and we already agreed that Sculptor you cannot have Sculptor in this map. It's too powerful. And with how close these matches are going, you want to be able to deny that Sculptor from such proficient players like Bacon as well as Dreamer. And looking at how the bans are gonna go, can really tell what these hunters prefer, and if they're going to break that mold of hunter mirror matches, because that breaking wheel match was too uncanny with how everything played out, even to the dungeon escape. I mean, the positions are probably different, but the roles are different, but the way I describe it to you is pretty much the same of how both those matches in the first half or the first round played out.
That is for sure. That is for sure. I mean, what a deja vu. And I think I still think that this is a great thing, because we have seen different teams so far, and we have seen a lot of matches where, we only go into a round 2 because the outcome is not always the same, and the play style of both teams are not necessarily the same. And point-wise, one team is just a little bit heavier on getting the victories. And seeing these two teams really clutch against each other, and really, it's almost like, I am not letting you pass me, right? Like, we got a tie, so we're gonna get the tie too. At least a tie on the Survivor side, right? And the same thing might happen yet again. Guard 26 might only have one survivor eliminated, and 3 survivors were able to get out of there. But now we have Fusion on the side of the survivors, and they are just like, we are not letting you pass us. We're gonna get the 3 survivor escape as well. And I almost feel like that's what they're setting up to just get the, aim points at least, and maybe even more, what they definitely want to achieve right here. I'm very, very excited for this next, for the second half right here of the second round. We are already jumping into that, and I think the outcome of this match is definitely very, very important for both sides, because that will determine how much pressure or how much, relaxation you get into that round number 3. Now, I have a quick question to you, because we have talked about hunters, we have talked about survivors, we have talked about all these deja vu maps. I think I have a great idea how all of this could switch up the entire situation. And I just want to ask you, what do you think? Feaster.
You mixed me up, man. I was not prepared to answer that question, and see, I'm out of focus now, and now I'm focusing. Feaster.
Yeah,
very, very likely in the 3rd, I'd say.
Oh man, come on!
I'm calling it now. Third, and now maybe not. It's still kind of clutch, but we shall see in the 3rd. Who knows? Maybe we'll be watching in the back, because big shout outs to Kahel and Eli. They'll be taking over for the grand finals. But last match in the 5th, Feaster coming in for the W. Who knows? Be the mascot for IVT.
In the 5th, I'm almost feeling disrespected right here. Yeah. In the 5th,
because he'll be priority banned. You gotta come in.
All right, okay, got it.
Hail Mary play.
Feaster, okay. You just saved yourself right there. I take it. Okay, primary ban, Feaster. Understandable. All right. So maybe in the 5th round. Honestly, I would love. Jokes aside, I would love to see that. Not necessarily now in round number 3, but maybe, in the finals, just showing some respect, showing some love to the Feaster that I always love to spectate and personally also enjoy to play. That would be really, really fun to watch. Obviously, I know that all of these teams, they go for a more meta-heavy lineup, and they don't necessarily bring out the Feaster because of his many, I would say, deficits. For example, when we talk about speed, he is the slowest hunter in the game, so that is definitely something that is heavily laying on his shoulders, that is preventing players from actually utilizing him in tournaments, at least not that often as other hunters. And yeah, I would love to see it, but obviously you talked about it. We're gonna jump into a best of 5 in the finals. There are definitely a lot of options and a lot of opportunities for other characters, for other hunters to come out and play.
Yep, and we're jumping right into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how this is going to pan out. Will it be another deja vu experience for us on the desk and for people watching at home? We are seeing the Seer and Mechanic as well as the respect band of that Sculptor, so it might be gearing up towards that Bonbon if ever. But Bossy and Sussy already, just grabbing the opportunity to just secure that forward and that Priestess, which I have to say are definitely can turn the tides in any situation in this game. Mercenary being banned from Bacon brings up Polars going for that Coordinator, and K-Dead once again going for that Patient, leaving open Bacon to go for some pretty good hunters and going. Oh, Grizzly! Like, am I seeing double? Am I seeing double, Grizzly? We're seeing another deja vu match.
As we said before, as we mentioned, we might see the situation where, what you can do, I can do better. And this is going to be Bacon right here coming in with the Guard 26. Again, just want to remind everyone, we are seeing a match where Garden of Eden is on the hunting side, and what they want to achieve is a tie. If they can get 2 survivors out of the out of the game, they will win this round number 2. And Guard 26 definitely a hunter that is capable of performing as expected with the 2 survivor elimination. Let's just see how this plays out. We have the Coordinator that we have been waiting to see, and she is going to be first kite. As soon as that flare gun is gone, she has no ability, no skills to utilize to prepare. Oh, nice hit again. Now she has nothing to utilize against Bacon right here, and might be a really, really good first find for the hunter side. Look at that avoidance of the bombs though.
And we see also the same accessory, can I just say? And now Coordinator 8, another hit. One more melee hit would definitely bring her down. Bacon almost losing sight, but we see that Polaris again trying to shift towards a better kiting spot. Oh my god, the chain getting the melee hit. Coordinator is down early, and she does not have a flare gun to utilize anymore. Bringing the question, how are they going to respond to this early down of this Coordinator? We do see that no ciphers have popped just yet, so Bacon is in a prime position here. But the thing about Bonbon is that camping is great, but map presence not so much, because he's gonna have to overextend himself coming into this. Does a little cleanup in the church area, but it seems like they might be prioritizing another cipher since she was chased out of the church.
That is very right. You brought up a very, very good point that Bacon as Guard 26 definitely a great hunter to just sit on top of the chair and prevent other survivors from a rescue. But at the same time, this is exactly what we are talking about. Guard 26, such a good hunter when it comes to providing a tie, right? Providing the 2 survivor elimination. At the end of the day, this is what it comes down to. Bacon wants to get that tie, so just sitting on that survivor, letting the rest of the survivors decode the cipher machines is exactly what is fine by him, because he got that Coordinator down so early in the match. Now he can really concentrate on just letting her out of the game. But that might actually be a rescue right here. We have to rescue on the Coordinator, and this might actually be a difficult situation. Bacon realizes, okay, I was hoping for the Coordinator to just go back, but was rescued by the forward. Bossy buying more time, but as you can see, Bacon really just concentrating on his main target right here, which is the Coordinator, and trying to get out that first survivor and then concentrating on the second elimination.
Yeah, that overextension might that might haunt him in the future, but let's see if Bacon can down this Coordinator early on. Get a 25% hit. One more would probably do it for Polaris. Polaris moving away. Time bomb hit, not gonna get it. And now we see that Fusion's Polaris will eat that bomb hit. 3 ciphers still remain. They're still working on it, but yeah, the overextension did leave that backdoor rescue from that forward. Excellent stuff, and that Priestess still has a lot of portals to utilize. Wanted Order is going to be popped up. And now, as you mentioned, the win condition for Bacon is just to get that tie. And looking at the cipher progress, he just needs one more survivor to down and just camp that survivor out on the rocket chair.
That is for sure, but we have seen it before where, 2 survivors just concentrating on the cipher machines. One is on the rocket chair, Nice escape right here, and we can see how Bacon is trying to prevent everyone from decoding. Oh, this might actually be a really good portal. And catching up on K-Dad right here, who was utilizing his skill, utilizing it again. Wow, to get more distance and to also lure away the Hunter from the rest of the team to give them the opportunity to decode. But Bacon is not doing that. Bacon is not playing that game. He's going back to the survivors because he knows the most Cypher machines are on this side of the map. So let's just focus on that and let's focus on these survivors. Again, everything is still on the table. We have seen this over and over again. One survivor being out of the game, and then we have the survivors fighting for either a tie or maybe even a 3 survivor escape. Let's see if Bacon is able to get another survivor maybe out of the game, now hitting the forward, but he still has an entire football left, at least almost an entire football.
Wow, and you see that they are trying to push for Cyphers here. Bossy now going to the shack area, trying to use that time bomb for him to be able to down that forward. But so far, Sussy being in the area, yes, to clean up those portals, just to make sure they don't have that much mobility in the map. And now Sussy leading Bacon to the corner here at the Graveyard, so leaving the forward open to just decode in peace. But Priestess eats another bomb hit. Bacon able to go for the blink, but not quite there. And we see that Sussy bring him to the back part of the Graveyard. So now Sussy being able to kite for a while because one Cypher does remain. And we still have yet to see our second survivor on a rocket chair. Bacon now put in a tough spot here, wants to down Sussy, but denying it, goes for the time bomb, and now Sussy being the second one to fall to the bombs of this Bonbon.
Very, very curious to see how this plays out, because again, there's one Cypher machine remaining, and it is almost prime, and there's one survivor coming in for the rescue. It is another Deja Vu map. The question now is, will Bacon be able to get another survivor out of the game? Oh, nice hit, and Patient being able to actually rescue before he goes down. Cypher Pop is coming in. Again, the question is, will Bacon be able to get, look at that, transitioning to that dungeon and away from the exit gate.
The thing is, oh my god, nice pallet drop, but he has detention. This was actually something that was changed up. Bacon realizing that I need to bring this detention just to get that tie, and it looks like he's going to go for Bossy this time, who is spotted here at the back exit. So he just needs one more survivor for Garden of Eden to take this game. Can he do it? Bossy utilizing the football to go and transition towards that window, eats 2 bomb hits, and now one more hit will drop this forward. Can he do it in time though? Not much skills. The dungeon is there. Bossy making sure to go for the window vault, but goes for another one, but Bacon cutting away the forward from trying to go for that dungeon. Again, the tension is still pretty present here. Goes for another hit. One more bomb hit would do it. It seems like the bombs are doing the work instead of the melee hit, Grizzly.
That is going to be so intense. The dungeon is nearby. He could reach the dungeon, but will he reach it? The bomb comes in and the placement decides this match as a tie. We have our first tiebreaker match. Even if this was a tie, we have the tiebreaker match. Because, again, Garden of Eden was able to secure a 3 survivor escape in the first half. This means we have 5 points to 3 points in the second round right here in the fight of Garden of Eden versus Fusion. And now Garden of Eden is having that second round victory and therefore is going with a little bit of, you know, relaxation, a little bit of less pressure into that round number 3. Fantastic job from both sides, but the Deja Vu moment was broken. I mean, the game reminded me a lot of, you know, matches of the first round, but still, the tie is broken, and this is definitely putting pressure on Fusion right here. But the tie that is broken is not really broken by a lot, so that means the point deficit is not that high. And if anything, you know, Fusion can still come back from this and maybe even gets more points in round number 3. There's still everything on the table. We're gonna jump into the match stats of this second half of round number 2 real quick, and here we can see Garden of Eden with the 17 strikes, has 4 knockdowns, has the 2 survivor elimination, and it's in general, as we can see, all survivors were at some point containing the Hunter. Everyone was doing their best. We see the coordinator as first survivor being chased, also as first survivor that is getting sent back to the manor and therefore only having 6% of decoding time, but the rest of the team was just coordinating very, very well. At the end of the day, it was still a very, very even match, but Guard 26 on Garden of Eden's side only needed that tie, and they were securing that tie, and therefore Garden of Eden is taking home the lead right now. But we are still far from being over right here. We are still jumping into the third round.
Oh yeah, it's definitely they may have won the battle, but the war has just begun in terms of this matchup, because round number 3, I'm sure that Fusion will come back with a vengeance with how they handle this, because again, in terms of points, it's not too far. It's just a 2-point disparity. The other one was a tie, and really looking at how things are going to pan out, I wonder where the next map is going to be. The Hunters as well, the Bonbons have come out, and it seems like it's a head-to-head when it comes to the Hunter picks, because we had a mirror match of the Guard 26, we had a mirror match of the Breaking Wheel. I wonder what Hunters we're going to see come third match. It could go to anyone. Garden of Eden does take that first round, and we shall see if they can still sit on that lead.
And just look at the points right there. Again, there is not a huge point gap, not a huge deficit on Fusion's side. And if anything, they are able to tie the points right now. They are able to, get the victory and push it into round 4. But at the end of the day, it's still a little bit better looking for Garden of Eden right now, because they were able to break out of these ties. They were really bringing that tie break, and they might be able to, utilize that momentum they just built up into round number 3 and decide that for themselves. But before we jump into round number 3, we're gonna take a short break, and I'm very, very excited to see how this goes on.
Welcome back, folks. More Identity 5 action here at IVT. Quite the intense matchup that we are seeing between the two teams, which is Fusion as well as Garden of Eden. Poch Spice and Grizzly giving you the commentary action, and this is the closest match that we've seen today, Grizzly.
That is for sure the closest match we have seen all day. And I think entirely in this tournament, this is one of the closest lineups that we have seen. Because just that late tiebreaker, second half, second round, this is where the break came for the ties. Very, very curious to see how this third round will play out, because now we have Garden of Eden in an advantage when it comes to points. They won round number 1, they won round number 2, and they are only in the lead with 2 points. If we are calculating it later on by points, they are only in the lead by 2 points. So Fusion has still a very, very fair chance of turning this around in their favor. Very, very curious to see how it goes, because right now everything is on the table, everything can still change. But again, as we already mentioned before, Garden of Eden definitely having a little bit of a, less pressure situation.
Yeah, and considering that Garden of Eden, is coming into this with less pressure, Fusion, if they want to deny the fourth match from happening, the tiebreaker, they're gonna have to win in spectacular fashion. So if you think about it, 2 requirements: winning the round and winning the round with more points without tying it, and it is quite close. The point differential is just 2 points, so easier said than done. I'm excited to see how this one will pan out in terms of who's going to get the better of who.
That is for sure. I can only agree. It's still, they have to not only tie this, they also have to get more points. But at the end of the day, that is still possible for both sides, right? Like, this is still an option they both have. I'm very, very curious to see it, because right now it's still head-to-head. That this one match was just going in a different direction than the others is definitely something that is not surprising, but it's something that we might have to note, because what happens if we see these two teams yet again clashing against each other, tying the entire third round? That would mean Garden of Eden would take home the victory, and Fusion is definitely here to prevent that from happening. Very, very curious to see what we are playing on in round number 3, which map we will see, which character bands we will see, and which hunter picks we will see. We haven't seen the Ever Sleeping Town map. I genuinely do not expect to see the Ever Sleeping Town map, because in round number 3 we have 2 bans, and that could mean that we're gonna see Sculptor ban as well as Breaking Wheel ban if we are going on the Ever Sleeping Town. And then we have, obviously there are different characters that can accelerate on the Ever Sleeping Town map as well, but at the same time the 2 characters that are the favorite characters on this map are already banned. So why not just go for a different map where we have other hunters that can accelerate a little bit more, like the Arms Factory?
Yeah. Just considering the maps, right, are super important when it comes to the hunter picks, because again, we saw how I would say evenly matched these 2 hunters are. So here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. Here are the match results. Grizzly, why don't you take this one?
That is again, first round. We have seen this before. First round, we have seen this before, but we have seen it, the ties on both sides. We have 2 points on both sides in both halves, which led up to a 4-4, and yet again, second half right here, second round, first and second half was definitely leading up to a point deficit on Fusion side, and was definitely giving the point in round number 2 to Garden of Eden.
So, yep, really down to the wire here. I'm excited to see how they're going to fare in the third match, and if it will go down to the wire, because Garden of Eden can gladly just tie both games. So, I can't wait to see what map that we'll be settling this one in. And you know what? We're talking about different hunters, right? I never really got your take on Naiad. What do you think about Naiad as a hunter?
Very, very strong hunter in the right hands, in my opinion. With the paddles and her skill to really transition from one side to another with her trident. Very, very interesting to spectate that hunter as well. We haven't seen Naiad that often in that tournament, but she is definitely a character that I expect to be picked in the future, because she is still very, very strong. Maybe not immediately jumping into the meta as we have seen with other characters, for example the Sculptor immediately being a very, very strong hunter. not necessarily immediately going into the meta, but being one of the hunters that might come into play more often in rounds like round number 3, 4, or 5, when we talk about the finals, for example, where the most meta characters are banned and you're trying to pick the next in line, the next good hunters in line, which I think Nayat would definitely get a spot on these next hunters in line, in my opinion.
Yeah, she has been making her presence felt in third round matches or and whatnot. But again, that might be for the future, because we do have word that it is Arms Factory that is banned by Garden of Eden. So Ever Sleeping Town was picked by Fusion, and Fusion will be hunting first. Also, Slade is swapping out is swapping in for Bacon and Garden of Eden, but Fusion doing the hunt. First, he really needs to dictate the pace of this match. Fusion is the one that needs to break that mold of ties in both Hunter and Survivor side to solidify themselves to head to the grand finals.
Now I'm very, very interested in seeing this match. Ever Sleeping Town, we have, again, the round number 3 gives us 2 bans right here, which will probably end up being a Sculptor and the Breaking Wheel ban if we are just looking at the Hunters. At least if we look at Dreamer right here, very, very well known for these characters. We have Slade coming in for that very specific reason, because if we look at Bacon, he is very well known for his Sculptor as well as Breaking Wheel gameplay, so very, very meta heavy characters, and I would assume that these 2 characters are banned, so seeing Slade coming into the matchup right here for Garden of Eden does not necessarily surprise me. We have these backup hunters in the team to just come out with, variations of hunters and not only the meta characters if needed, and this is definitely a situation where this is needed, because you want to secure at least the tie, as you mentioned. Garden of Eden is very comfortable going into these matches, ending them with a tie, but maybe they can even achieve more if they bring in a hunter that they are more comfortable, and a hunter player that is more comfortable in playing off-meta characters. Very, very curious to see how this round number 3 will pan out. And yeah, Nayat, just bringing that to the table again, she is definitely making waves. And we are
making waves. Nice.
We are just having to see if she will come to the match right here on Ever Sleeping Town. There are characters that can be strong here too. For example, we have seen the X-Boy in the past, and we also have seen the Guard26 performing pretty well as Dreamwitch on the Ever Sleeping Town. So there are definitely options that these hunters have to pick from. Not really
When I actually off meta, meaning not Sculptor or Breaking Wheel. Bloody Queen does pretty well in this map, especially with how well versed the NAEU is. The hunters are utilizing Bloody Queen. I also, I haven't seen an Axe Boy this weekend, so excited to see if he does come into the mix. Bon, in a big map like this, you have to be really good in your first chase. Especially if you are Fusion, you cannot afford to. I would say, If Fusion picks Bon, Garden of Eden can try to go for that tie and just not go for the rescue at all.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Garden of Eden would definitely be absolutely fine with that. The ties is what they are aiming for. I mean, of course, you want to get better results. You definitely want to get more points and want to put even more pressure on the opponent's team, which will lead up to more risky plays they have to do to actually get to the point where they could actually win. So definitely is something to keep in mind. But again, they would be fine with the ties. We are just about to find out. Again, I'm very excited to see the Ever Sleeping Town. I could even imagine that Nayat could come into the mix right here on Ever Sleeping Town. But I would rather say I'm doubting that we're going to see a Nayat.
Yeah, I think if it was Arms Factory, for sure, I think Nayat would shine brightly in Arms Factory. But with the options of, let's say, Bloody Queen, maybe I can even consider Dreamwitch, because Dreamwitch, she's good in compact maps, but we've seen constantly in competitive scenes that Dreamwitch is very viable in a map like Ever Sleeping Town, in the right hands, of course, because the survivors can definitely spread out her attention in terms of having the radius be really far and not feeling the sandwich situation that the Dreamwitch presents. So I agree. I would love to see Nayad. I want to see more Nayad and see that if she's able to be pushed in terms of the meta. But I might be leaning towards more of a Bloody Queen pick on both sides, if we're going to see that from happening. If again, I'm only considering that we're gonna see a sculptor, we're gonna see a breaking wheel ban.
I mean, we can surely say that we're gonna see these two bans because obviously the hunters are known for that, as well as just, you know, considering the map right here, Eversleeping Town is such a good map for both of these hunters. It's just going to be, in my opinion, a very, very respected ban to just pick the Sculptor as well as the Breaking Wheel, who both have been accelerating on this map extremely strong. And yeah, so I think we can surely say that we're going to see these two characters being banned. I kind of hope to see an X-Boy since we haven't seen him before, and he would be definitely a good character when it comes to this bigger map as well. Gets a lot of speed boosts and has the ability to actually hit the survivors with the little ghosts of the tree. So that's definitely something to keep in mind. But at the end of the day, we won't know which character will be in play. There are a lot of options, and maybe we're gonna see a surprise hunter. Maybe we're gonna get a hunter we haven't even talked or haven't even considered yet, because that is something that we have seen in this tournament quite frequently, to be honest, and I would definitely love to see that. At the end of the day, I almost feel like we can say that Garden of Eden might go and play it a little bit more safe, because again, they just need the tie, and on the other side, Fusion is just trying to go against these tie plays.
Yeah, I agree that they don't have to overextend themselves, because they can put themselves in a more in a big risk for their lead to be caught up to. So yeah, Garden of Eden definitely has more more safety to play with, right? They don't have to be too risky with their plays. They don't have to go for extravagant plays to get 4 people out. They'd gladly go for just ties, or maybe just get a 3-person and then just tie in the next half. Now, considering that we talked about the bans of the hunters, who do you think the survivor bans are going to be? Because again, a big map, more survivors are going to be able to be banned. I think a whole team now, because we are at 4 survivor bans. First 2 survivor bans, who are you going to pick?
I mean, we're gonna see 4 survivors being banned. We're gonna play on the Eversleeping Town. So again, my ban, you know, priestess. You want to ban priestess on Eversleeping Town? We don't even necessarily have to talk about this. Priestess is going to be such a very difficult.
Yeah, it's self-explanatory. How about the first 2, right? So you mentioned priestess. Who else are you gonna prioritize?
Yeah, so now there we have the question, first of all, which hunter will come out to play? And second of all, do you want to slow down the decoding by banning the mechanic? Do you want to bring down the amount of harassers by banning the forward? Or, again, depending on the hunter that is coming out, do you want to prevent the seer from utilizing his owl and prolonging the kite, maybe the first kite of the survivors? So, I mean, those are my 3 options right here. Mercenary, also a very heavy meta character. I would assume Mercenary can come through at least in the first 2 bans. So I would just go with Priestess, that's guaranteed. And second ban, forward, mechanic, or seer. I'm gonna go with mechanic just to bring down the decoding speed. How about you?
For me, considering the bans of the hunters, I'm gonna go mercenary. I'm gonna go with seer and priestess, because it seems like they might opt for single hit hunters. And in a huge map like this, if you don't have the lay of the land, because right, the seer gets that X-ray vision, be like, all right, it's this hunter, it's like this. I think that's a definite boost of morale when it comes to the survivors. So at least we agree on priestess. How about the remaining?
That is for sure. I'm just writing this down real quick because I'm very curious to see who was right after this.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I have Priestess Mechanic, you're going Priestess Seer. So the question is, what are the survivors picking? We have seen different constellations when these main characters have been banned. Often we have seen the rest of the remaining characters, for example, let's just say Seer is banned. We see that the mechanic is coming in, and we see that the mercenary is coming in. But you also have seen where the main characters, like, you know, let's say priestess, let's say mechanic, let's say seers have been banned. You have the option to go for maybe a forward, maybe a mercenary. But we have seen picks where we have psychologist or patient jumping into the lineup right away, giving the option to ban more meta characters on the hunter side, or like from the hunter to the survivor side. So it definitely depends on what the survivors will pick. And obviously, I would say Seer, Mercenary, or Forward, depending on what is available, will be a ban that you want to think of. Seer, Mercenary, and Forward. But then Psychologist is also very, very
right. Yeah, because
favorable to be banned. So I would just, you know what? I'm just gonna say Psychologist, and I'm gonna go with whatever character is free, because we're most likely gonna see a Seer, Forward, or Mercenary. Whatever character is free to ban out of these three.
Yeah, I agree that Psychologist might be the one banned, since you want to prioritize more on the Mercenary or Forward. If I would have to pick again, oh no, that was for Breaking Wheel, right? Perfumer got banned because it was a Breaking Wheel, but no, I don't think it's gonna be Perfumer. But yeah, I think the only difference with us is that I banned Seer at the start, and you banned who do you ban? You banned Priestess Mechanic.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna ban Mechanic. Oh, wait, no, they're gonna lock it in. No, they're gonna lock it in at the start for sure.
I mean, you probably just gonna pick whatever character is free, because you ban Seer. Then we have still Forward, Mercenary, and Mechanic in the meta lineup. So whichever character they are not picking, we're gonna see as a ban. I'm just gonna write that down for you too. And now I'm very, very curious to see who will have, I would say, I wouldn't even say more foresight, because
accuracy, I guess.
Yeah. I guess accuracy, because foresight would be if we are just randomly saying something and we are like, yes, that's it. But at the end of the day, it's highly calculated when we are talking about these meta picks, and on like, depending on the survivor side, on the hunter side, which characters picked, depending on the map side. That's why we both banned Priestess right away, or that's why we both would think that Priestess is a good ban. So yeah, very curious to see that. We have talked about this basically all day, where we talk about the maps as well as the survivors that are good on this map, as well as the hunters that are good on this map, and what we can expect. But at the end of the day, we also know that these characters come in as Toy Merchant. We know that they are playing Coordinator and Postman. Definitely a character that we can look forward to as well. Patient could come into the mix.
Yeah, I feel like the Patient, not much of a ban in terms of priority, but we've constantly been seeing a Patient come out in this matchup alone, right? In Moonlit, as well as in the Red Church. So, I mean, in various maps. So I'm excited to see if I'm sure Patient will come out, especially with the bans that will be coming in. So yeah, as we're waiting for the match, ladies and gentlemen, do send your love and support. You know what? They are trying their best to find the most favorable conditions, because we do want them to come into the grand finals. We want to find the best of the best. So the best thing you guys can do now while waiting is send your love and support to these players, because they're leaving it all on the line. And again, spreading that positivity of competitive Identity 5 is always super important to show NetEase and show to everyone what NAEU is capable of, especially like showcasing that the players that are the teams that are here could potentially represent the NAEU community in come Call of the Abyss. So here we have it. It is going to be Dreamer that will be hunting first, while Garden of Eden once again. Oh, look at that. We got some Mechanic, Seer, and we go for the Psychologist.
Priestess immediately being open. I'm very, very curious to see if Garden of Eden will be utilizing. And we also have an option for, as we did not expect, for the Sculptor to come in as play, because we have the Rematch being banned. And that is going to be very, very interesting. Maybe Garden of Eden wanted to push Fusion to actually utilize that Sculptor. And therefore, again, we have Priestess, we have Forward, we have the Mercenary ban. Okay, Prisoner coming into the mix. We haven't seen the Prisoner too often. Gravekeeper coming in. We talked about the Psychologist could be, an option when we have usually seen the Gravekeeper, and since Psychologist is banned, we're gonna see that Gravekeeper, and as we mentioned, Dreamer being an extremely strong Sculptor player, with the Sculptor being an option, we're gonna see the Sculptor on the Ever Sleeping Town.
Wow. So looking at this lineup, Dreamer can go all out here. He is known as a Sculptor main. So yeah, Garden of Eden is going to have their hands full. Again, they want to go for just a tie, but Sculptor is known for just getting 4Ks consistently. on numerous hunters here in this tournament. So we're gonna head right into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Already spawning at corner house is Dreamer. So most optimal find would be that prisoner who is at the second floor. And we do see that the Gravekeeper is in the immediate vicinity here. So will Dreamer be fully committing and trying to go to the fake gate here? Does see that the connection is happening already, and Dreamer, going for the Gravekeeper, already utilizing the shovel, just have a safe fight, but it gets him out of it immediately.
What a play. We can see that the Gravekeeper was already throwing down that pallet just to have a better area to kite around with the shovel, but getting him out with the statues, with the precise statues right here, that is definitely putting Dreamer in a very, very good situation, because now, the portals are still coming in, but Dreamer definitely having the chance to get that Gravekeeper right here. The pallets are down, trying to get more distance between Gravekeeper as well as the Sculptor. Now utilizing that skill again, trying to provide more and more time for the rest of the team to decode these Cypher machines. But this is definitely going to be a difficult situation, and Dreamer might get him out of the skill, but that might actually give the option for the Gravekeeper to kite even longer.
Yeah, and I love that he's going back to these pallets, because he's going to try to hide underneath them, but we see that Dreamer trying to cut him off, able to go underneath, forcing Dreamer to utilize the skills of the Sculptor. Goes for the blink, but misses, and now the Gravekeeper buying so much time, forcing him to break those pallets and transitioning away. Looking at the prisoner side, 2 Cyphers are almost primed, so we see that the Gravekeeper going to the corner already, realizing that he has no more resources to go with. At least he can buy some time and try to struggle away while all these Cyphers try to pop. That looks like a 3 Cypher prime here. We see that the Priestess also at the graveyard area, almost done with halfway, and now with the forward already making his way to go for the rescue.
That is fantastic. We're gonna see the stun happen right here. We're gonna see the rescue from the chair, and now we have the Titan effect coming in place, which will definitely give... look at that! Not hitting him against anything, not pushing Dreamer against an obstacle. Now having the chance to go again for the Gravekeeper, but he's avoiding every single hit of the statues. Fantastic job from the Gravekeeper right here. Will he be... was just wondering if he was able to actually get to that pallet, but with that statue that was pushing him towards the Sculptor was able to land that hit. You can see the forward coming in with another hit!
Able to get him! Oh my god! What timing! He was able to get the pallet boost, and also, once he was able to get that stun, buying more time for this very slippery Gravekeeper to just continue his kite. We do see that the prisoner is out and about, just decoding freely without being harassed here, and we see that he's changing up the connections constantly and trying to just prime as much Cyphers as possible, giving that false sense of security. The blink was already utilized early game, and the skills being cooled down, and Garden of Eden, oh my gosh, again, this Gravekeeper is doing the work, Grizzly.
And we can see that Prisoner is almost popping off the 3rd Cypher machine. Garden of Eden really wants to secure the points, but Fusion right here. Dreamer landing the hits with the statues yet again. We're gonna see the Gravekeeper going back to the mana, since he was already on the chair twice. And this time we can see that 2 Cypher machines are remaining. Curious to see which survivor will be the next target. Most likely the concentration will be on the Prisoner, since he's the main decoder, and you want to slow down the decoding. You can already see 2 Cypher machines remaining.
And if you notice that the wanted order was placed on that Prisoner, so it sniffed out where he was at in this side of the map. We do see he's going by an alleyway, fully fed Sculptor, has those target statues. Quite the intense cutting session. The Prisoner eating some hits here, does have an electric shock to utilize, and Zero, already just going for high grounds here in the second floor, just to guide the Sculptor away from the Prisoner. We do see he drops a pallet here. Quite the intense situation. He does eat a regular hit, but drops some pallets here just to just try and contain the Hunter as much as possible. 1 Cypher remains, while we see that the Priestess is healing up the Prisoner.
Forward was taking that hit right here, but still is alive. Is only 1 chip damage away from going down, but we have Dreamer right here in need to concentrate on the rest of the survivors, in need to concentrate on the Cypher machines, because there's only 1 Cypher machine left, and even if you go for that forward, you definitely need to concentrate on the rest of the team as well. You cannot keep the entire attention on the last survivor. No, you have to prevent them from decode the Cypher machines. Once ship damage happened, and there comes another hit. Prisoner now still getting a chance to get away.
Yeah, we do see that the Priestess is healing up that forward, but oh my god, again, the target statue is finding its mark. And you know what? You gotta love it. Dreamer forcing him to play defense, and now the basement Grizzly. Dreamer just solidifying, cementing his lead here. Going for the second survivor on a rocket chair, and it seems like the forward is the one that's gonna try to go for that rescue while the Priestess tries to prime a Cypher. Note that the forward does have a perfume. And we do see that the Priestess is at the area already, just giving some tinnitus as well. And we see that he is destroying the holy keys here. Priestess is ducking, so he primed and ready to try to go for that rescue. The forward is almost at the so close to priming this last Cypher.
Very curious to see how this plays out. We can see the portal coming through. Most likely the rescue happens immediately again. As you mentioned, Ford is trying to prime this. They are now trying to just spend as much time as needed. And the stun comes in. Is this enough time to prime that Cypher machine? We're gonna see how Dreamer knows that. The Cypher pop happens. Dreamer knew it and was actually utilizing the statues to bait the Cypher pop, bring down the prisoner right away. Fusion definitely does not want to give points to Garden of Eden right now. Definitely wants to come back and take home the victory right here. Fantastic job so far. Question now is, will Fusion be able, will Dreamer be able to secure more survivors, or will we see a 2-survivor escape? Fantastic job, Ford, halfway down.
Yeah, and we see that the forward being chased out of that exit gate. We do see that it is almost primed and ready. The Priestess is also there. Can they afford a tie? We are seeing that Dreamer is guarding. Goes to the teleport right away. They escape the exit gate. It's not done yet. And the tram hits both of them. Oh my god, Dreamer! He hit both of them. Triple down. Wow!
No way this just happened. The teleport was forcing the survivors away from the gate just in the moment when the tram was coming. This is such a game changer right here for Dreamer. Fantastic job from Garden of Eden. But that timing right here, I can't believe what my eyes are seeing. A 4-survivor elimination, a 5-point game for Fusion. And this is definitely changing the pace right here. This is definitely changing the outcome of round number 3, because what an amazing match for Fusion right here. Oh my god, Grizzly. The tram coming in as second hunter.
Holy smokes, like the way he was able to, I mean, the timing of the teleport was just perfect. Again, with the tram being in the way, they had to escape, but the tram getting 2 of the survivors, and Dreamer just, capitalizing on that situation. You can't, don't hate the game, hate the tram. My gosh, the tram picks no prisoners here. Oh god, that cements Fusion in a good spot, getting 5 points. 5 points, Grizzly.
Impossible. That is just, this situation we just saw is impossible. Like, the chances that this is happening, absolutely going towards 0. Fantastic job right here. Again, we're gonna see the stats. We're gonna see how this match was going down, and we can see how good the Gravekeeper was containing the Hunter. 137 seconds, was not decoding once because he was containing the Hunter early in the match. We also saw the rest of the team doing a fantastic job. Forward coming in for the rescue to prolong the Gravekeeper's kite, and Prisoner and Priestess really concentrating on Cypher machines as well. But at the end of the day, again, I would say that there was definitely a good chance for Garden of Eden to get survivors out. There was definitely a really, really good chance. But with that teleport in this very moment, with the tram being behind the survivors, very unexpected, very unlikely, very, very much in favor of Dreamer right here. 5-point game. Okay, now I am extremely excited what is going to happen in this in the second half of round number 3. Oh my god.
I know you love and hate to see it happen, right, for Dreamer, but on the side of Garden of Eden, that's a bit of a heartbreaker of how that turned out. Now, Grizzly, if you have the I don't have my my pen with me, but so Fusion gets 5 points, right? What are the win conditions for Fusion now?
All right, let me see.
Go for it.
For Fusion, they just have to tie. Fusion just has to tie the next match. And I'm just looking at if they would get 1 point, 1, 2, 3. Just calculating, they would have 6, they would have 3. Even, oh my god, even if they only get 1 point, even if they only get 1 survivor out, they take the victory home right here. Just by 1 point, just by 1 point. This tram hit right here, definitely changing everything.
So you're kidding me? So that's so important. That 5 points is so important with how they were able to play this. So it's all or nothing. Garden of Eden needs to tie this just so they can win, right? Because they get the round. If they tie it, then they win in terms of rounds because Garden of Eden won the first round. But dang,
just
Eden
to tie this means a 5-point game. That's the only way Garden of Eden can win this. If Garden of Eden is getting 5 points, the 4 survivor elimination, they win this. Everything else will go in favor of Fusion right here, just because of how this match was ending. Wow, what a phenomenal end. And this is definitely putting pressure back from Fusion's side into Garden of Eden's side right here. Fantastic outcome of this first half when we are talking about Fusion, because that is definitely what they needed to come back from this. And as we have now I want to say this. Before, Garden of Eden needed to tie the entire time. Now, it's really in favor of Fusion because we have seen how both of the teams are going head-to-head. They are usually tying up the match. They are usually very, very clutch when it comes to similarities and to, get 2 survivors out, maybe even get 1 survivor only out, but they are usually making it out of there with survivors. And this is exactly what Fusion is trying to do right now. 1 survivor will be enough to get that victory and to go into the finals. The finals against before you.
I'll start saying things now because Grizzly, it's so intense that we're losing our voices, just screaming at the top of our lungs with how I mean, if you tell me that, that tram hit is just so unpredictable. I mean, I'm not a betting man, and I would never have predicted an event like that from happening. Not just 1 hit, but 2. How likely is that from happening? You said it. It's very unlikely, but it happened in a high-stakes situation. And you saw Dreamer popping off a little bit because, again, that was a gift sent by the Tram gods to him and how he was able to clutch that because it was gearing towards a potential two-man escape. But then again, you know what? Let's say that the Tram wasn't there. He could have still secured 1 because the tension was in the air. You did see him, the exit gate didn't open quite in time. So it was gearing towards that. In a sense, it might have been a 3-1, but having 5 points, denying Eden any points at all, definitely the game changer. We are now taking off the table the 4th round because win conditions are clear for Eden. 4K or nothing for them.
That is for sure. There will be no 4th round because it's either win or lose, ride or die. That's just how it is. And I just want to highlight this as well because you mentioned it, or you were starting to go into that direction. Fusion was doing a fantastic job. That second survivor that was getting out of the game was on the chair, was secure. There was no way for Garden of Eden to actually rescue that second survivor. And with the teleportation, if Fusion Streamer was able to bring down 1 survivor, he could be able to actually protect the gate and bring down the second survivor and play the back and forth where you just exhaust their self-healing progress or their self-healing skill. And even without the tram hit, I think that Fusion had the chance of a 4 survivor elimination. I don't want to take that away from Dreamer because he's just a very, very strong Sculptor player. It was a really, really good match. And I think a 3 survivor elimination would have been definitely possible with this entire setup. And even a 4 survivor elimination would have been possible without that tram hit. But that tram hit was just, quicken up things right here for Dreamer. Was allowing him to hit these 2 survivors at the end of the game, just bringing them down, bring them to the chair. And this is definitely one of the highlight moments in this tournament. How this, the Sculptor with the teleport was scaring the 2 remaining survivors into the tram and was allowing the Sculptor to, just quickly clean up the rest of the match.
And considering that, my hair is messed up. Considering that this type of match that we're about to witness, there's a lot that's going to be on the line for these participants. I'm actually it just shows the level of respect that you need to show when it comes to this Sculptor pick. It's so dangerous to have this Sculptor come in, and you just have to respect Bennett. to be honest. You see how even though that the tram did help out the situation, you can easily say that could have been at least a 3, at most a 4-man kill. Because
that is
not only did the sculptor teleport at the right time and was fully fed, the sculptor also had detention. So it was quite the intense situation. Dreamer, again, big ups to him. Just at the start even of the round, it was quite the intense situation. But you also got to give it to Garden of Eden survivors. They were able to really dodge his statue hits at the early game and even to mid game. So I'm excited to see how Eden will reply to this. And considering that we are going to see a new hunter coming out of Garden of Eden, it's going to be Slade that will be hunting for Garden of Eden.
That is for sure. And I mean, you and I were both surprised when we saw the bans, when we saw Breaking Wheel as well as Dreamwitch being banned, because we were so certain that we're going to see a Breaking Wheel and a Sculptor ban. And this is just showing us yet again why we are so certain of this, because now the Sculptor was out to play, the Sculptor was free for pick, and therefore Sculptor really performing extremely well. And again, this could have been easily a 3 survivor elimination for the Sculptor, maybe even 4 survivor elimination. Of course, Garden of Eden played very, very well before, could also have gotten a tie if it wasn't for that tram. So there was still everything was still on the table, even late game. But yeah, that's very, very unfortunate for Garden of Eden right now, because the stakes are there for them to win. The stakes are very high for them, because to win they need to get the 4 survivor elimination as well. And if we just look at the past matches that we have seen, round number 1, round number 2, we saw that these teams are very, very even in their skill set, and they might actually tying up again. Just if we look at the past, right, they were having a hard time on both sides to get a clean 5-point game. So that's definitely in favor of Fusion right now. They just need 1 survivor out. They just need to get this 1 escape. But on the other side, everything is still on the table. We're gonna see a 4 survivor ban, 3 survivor bans, then we're gonna see 2 picks, and then we're gonna see an additional survivor ban, which is definitely making it more difficult for the survivor side to pick the, preferred characters, and which might give the hunter a chance to also achieve the 5-point game, because honestly, Garden of Eden has performed very, very well in this tournament. And if anyone can get the 5-point game and secure this very, very head-to-head game right here against Fusion, it's definitely Garden of Eden. I'm really looking forward to see that final match that will decide who will go against before you in the finals.
Yeah, and I'm sure everyone in the chat went wild for that last sequence. It just really comes down to the wire. We were saying it was a deja vu, but I'm not sure if the tram will have that deja vu experience. Wow. Again, at this point, it's like it's hard to speculate with what's going on, because if we were talking about the picks and bans, we did see that the Sculptor did come through, and that just showed the confidence in the skills of Garden of Eden survivors, and they were doing pretty well. I would say they were gearing towards a tie sort of situation, but towards the last seconds, it looked like Dreamer was getting like a checkmate situation with at least 3. Coming into this though, Slade can be the one to turn things around, because as you mentioned, when it comes to off meta hunters and like different having a sub hunter, it can definitely pale in comparison with just having just a single hunter in your roster. At least he can have that element of surprise. He can just throw them off a loop, because they have to adjust again. They have to think about what survivors what hunters they will be banning, depending on who Slade is comfortable in using. So I'm really excited. I can't wait. I really want to just see how this match would conclude.
I just want to highlight one more thing. Talking about the Sculptor right here, talking about Dreamer. Dreamer was very, very patient when the rescue of the from the priestess in the basement happened. We saw how patient he was with the prisoner, because he was not utilizing his normal attack to bring down the prisoner. He was really focusing on bringing down the prisoner with the statues. So as soon as the Cypher Machine pops, he still has the normal swing to immediately bring down the prisoner. And this is exactly what happened. This is exactly how it went down. Prisoner went down immediately, and therefore Dreamer was having enough time to actually go to the gate, because if it would have went differently, imagine Prisoner would take a normal hit. He would get up and then, kite around the Sculptor even longer. This would have been different from what we have seen, because then with the Sculptor being kited around a little bit longer, the rest of the teams would definitely have a very, very good time to actually get to the other gate. It was a Priestess who could utilize the Global Portal to just teleport to the open gate. So this could have been a very, very different outcome if the Sculptor Dreamer was not going for, the statue down and then the immediate follow-up after the Cypher Pop. So that was definitely a very, very important play by him. And at the same time, again, with that play, he was allowing or enabling himself to get at least 3 survivors, if not even 4. So that's definitely something to highlight right here.
And just heard some information. Big shout outs to Eli once again. Show him some love in the chat when he is on the mic here along with Kahel. He did chime in with some information of Slade. He is known as an Axe Boy main. So we could be getting your request. But knowing that though, I'm pretty sure Fusion would be like, all right, you're known as an Axe Boy main. Let's cancel out the Axe Boy. Because again, you get 2 bans.
That could definitely be the case, but then we might see the same situation like we just saw right now, right? Because we could cancel out that very, very favorite X-Boy of Slade, but at the same time, this would allow either the Breaking Wheel or the Sculptor on the field, and we just have seen what that would mean for the Survivor side. It would definitely make things harder to leave these meta characters out, but at the same time, you're very right. The X-Boy could be a respect ban, because if you have a special hunter that you're just focusing on and that you actually have in your team just to be here for that very moment, right? When you cannot utilize the meta hunters, so you have another player that specializes on, for example, X-Boy. It might be a reasonable decision to actually ban that X-Boy and to let the other hunter play Sculptor or Breaking Wheel if they are not as familiar with these meta hunters.
Oh, yeah. And considering that they just need 1 person out, not sure what their thought process would be when it comes to the bans of the hunters, but we're going to jump right to it. First off, it's going to be Fusion in the lead. Garden of Eden has a tall task ahead of him. Slade opting to ban the Priestess forward as well as the Seer. So, banning the Axe Boy. So allowing Gravekeeper to come in, allowing the Breaking Wheel to come into that mix. Sussy going for the Mechanic. We're going to see a pretty standard lineup, I believe. Just securing the Mechanic as well as the Mercenary. 1 more ban coming out of Slade. He could probably go for a Psychologist. Coordinator. Goes for the ban of that Coordinator because he knows that Fusion really likes to play around that flare gun.
That is for sure. Postman is coming in, and we have the Patient right here from K-Dad. Very, very exciting lineup. And I'm curious to see if we are not going to see that Breaking Wheel that is allowed, because Slade is not necessarily known for that meta character, but the Ripper, again, for Survivor elimination is needed on Garden of Eden's side to secure the victory in this 3rd round. And on the other side, we are having Fusion, who now only need 1 survivor through the gate. This is definitely possible for them. We have seen it before in round 1 and round 2, how they are able to get at least 1 survivor through the gate. And this is definitely going to be a huge task, but on both sides.
And now seeing this Ripper, this might actually favor, I would say, the Survivor team, because we rarely see Ripper, and especially you still have first priority bans being the Mechanic as well as the Mercenary. So Slade would have his plate full in terms of trying to down these survivors, and along with Bossy, with the Postman, can definitely help the Cypher Rush from happening. But you know what? Slade has the weight of the world on his shoulders. Let's see how he does, ladies and gentlemen. Is it going to be Fusion? Is it going to be Garden even? Let's find out here. Slade already spawning at No Man's Land, already at the center, and spots out the Mechanic early on. So this is an excellent find on Slade's side. Dropping the Peeper just to make sure that, oh my god, going for the pallet drop to start things off. Great sequence by Sussy, and now he sees that Slade has to being forced to chase up here, trying to play some mind games to wait for the drop to happen, but Sussy not going for it just yet, waiting for the vault to happen. Now we see that Sussy making a transition all the way to the graveyard side, preventing the Mercenary from finishing that cipher.
Oh, and that's a very, very good early down right here on the mechanic. Main decoder is down. The doll is placed, so that's definitely going to be still a helpful situation for the rest of the survivors. Still another decoder on the ground, basically. But the question is, will Slade pick up the pace? I mean, he has to, right? He cannot sit on the chair. He has to immediately transition away to prevent survivors from decoding more and to also bring down more survivors. Because you can wait.
The mechanic's doll was in the locker, and now he just cleaning up right away. Yeah, it's sort of just making sure that the mechanic, he doesn't have to worry about an extra survivor or an extra body for them to decode. But it seems like they're contented with just trying to push some of these ciphers. Mercenary just trying to push that cipher from happening, but you know what, the peepers would slow down that decoding from happening. And we see that the postman still sending some letters. Mercenary does have that buff when it comes to rescuing, so it seems like the team is opting for that rescue to happen. But it seems like Polar is just being chased away, and it seems like the mechanic will be going back to the manor.
Fantastic job. And I mean, that is definitely something that is predictable, because Team Fusion now really concentrates on these ciphers. You know, like one survivor is down, it is our main decoder, but our priority is to just finish up these ciphers. So let's not concentrate on rescuing. Let's really focus our entire survivor power on decoding, because that is what we need. We need one survivor out of here. We need to decode. We need to get... Oh, there comes it on the patient. We need to concentrate and bundle our power towards the cipher machines. Fantastic job from Haydad to really establish some distance right here. But Slade is not letting loose. Slade is concentrating on that one survivor right here, because that is what he needs to do. He needs to put pressure on the cipher machines as well as the survivor. But look at that. Haydad just going around that area, probably throwing down another pallet right here, forcing Slade to actually... Oh, nice. Destroy a pallet or utilizing that Foggy Blade.
Yeah, awesome. A sequence there on the side of Slade. Didn't want to continue the rotation around this side of the map. We do see that the postman is close to priming that cipher. And note that the mercenary has still yet to use his tide turner. And Bossy in the immediate area here might be chased away, because it's too risky to try to push for that cipher, while the mercenary still has 3 of his elbow pads to utilize. And now we see that Bossy is being chased away, and the mercenary is on the case here, goes for the rescue. Slade, knowing that the mercenary is there, will probably go back. He already knows that he already went for the postman, but it seems like he is just trying to decide where he's going to go for. And Haydad might be running straight into the Ripper.
That might be extremely strong right here for Slade, because he can now go and continue the chase of the patient, who only has one more hook left to utilize. Fantastic job from Slade, really focusing on that survivor. Also, fantastic job just hitting the postman and then going back to the patient, because that could be what a jump. Still, there's not a lot of area for the patient right here to get away, to kite around. The patient goes down. Haydad now being on the chair for the second time. We're gonna see the concentration on the rocket chair that is closer to the cipher machines, just so Slade can catch up on the rest of the survivors.
We do see that Bossy is opening up a chest there, and know that Bossy wants to push that last cipher from happening, and the mercenary is probably going to go for that rescue once again. You saw that the postman was prepping for that dog bite, and now just the tinnitus is popping up. Still opening up that chest is the postman, and now we see that Slade is camping this cipher, wants to try to double hit this mercenary, and the mercenary being very careful to time this rescue right, and we see that he's really going down to the fire. But able to get the rescue. The mercenary will be falling down. 2 ciphers still remain, so this rebound kite really needs to happen for the side of Fusion. Can they do it, Grizzly?
Fantastic job right here. We're gonna see how Slade is gonna perform right now, because Slade really needs to get Haydad down as soon as possible, because if he is able to bring him down, he can concentrate on the rest of the survivors. The Terror Shock is happening. That means that this survivor will go back to the manor. We can see in the bottom left, cipher machine is not primed yet, but this Prime might actually, this Cypher Machine might actually help up the Mercenary, and they can still split up to both exit gates, securing that one survivor escape they really need. We can see Bossy going away from that exit gate, while Polar is going into the direction. Slade is trying to hunt down Polar right away. Very, very curious to see how this is playing out.
Oh, Polar's found the Mechanics doll, and now we see that he's the one. The Mechanics doll is the one opening the exit gate. Polar's though gets sniped out early, and we see that the Mechanics doll is opening that gate, and we see he still has the elbow pads to utilize. Excellent utilization of the skills here, and we see that the Postman opening up the exit gate on the other side of this map. Polar's hoping that the dungeon's gonna open, but it's not close from happening. Mercenary is falling down, and we see that he will be chairing the Mercenary, but we see that the Postman able to escape, and Fusion, ladies and gentlemen, will be moving on in this tournament.
That is exactly what they need. They need one survivor out of here. And that's what I mentioned. In the previous rounds, we have seen both teams being very, very able to actually get at least one survivor through the exit gate. And that we saw the focus right here on Fusion's side, on really opening up that exit gate, allowing one survivor to get out of here by really concentrating on decoding. We saw the Mechanic being down quite early in the match, and nobody cared to get to this Mechanic because you wanted to prioritize decoding, you wanted to push the Cypher Machines, and you wanted to get that one survivor out of there. So fantastic job from Fusion's side right here. Also phenomenal job from Garden of Eden. Slade right there, putting the pressure on the survivors, was doing a fantastic job with that hunting down of the survivors. The Cypher pop, again, it's just a very, very difficult situation. If you still have two survivors on the ground that are splitting up, one is going to the exit gate, another one is maybe going to the other exit gate or dungeon, and then also having the doll just sitting there to open up the exit gate as well. This could have been a very, very nice play if the doll was just like, you know, opening up the gate. Phenomenal matches from both sides. I want to congratulate both teams. Garden of Eden, fantastic job playing in this tournament. It really could have went either way, right? Like both teams, they had everything to take, and every thing was on the table for both of them. But Garden of Eden was not quite making it, with only 1 point deficit as far as I know. Only 1 point less than Fusion. So congratulations for taking part, being the top 4 team in this tournament. I want to see a lot of love, a lot of hearts in the chat right now for Garden of Eden, as well as for Fusion, who is having the edge with 1 point more, that will proceed into the finals against Before You right now. After we finished up right here, let's just check up the match stats of the previous match, where we see Slade on the Ripper side.
Yeah, again, Slade having an excellent early down of that Mechanic, and just, you know, really steamrolling the survivors to the point where it was looking like he was about to go for the 4-man. But again, yeah, they realized the position they were in, that Fusion just needed one person out, and they spent their time. They spent their time with the Hunter, and it just shows with the containment time. Again, the triple digits came from not the main decoder, but from the Mercenary, the Postman, as well as the Patient. Mercenary as well as the Patient having the most kiting time, while the Postman falling a little bit early, but it was the Mechanic that had to kite for a while. And, you know, big kudos to Garden of Eden and Slade coming in with the Ripper, because you rarely see this Hunter in competitive play, and I'm excited. I'm so happy that we were able to see Ripper, and he was able to get a 3-man kill.
That is for sure. That was a fantastic 3-man kill, but again, we have Fusion right here coming out with one survivor. Postman almost peacefully decoding, almost peacefully opening up that exit gate on the other side. And here we can see it, 1 point ahead of Garden of Eden is Fusion with that third round 6-point match. If we look at the second half, we can see a 5-point match of Garden of Eden. What a head-to-head start. You could not really tell. I mean, you already could tell at the very beginning in round number 1 that this is not going to be an easy match for either of the teams. And you couldn't really tell who would take home the victory and who would proceed into the finals. But this really led up to a phenomenal fight between Fusion as well as Garden of Eden, leading up to the moment where Fusion was taking home that 1 5-point game, which brought them into the finals against B4U.
Yep, and it is going to be Fusion versus B4U, really down to the wire, and I'm excited. As you mentioned, they are warmed up. MVP is the Tram, of course. No one else but the Tram, ladies and gentlemen. Choo Choo Train Tram will be 2 pallet strikes, average eliminations at 2. I think we leaked the new Hunter Grizzly. It is the Tram.
That is for sure. The Tram is coming in right here. Should have said Total Terror Shocks too, because that definitely felt like a fantastic job. Definitely great matches from both sides. I agree. Titling the Tram as MVP, as funny as it sounds, I think is fair because both sides were performing extremely well. They were going head to head, and at the end of the day, putting anyone on the MVP side would definitely, kind of a heavy decision because all of them deserve the same MVP spot because they were so head to head, neck to neck. Fantastic job from, both teams. Next up, we're gonna see, as you already mentioned, Fusion against B4U in the final matchup of today, in the final match of this tournament. Very curious to see who will take the championship title home. But for now, that is us. That is it for us. Do you have anything else to say?
Big shout out to the NA community. We love you, and we hope that you guys are going to enjoy the grand finals. Do show some love and support to both the teams, and also show some love and support to Kahel and Eli, because they will be taking the mic. So on behalf of me and Grizzly, we will be bidding adieu. We'll be taking a very short break, but when we return, it's going to be grand finals, so stay tuned for that. More IVT when we come back.
踏过荒谷和大漠，肩负着族人的使命，去往异乡。阴谋与命运交织着。当星辰落下之时，毒蛇露出了尖牙。忠诚与背叛的戏码拉开序幕。火光将反叛的计划化为乌有，刺向毒蛇的弯刀，在烈火间把双手灼烫。然而，救命的稻草不过是又一场狩猎的预谋。而若不甘心成为猎物，只能自己勇敢伸手，触碰飞鸟与神鹰。
Legend has it that it was once home to a prince. The prince had a puppy. But one day, the puppy died. The prince was inconsolably distraught and offered a reward to anyone who could resurrect the dog, saying that he would be willing to give anything in return.
They believed that a goddess would be reborn as one of them every generation. And as long as the goddess danced for the Lord would be blessed by the heavens. And at the sacred ceremony, she danced and prayed for rain. Soon, rain indeed fell.
Hey. It's your turn.
An evil born from desire summons forth a cruel priest. An open hand ushers in the decaying birth. A turned hand leads to the despairing death. Only from a submissive soul can flowers bloom eternal. The sinners fear me. They will immolate themselves to burn this mark upon my fingertips. While the innocent has challenged me through brave naivety, you think you have unveiled the absurd truth. My sheltered subjects. If you have never set foot in the darkness of the abyss, how can you understand the significance of a distant ray of light?
Criminals engrave their evil intentions on their faces, forehead, pupils, cheekbones. The beast within cannot hide from science. These wax statues are my vessels to imprison evil, but in my sister's innocent eyes, they are merely works of art. And so, I left. I left her all alone. I received invitations to conduct my research across continents. My shaping fueled my theory, and my theory shaped the world. How was my sister doing? The thought rarely crossed my mind. But when I come home, I bet I still see that same happy face, the face of an artist immersed in her work. I have returned. Only too late. The escaped beast wrought its sin upon an innocent lamb. Late justice is a sin for which I must atone. The wax has been heated. The model has waited long enough. This time, let's do this together.
美的化身，圣洁的海中女王。人们把你视为恐怖的灾祸，然而美，无人可以立下善恶的判词。光鲜的皮囊下，是一个个污秽而自以为是的灵魂。 小小的晚餐啊，来了，请享用吧，让我一睹您的真容，洗净他们的罪恶与污浊。
I finally arrived at the manor mentioned in the commission letter. The fairly complete main building became my first foothold here. At first, everything seemed to be going better than I had expected. That incomplete diary mentioned a bizarre game. The barely noticeable ashes and marks along the edges of the diary once again led me to new clues. A strange fireplace, unused firewood, a rotatable candlestick. As the wall began to turn, I knew that I had found what I was looking for. An even greater collection of diaries. I continued my deductions using these diaries. Finding information on the hunters is the key. Yet, it creates more questions than it solves. About the manor. About the game. And once a novelist. I lost my memory in an accident 10 years ago, and have suffered from intermittent amnesia ever since. My condition has worsened with the passage of time. The span of my amnesia is getting worse. Finally, through the eyes of my neighbors, I realize the exact nature of my condition. It's not about amnesia, but that person has awakened.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the North America European Official Tournament IVT. My name is Eli, joined here yet again with Kahel for an incredible finals match, which is coming up shortly. I'm very excited to see this one. We just saw a very intense matchup between Fusion and Eden, with Fusion coming out on top by like a couple extra points, very down to the wire there. But this finals matchup should be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to this. Kahel, it's great to be commentating with you again. How are you feeling about this matchup?
Well, I'm always happy to share the mic with you, Eli. And yes, I am just about as excited as you are, especially because we have anticipated this from the beginning. We've seen teams that have been killing it since day one, and now we're finally here at the grand finals. Chat, I hope you're watching. I hope you are I hope you're giving us your undivided attention. Do send your love and support to the teams. It's gonna be exciting, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. The final two teams remaining here in NAU in this long, incredible tournament we've had so far. It's gonna be a best of five, so we have a lot of action still ahead. It's already been a long day. These teams have fought through two very close matchups and have made it all the way to the finals. Here we do again have Fusion versus B4U. This is going to be very exciting to see how this is going to play out. We do have a lot of similar characters probably going to be utilized here. Yes. We have Sprincer versus Dreamer. Dreamer and Sprincer both known to be very strong Sculptor players. We saw Sprincer securing a lot of heavy kills, I think a 4-person elimination as well as a 3-person elimination. And Dreamer so far, I believe, has not allowed a single survivor escape with the Sculptor so far in this tournament. So this is going to be a very intense matchups. I think we're going to see... We have a lot of good survivor teams here, but these hunters have just outperformed any expectations that anyone's had so far. So I think we're going to see some very good gameplay. Both hunters also known to play Dream Witch as well as Bloody Queen. So I think we're going to see a lot of similar mirror matches here based off of even survivor picks. I think are going to be very similar. Both of these teams, top tiers in NAU, very meta heavy teams. This is going to be a very close matchup.
That's right. And to elaborate more on that, I am expecting in the earlier rounds that we are going to see a lot of meta picks. And then since this is best of 5, it is especially exciting because when the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds come, that is when the lineups are really going to start to get creative. Who knows? We just might see those hunter picks that we really weren't expecting, like what Grizzly and Poch said in their cast. They were mentioning the Feaster, since we all know that Grizzly is such a Feaster fan, and as am I. But I'm really hoping to see those non-meta picks, especially those hunters that we don't see every day. I mean, we have seen the Ripper already. I am expecting, yes, to see the Sculptor in the first rounds, the Breaking Wheel, and then we also have the Dream Witch, the Guard 26, and the Bloody Queen. But apart from that, I'm hoping to see some others. I do recall seeing in the chat yesterday that people do want to see more of Naiad and even Axe Boy, so there's a lot to expect. It's best of 5, people. There are a lot of things in store for us today.
Yeah, starting to look at how these hunters are going to play out throughout these matches. I think we're going to see through the first 2 rounds at least, as you mentioned, Kahel. I think we're going to see very meta hunters. We're going to see most likely Sculptor, Breaking Wheel, something like that from Dreamer. From Sprincer, most likely Sculptor and Dream Witch will be the first 2 rounds from both of these players. After that, it gets into a little bit more different territory than what we're accustomed to. We're going to see maybe Bloody Queen. Both of these players do play Bloody Queen. So we saw Sprincer play Bloody Queen a little bit early in the tournament. Dreamer also could pull out the Bonbon. We saw that in the last round as well. So we might see a little bit more unusual picks after the 3rd round. Moving on to the 4th and 5th. We could see Naiad, we could see Axe Boy. I'm not actually sure what Sprincer plays beyond Bloody Queen, Dream Witch, and Sculptor. I think we've seen Anne from him at some point. We could see the Anne come out. As for Dreamer, we might see Bloody Queen and Bonbon again in the 4th rounds. And if we get to a 5th round, that could be very exciting. We may see some completely, just trump card hunters we were not expecting. Maybe even that Naiad that everyone is hoping for.
That's right. And apart from that, let's talk about the possible lineups of the survivors as well, especially in the later rounds. We do know for a fact that there will be a 4 survivor ban in rounds 4 to 5. So I'm pretty sure Mechanic is going to be out of the picture. Priestess, Seer, even Mercenary, we can probably say goodbye to them at that point. And this is where it's going to start to get really creative. expecting to see the Gravekeeper. I'm also expecting to see, well, the Postman, of course, and then we have the Entomologist. I'm sure Patient is going to be in the mix as well because he has been a constant pick even in the previous rounds and even in the last weekends. We've seen him and we've seen how efficient he can be with those kites as long as he gets enough support. So I'm really excited to see what the Survivor lineups are going to be. So knowing that this is a best of 5, who do you think is going to come up in the later rounds?
Well, in the later rounds, we have to think about what characters are going to get banned. So, as you mentioned, those 4 characters in particular, Mercenary, Seer, Priestess, and Mechanic, probably going to be out of the question for the most part. We may also see Ford get banned a lot as well as maybe characters like Patient or Psychologist. So, assuming a lot of those characters are out of the option, I think we're going to see characters like Entomologist come into play. We saw Entomologist from Paul Blums earlier today. We saw Postman get utilized as well. We saw Postman from Bossy on Fusion in the last round. So I think a lot of those characters are all very strong. We see those kind of characters get utilized a lot over in China, even in the early rounds, but not so much here in NAEU. So I think a lot of those will come out to play here. There are some other options. As you mentioned, Gravekeeper is a good rest hero in the later rounds. Once you have all those chip hunters banned, you're able to play characters like Gravekeeper that thrive against hunters that don't have chipping abilities. So I think we're going to see Gravekeeper. I think we could also see Painter come out at some point as well. Painter is very strong. There's a very nice combination with Painter. If you have Forward and Painter, assuming that maybe the Forward doesn't get banned in one of those rounds, you can stun on chair instantly as the Painter gets chaired and rescue right away. And the Painter has that extra chair time. So if you put on the chair again, he still has the entire time left over and the survivors don't lose any time. So we might also see Painter get utilized. Yeah, I'm very excited to see which characters come out. I think we're going to see we're going to start diving into those characters that aren't really in the high S tier, or aren't really in the high A+ tier range, more in the A, maybe even B tier. Even characters like Female Dancer could come out. That could be very strong as well. So anything like that could definitely come out to play in these later rounds. I'm really hoping to see it. I'm really hoping to see how these teams will adapt to situations where there's more characters banned and they have less options to work with.
Now, I'm curious, since you're our insider guy, in terms of the map picks, how do you think both teams are going to take their opponents into consideration when it comes to selecting maps, at least for the first round?
Yeah, for the first round, it's tough for both teams because, again, we're probably going to see a Hunter mirror match in terms of both players playing Sculptor. So it really comes down to whoever has, the first sort of map pick. What sort of map is your Hunter most comfortable playing on, or what sort of map is your Survivor team most comfortable playing on? I think we're more than likely going to see Ever Sleeping Town just because it's favorable for both Sculptor players. It's favorable for both Survivor sides because it's a map that a lot of teams like to play on. We could see a couple trump card maps come out. I know Before You does like to pull out Lakeside Village at times, and Fusion, as we saw throughout this tournament, has pulled out Moonlit River Park. So we might see one of those maps come out to play, but I think for the most part, we're going to see a lot of standard maps, whether that's Ever Sleeping Town, Arms Factory, Red Church, kind of the maybe even Sacred Heart Hospital, a lot of the more common maps. Who knows, maybe we'll get to see something like Chinatown come out as well. We haven't seen that at all yet in this tournament, so that would be very exciting. I don't know how much these teams have practiced in terms of preparing for that map, but if they have, then that's definitely an option, probably more in the later rounds, but I definitely think we're going to see Ever Sleeping Town at least 1 point throughout this throughout these rounds.
I actually would agree, especially in the earlier rounds where you really would want to bring out either a Sculptor or a Breaking Wheel. So I guess in the first matches, I'm going to expect a really meta lineup as well as a meta hunter. And then we can expect the same bands. Okay, we have the Mechanic and the Priestess. You really don't want to be dealing with them, especially not in the early rounds when it's really crucial for the teams to start racking up those points. So I really am excited about the later rounds. I really do hope it comes to that point, especially in rounds 4 and 5. That's why I'm very excited to be casting the grand finals with you, because this is when it's going to start to really get interesting. And also, we really do want to involve the chat as well. So please know that all your opinions are valid. Of course, we do have a meta. We do know how things are going to work out. More or less depending on the picks and the bans, but we shall see. So really do stay tuned and do participate, stay involved, because we're all in this together as a community. We really want to view this with all the positive outlook in the world. And now here is the lineup of B4U, a very strong team. So tell us about them, Eli.
All right, so as you guys saw before, we do have Sprincer leading off in the Hunter faction here for B4U. It looks like Ching's going to be coming in possibly later as a substitute. Sprincer is known for that Sculptor. We saw that get utilized very effectively against ICT earlier on in this tournament. We also see him utilize that Dream Witch last, or at least earlier today against Legacy to very full effect, really putting Legacy on the back foot in that round. So I think we're going to see a lot of those two Hunters come out. We did see Sprincer pull out the Bloody Queen. Yes. ICT, I believe, was able to get a win against the Bloody Queen, which is a bit of a rare occurrence, but we could also see the Bloody Queen come out as well. From the Survivor side, we have Schmitty, Paulblems, MyLeg, and Cat. Schmitty known to be playing that Patient, has utilized that quite a bit throughout this tournament. Paulblems, typically the Decoder and Kiter player. We see him play a lot of Mechanics, Seer, as well as Entomologist. MyLeg also will sometimes play Kiter characters such as Priestess. And Cats is the harasser of the team, playing that forward, and also other possible rescue characters at some point throughout this match.
Then I guess it'll be up to her to bring out those non-meta rescuers that we've been talking about. Who knows? We might even see the Batter. And then you did mention the Gravekeeper as well. I am expecting them to bring him out because of his rescue potential in the later rounds. And now here we are with the lineup of Fusion. Also a very strong team, have been displaying on-point gaming since day one. Dreamer, such a versatile hunter. We've seen him bring all of the meta hunters out, and we've also seen him bring Hell Ember. That was such an interesting and memorable match. And then we also have Bossy and Sally Polars and K-Dead. Such a consistent team when it comes to their coordination and display of skills. But what can you say about this lineup so far?
Well, again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. The Hunter is going to be very similar. We're going to have a very similar Hunter selection. Dreamer, again, with that Sculptor. Also can play the Dream Witch, but is more accustomed to the round 2 Breaking Wheel in comparison to Sprincer's Dream Witch, which may be a little bit of a difference, but we could also see a lot of mirror matches here. Dreamer also has the option to go Bloody Queen in round 3, which may also stack up against Sprincer's, and Dreamer also has a 4th round Bon option, or maybe even earlier, depending on the map, but we could see that come into play. Bossy, known to be the forward player of the team, also utilized the Postman in the last match, so that could come out. We have Sally on the main Kiter and Decoder playing that Mechanic and Priestess. Polars, usually the main rescuer, playing the Mercenary, also a big coordinator player. We've seen Polars utilize the coordinator a lot throughout this tournament, more often than a lot of we've seen with a lot of teams. And K-Dead almost always on that Patient until it gets banned. We may also see him switch over to that Toy Merchant, which was utilized on Moonlit River Park because of those high up 2-story windows that you can vault out and get on that glider.
That's right, and I do believe that we've also seen him play Perfumer quite proficiently in Arms Factory, which was such an amazing match because it was against a Soul Weaver, and I really won't forget that because it was such an amazing display of skill right there. And now let's get straight into it. The first match, ladies and gentlemen, at the Red Church. I'm really curious as to what the picks and bans are going to be. Well, we do have some expectations, yes, but you can never tell. Then again, here is Dreamer going off with the Mechanic. Yes, you really do not want to be dealing with her, especially not in Red Church. But because of that, MyLeg has been able to lock in the Priestess and Paulblems with the Seer. So what do you think are going to be the picks next? Oh, a forward ban?
Yeah, this is actually a little interesting from B4U. A more common meta sort of pick here would be to go with the forward. A lot of teams immediately lock in forward, especially in the first round. So taking Priestess and Seer instead of the forward is interesting. Again, we usually see forward Priestess or forward and Seer getting locked in. It looks like Dreamer is going with that Sculptor as we predicted. So yeah, B4U maybe going for a little bit of a slightly off meta strategy in terms of the lock-ins, but Still a lot of the same meta characters. We have Schmitty on that mercenary and Katz playing the Postman yet again here. Postman can act as a substitute decoder for the mechanic because you can give that decoding letter to the main rescuer, typically the mercenary. We are going to have the between Graveyard and Wedding Spawn for Dreamer, which means one survivor does spawn top broken and also towards backgate. Let's see which direction he opts to go for. And he is going to, it looks like he's going to bait going towards top broken and instead rotate towards backgate instead, which is the location of the Priestess.
That's actually a good move right there because he was able to counter the foresight of the Seer. So probably if they were coordinating that he would go to top broken, he would instead go to the back gate here to find the Priestess, who will now be doing the first kite. So here she is making use of those portals right off the bat and trying to avoid those statues as best as she can for the team to get started with the decoding. So now the Postman has delivered his letters of tranquility to himself and the mercenary. Really good choice there because it does give that, the use of the owl right there. I think it's a good decision as well on the part of the team because that does extend the kite and the Priestess is still unharmed, Eli.
Absolutely beautiful owl there from Mylag. We're going to see the blink there. Does miss that hit. Can he get the hit? Again, no, it looks like he is going to get that hit there. No option to revault the pallet. Of course, you would not want to risk a Terror Shock in this situation. So we do see Mylag using that third and final portal here, which means he's going to be stuck in sort of a raw kiting situation. Does have a very strong pallet to work with over here. Is able to dodge that first statue. And, that next one just missing a little bit there. Getting that pallet boost. Can transition over to Graveyard now, which is a strong kiting area. And Mylag in a pretty good kiting situation so far. A little bit low on pallets here, which is the only downside. Let's see how long he's able to stay alive for.
Well, actually, he's already doing a lot for the team because look at the Seer on his decoding progress here. Already finished 2 ciphers. So that has been a 3-cipher kite and the ciphers have already been rushed. A really good start on the part of the survivors of B4U here as this Priestess is going to the chair for the first time. There's still a lot of time for them to work around this, especially because look at this coordination. They are already getting started on those last 2 ciphers.
We are going to see B4U Schmitty transitioning in for a rescue. You have to be careful here. Sculptor is one of those strong camping hunters. Let's see how he's able to maneuver around these statues from Dreamer. Beautiful juke so far. And really trying to bait these statues out. An excellent job here. Dreamers might be forced to just go ahead and hit this mercenary. Instead, there is that hit, and he's able to get that rescue off before the halfway mark. Let's see how Mylag is able to rebound from this. Slow pallet breaking speed from Dreamer most likely indicates towards a trump card build, which we may see come out later in this match. And Mylag's going to do his best to transition away from this area, try to make as much distance as possible. Does have another portal available. Ooh. Is able to get it off before the statue lands. Beautiful portal there from this Priestess, and is now going to transition towards top broken, which is not the strongest kiting area in the world, but does have a lot of distance to work with.
That's actually a beautifully placed portal right there. Imagine the stun that was placed on the hunter upon passing through that portal. But look at how Mylag is able to efficiently use this area without the use of portals even, because I think even if he did take that hit, that was still such a long kite with just 1 cipher remaining. And now look at this, the Seer waiting at the gate as we speak, and now all that's left to do is to just rescue and have that last cipher primed.
Here comes the Postman for the rescue. Looks like he's going to try to use these statues here. Oh, they're going to pop the cipher. This is a little bit risky. Mylag needs to try to transition away here. The hunter does have detention. He's going to go ahead and break that portal. Blink is back up, which means he may just blink here to get that guaranteed 1 kill. And yeah, there's the blink with detention. That's going to secure the down. Beautiful blink from Dreamer. Again, you have to make sure that you don't allow more than, you don't allow all 4 survivors out the exit gate. Keep in mind the dungeon was in the vicinity. So Dreamer playing it safe, getting that 1 kill here. And that is going to be a 3-survivor escape. Beautiful job from B4U right out the gate here to go on top here against a round 1 Sculptor. It's not easy to do.
Right, an amazing job from the survivors here being able to pull off a 3-man escape, and that gives them 3 points and 1 to Garden of Eden right there. Fusion, sorry. I'm wow, that was
it's okay, don't worry about
it. Really excited for the next match already because that was such an intense one. But what can you say about that, Eli? Some flawless gameplay that we've seen right there.
Yeah, very good job from MyLeg. Did get found a little bit early. There was a what a lot of hunters will do is when there's a seer on the team, they'll kind of bait going to a certain area, then turn and go to a different one. As you saw, Dreamer went towards Top Broken and then knew the seer was observing his location. So he then turned and went towards Backgate to try to trick the priestess into staying Backgate, and it did work. But MyLeg with a beautiful job utilizing those portals to stay out of hit range of that Sculptor, and a beautiful owl setup as well. You see, kiting in the open is so crucial against that Sculptor. Force an owl hit. So a very nice setup there from the survivor side, and just a very strong kite overall. It was a 3-cyber kite. Nice rescue from Schmitty as well. Again, it's not easy to rescue a Sculptor. Even without full presence, those statues can still cancel your attack recovery. So getting that clean rescue there really did make the difference. And again, shout out to Dreamer getting that excellent blink off in the end to secure at least 1 kill. That was very crucial that you don't allow the 4 survivor escape there. But B4U will be going on top of the first half of this first round by a score of 3-1.
That's right. And the survivors of Fusion are really going to have to answer back with the same amount of energy and effort just to be able to tie the points. But still, this is the first round, and this is the best of 5 after all. So it's still too early, and we still have a lot in store for us. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out. It has been such an amazing match with that 3-person escape and 1-man kill. So we are going to get another Sculptor, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure you would agree as well, because this is the first round after all, and it is Red Church. So are we going to expect the same lineup from the survivors of Fusion?
I think it's going to be a little bit different. Again, we were talking about how B4U goes for a little bit, they went for a little bit of a different lock-ins than we typically would see. We almost always see that forward getting locked in. Instead, they locked in the Seer and the Priestess, which is not quite as common, especially here in NAEU. But I think if you're Fusion, you're probably going with the same strategy you've gone through throughout the majority of this tournament, what a lot of teams would typically go for. And that's going to be locking in that forward. So I think we're going to see forward from the side of Fusion. Maybe they go Seer and Priestess as well, but it could go for the forward as well. So I think we're most likely going to see a mechanic ban, and then probably also we're going to see forward and Seer or forward and Priestess locked in. And then from there, if you're Sprinter, you're probably banning the other one that doesn't get banned, doesn't get locked in, which is either Priestess or Seer. And Fusion will go with probably Patient and Mercenary, which we've seen a lot again throughout this tournament. I think that's probably going to be the standard comp from them here. We actually saw Postman instead of Patient from B4U in the last round, really trying to prioritize the Cypher Rush with that decoding letter. So maybe Fusion goes for a similar strategy as well, or maybe they'll stick to the Patient, which has worked for them throughout this tournament.
Well, actually, I was going to ask you, now that we've seen the full potential of a Priestess in Red Church, if she does get locked in, we know her kiting potential and how she is fully capable of securing a Cypher Rush. Would you expect that she's going to get banned on top of the mechanic this time?
I think that if you're Sprinter here, I mean, you need to go for a draw. It's hard to say because mechanic is a character that's good for getting draws. It's a little bit harder to win mechanic if she gets found first because of how fast her Cypher Rush is. So I'm not really sure if Sprinter will ban mechanic. I think it's most likely that he will, just because mechanic is so strong against Sculptor, because it's so hard to deal with that bot, so hard to deal with that Cypher Rush. So I think there's a good chance mechanic gets banned, and then we'll probably see Sprinter go for, again, Priestess or Seer banned. But yeah, it's definitely possible. We see Priestess get banned or Seer gets banned, 2 characters. That can be very strong. We may even see Forward get banned as well. Forward is such a strong support character. One of the best characters for dealing with a Sculptor in terms of supporting, because, again, it's hard to kite a Sculptor, and that Forward support can really make a difference in a match.
Yeah, so now I am beginning to understand the forward ban in that match, but I do think also that seeing that what just happened, they're really gonna want to seal him in this time just to provide that extra support and that stun as well. So yes, I am also expecting the same Hunter, but a slightly different kind of lineup depending on the bans. But since you did mention that the mechanic is gonna get banned still on top of the priestess, I think it would be the logical choice to lock her in early in during the picks and bans, just to be able to come up with the same outcome as the first match. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I think I don't really know. It's hard to say again. If you're Spencer, you just want to get a draw. If you're Fusion, you're trying to push for at least a draw. I mean, you don't want to get too far behind here. I think obviously the worst case for them is that Spencer's able to get a 4-person elimination. And it is a smaller map. Again, rotation is a huge part of dealing with a Sculptor. So on a map like Red Church where it's harder to rotate because of how small it is, maybe we won't see rotation being quite as strong. I think if you're Sprinter, you're probably going to be going for a blink strategy, probably just up-down blink again, secure that draw. You have the detention for the end game. You have the blink to help you get the kill earlier on. So, yeah, I don't know. But in terms of Fusion survivors, as we're talking about, I think we'll probably just see a similar meta comp. I mean, it's so hard to counter Sculptor because she's able to chase so many targets. And I think we'll probably just see... Again, we're most likely going to see Mechanic get banned just because that's the standard ban for Sculptor, but anything's definitely possible. I think, yeah, so I think we might also see, we could also actually see Dream Witch from Sprinter as well. I think that's a little bit less likely. Just because Dream Witch is just, it's not quite as strong in the earlier rounds. It's easier to counter a Dream Witch because there's, you have Psychologist, you have Seer, you have Priestess, 3 characters that are so strong against the Dream Witch in the early round. Psychologist can heal, force 3 hits against Dream Witch. Seer can use that Owl. Priestess can have that portal support. So we did see Sprinter use the Dream Witch on Red Church, but in a round 1 situation, maybe he goes for it here. But when you have a lot of characters that can counter Dream Witch, and you don't have enough bans to deal with that, maybe it's less likely to see her get used.
What would be really cool is that if the Hunters actually don't use Sculptor at first. I know this is a bit of there's a slight chance that it's gonna happen, but if they do, I mean, there has been some unexpected picks. So for round 1, to actually not see a Sculptor right off the bat would be really interesting as well. So now that you mentioned the Dream Witch and how Sprinter is so proficient with using her, I would be really surprised and yet pleased to see her. But let's try to talk about that kind of possibility for round 1. What do you think about the potential there, knowing that the survivors may be expecting a Sculptor?
Well, they're most likely going to get a judge of what character Sprinter wants to play based off of the first ban. So if you ban Mechanic as Sprinter here, you're most likely playing Sculptor. I don't think we're going to see any other Hunter besides that if there is a Mechanic ban. If you ban something else like Psychologist or Seer or Priestess, or even Forward, that would indicate more towards Dream Witch. You may be asking, how is Forward strong against a Dream Witch? Because you can use those followers to block off the Forward. Well, Forward creates pressure in a situation where the Dream Witch is forced to camp with 2 leeches, both the spawn and the leech, instead of leaving the chair to go pressure ciphers, because the Forward can actually just stun the 1 leech camping the chair and get a free rescue, and the survivor can easily rebound kite. We are going to see a Mechanic ban from Sprinter, which obviously, again, probably indicates Sculptor, and just like that, Forward and Priestess locked in for the survivor. Sprinter banning Mercenary. I don't know how I feel about this ban. This is not a very common ban if he is playing Sculptor. Maybe he'll actually switch to Dream Witch if he's banning Mercenary. Again, Seer is so strong against Sculptor. As long as you kite in the open, force that transition kiting, you can... we are going to see Patient actually from Polars instead of K-Dead here. So a little bit of a switch up here from Fusion. But yeah, Mercenary ban from Sprinter. Let's see what Hunter he locks in. Most likely going to be Sculptor.
That's right. I'm actually expecting the same thing, but because of these bans, I'm kind of inclined to think otherwise. But there it is. that sculptor we've been expecting. I am expecting this to be also such a top tier match, especially with this kind of lineup. They really do have a lot of work cut out for them, especially because there's no decoder in the team. So somebody's gonna have to kite really well there. They don't have a postman, just like in the previous round. So whoever is gonna get found first needs to do that extra kite right there just to be able to buy time for the team, especially because this is the forward we're talking about. If he's not occupied with providing support, he's really not much of a decoder. So I guess it's gonna be up to the spawns and who's gonna get found first.
We are going to see the church spawn from Sprinter, which means the survivor does spawn at God Pallet, behind Shack, at Backgate, and also Top Broken. It looks like Sprinter going towards God Pallet, which is you'd almost never see a hunter go this way with this spawn. They typically will go Top Broken or towards the Shack area, and not quite paying off for him. He does find the forward, which is not an ideal find by any means. Looks like we're going to see Bossy dodging these statues here. Probably going to use this football to transition towards this next pallet. Oh, really just footballing as far away as possible here. We're going to see Sprinter try to utilize these statues to get an early chip on him. Will he actually commit to a forward? This is interesting to see if that's what he opts to go for.
Yes, and now the kite continues here at the back of the church, where he will probably vault that window and transition either towards the Shack or the broken walls. But look at him already going towards the back gate. Oh, so that's why, because they are coordinating to have that seer provide that owl. But finally, the sculptor has teleported towards the seer and has landed that first hit. 5 ciphers still remaining, and it looks like they are past halfway. So looking good right here, but without that owl, he's gonna have to do that raw kiting, as you have mentioned. I wonder if he will last that long. This is a good area after all.
Yeah, tough situation for, beautiful hit from Sprinter. A bit of a tough situation there once you get down to that one statue hit. You have to be very careful which pallets you kind of kite through. We are going to see him get shared over near the Priestess Cypher Machine. A lot of progress so far for Fusion, though. So, you saw the forward waste a lot of time in the early game. The owl is out of the way, though, for Sprinter, which is a very good position for him. We see that Top Broken Cypher about 95% of the way done. One Cypher Machine down for Fusion. They're looking like in a pretty good position to get a draw. It's going to be very hard to win from here. But again, if Fusion is able to get a draw, make it around 5-3, they're still not in a bad spot. But again, if you're Sprinter, you really just want to secure a draw and put yourself in a position where your team does take round 1.
Now, it looks like nobody will be rescuing before half, so it looks like they're going to be rescuing him instead at the last second, because they do need to make up for that lost decoding progress with the seer being down within 5 ciphers. Look at the Priestess here, just trying to conceal her presence, but triggering the earmark, allowing Sprinter to still patrol, still keep her eyes open and be on her guard, especially because look at the cheer countdown on him, already about to go back to the manor here, and it looks like they're going to sell him out to the hunter at this point. And now 3 ciphers remaining. The chase continues.
Do see him teleport towards Backgate here. Beautiful job from Bossy. Has that pallet already set up. He's going to vault it for his speed boost. Transitioning towards Shack. This is an interesting route to go. Typically, you'd see a lot of hunters go towards, a lot of survivors go towards Graveyard instead, but it could be that's where they're decoding one of the Cypher machines. We're going to see Bossy try to contain. This is such a tough area for him here. There's not much really that he can do. Oh, beautiful joke. Able to avoid that there. Sprinter's going to vault this, most likely putting up confined space, unless he possibly doesn't have that. And, excellent statue. Going to get the down there. 2 Cypher machines remaining, and Sprinter may... he had an option to take him to basement. Instead, going to chair him middle broken instead. Maybe trying to pressure the Cyphers, but I don't think middle broken is a Cypher machine that they need to work on. So, interesting decision there, but he has caught sight, most likely, of Polar's, the patient here, so he is able to pressure, and also going to pressure that Priestess over in Graveyard.
And nicely placed portal right there at the back of the Graveyard. Look at the Priestess trying to avoid those statues, but the forward, as he was rescued, has already been hit, and now last effort is in effect. But look at the Cypher progress. It looks like this is a strong start for Sprinter here, who just needs to at least manage a draw, but would still like to go above and beyond by eliminating more survivors here.
We see the Patient trying to finish up that Cypher machine. Looks like about 90% of the way done. Patient able to pop. Now it really comes down to how much progress does the Priestess have? If that Cypher machine is almost primed, and it looks like, oh, it is primed. Fusion is looking like they can actually get a draw here, which would be quite impressive considering that, how impressive Sprinter Sculptor has been throughout this tournament. It looks like we're going to see the Patient as the one coming in for the rescue. Needs to use these hooks. It's going to be very close to see if he can make this rescue in time. We're going to see that first statue. Second statue. Can he utilize this hook in time? Is able to dodge that first one. He gets it canceled by a statue, which means the rescue is not going to happen, it looks like. Unless he can still go for this, he's going to hit him back. And there is the pop, but not able to get the rescue in time, which means all Fusion can really go for is a one survivor escape. We're going to see Polar's transition away here. Still has one hook to utilize. Is going to most likely use it here. Beautiful statue from Sprinter to get that hit there. Oh, he goes for a spike. Possibly a misclick there. And Polar's is going to transition away with that hook. Beautiful job from him there.
Actually, I really do enjoy oh my goodness, teleporting towards the back gate, going for that 4-man kill. Sprinter just staying on top of it. He is on fire with this, now chasing the Priestess and pursuing that 4-man kill. It does take a bit of time before the Patient will be able to self-heal, and this is how Sprinter is making use of that time. Chasing the Priestess here at the back gate. But look at Sally, not giving him the time of day. Still pulling off this decent kite, and that was able to give the Patient time to self-heal.
Oh, the portal off just in time. And the pallet stun. Beautiful setup from Sally there. That's going to keep her kite alive a lot longer. That is not easy to do. It looks like that's beautiful statue from Sprinter, though. That's going to pull her back. She's going to try to stay alive going around the street. Does get that hit there. Polars is going to push for that exit gate. Most likely we're going to see Sprinter. No, he's going to go ahead and share here. We're going to see the Patient try to get this gate open in time. Keep in mind the Sculptor does still have that chisel available, so they can chisel that exit gate, try to force the Patient off of the gate, and it looks like that is going to be the play there. You have to be careful you're the Patient not to go down to these statues. Can he get the gate open in time before the Sculptor is able to get there? It's going to be very close.
He needs to be really careful with how he is avoiding the statues, especially because this is a fully fed Sculptor after all. So, wow, an amazing statue hit on the part of Sprinter here, who is able to secure a 4-man kill. Now look at Sprinter. You did say that all he needed to do was a draw, but he did go above and beyond, securing that 4-man kill. Outstanding gameplay from him, but let's definitely not forget about the effort of the survivors here to at least achieve the objectives. They did pop that last Cypher, so it was still a valiant effort. That was such a good match, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Fusion set themselves up in a very nice position to secure a draw. All they really had to do was get that one rescue with the Patient, but a beautiful job from Sprinter to use those statues to sort of prevent the Patient from using that hook. Of course, the hook has to be uninterrupted to be able to be executed. So that's one of the reasons why Sculptor is so strong. She can use those statues to cancel abilities and prevent them from being used. So we saw those statues again canceling the Patient's ability. If they're able to get that hook off, even if the Patient is half health, they can still pop the Cypher and they can still make the rescue. But Sprinter was able to keep them far enough away where they weren't able to get that rescue off in time before that survivor was sent back to the Manor. So you do see the overall numbers here. Beautiful job from the Ford in the early game, containing the Hunter, not giving a single chip hit at all. Actually forcing out Sprinter did force out the Owl, but beautiful job in the early game. You saw Sprinter leaving him for the Seer, which ended up being a very strong play. Typically, once you get to that situation in a match, a lot of Cypher progress has already been gone, so it's looking good for the survivors there, but Sprinter able to make up for it by getting the Seer down quickly, and that definitely made the difference in this match.
I also do believe that end game, they did push for the best possible outcome. That Sally's kite at the end game was really impressive, still pulling off a pallet stun on a Sculptor no less, and that is just really impressive. And now here are the match results so far. A score of 8 for B4U, an amazing first match. I mean, we did see meta picks so far, but this is the first round after all, so we are expecting more diversity in the second round, and I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, absolutely. Before you taking a quick lead here, 8-1. Again, after you get a 3 survivor escape and you have Sprinter Sculptor coming up, again, a very good Sculptor player, you're already in a very strong position. However, able to go above and beyond to get a 4-person elimination really does make a difference, getting some extra points there. Again, it was looking strong for Fusion, getting that draw, but those statues really pushing the Patient back, preventing that rescue from happening, was so crucial because, again, if Patient gets that rescue, this is a draw. But if being able to prevent that from happening, being able to hold the Patient away from the chair until the survivor was sent back to the manor, even with the Prime Cypher, that's a challenging thing to do, and Sprinter did it beautifully. So, yeah, excellent job from both sides there. But again, Sprinter coming out on top, and B4U is taking round number 1.
That's right, but it is just round 1, and this is, again, best of 5, so there are still more chances to make up and answer back on the part of Fusion right here. So, chat, do send your love and support. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure the players appreciate it as well. And also, thank you, Eli, for your amazing insights, because this really does help the community understand it a lot more. So now that we are through with round 1, I really don't want to say that, okay, this is the expected round. We know what's going to happen here. Basically, the predictions are gonna push through. And now we are at round 2. It's going to start to get interesting. We're pretty sure that the Sculptor is going to get banned. But before we discuss the picks and bans, what do you think the map is going to be this time?
Yeah, very good question. I think that most likely B4U selected the map. Red Church is a map that I know Fusion doesn't really like to use that much. So I think that was most likely B4U selection. I think we also saw B4U use Red Church earlier on. Yeah, they did use it against Legacy. So I think that that was most likely B4U's pick. So I think we're going to see, we're going to go into Fusion selection here. It's interesting to see what they might go with. I think if you're Fusion, you're going to play into a situation where Dreamer can go for the Breaking Wheel. And if you are going for that, you have 2 maps in particular that are very strong. That's Moonlit River Park and Ever Sleeping Town. So you really have to think about what map is strong for Dreamer and also weaker for Sprinter. I think that Sprinter most likely will be playing a round 2 Dream Witch, which means that Moonlit River Park is definitely a better selection for Fusion. It is a map that they really like to play on. Again, we talked about B4U having Red Church and Lakeside as their 2 favorite maps, and B4U's specialty map is Moonlit. So I think we're going to see Moonlit River Park here get utilized most likely. Again, Moonlit's not too strong for Dream Witch because of how wide it, how spread out it is. There are some situations where I don't want to explain about this too much, but basically what happens is the Dream Witch is able to down a survivor on one side of the map, and they can pressure every single cipher on that one side. And then it forces the survivors to decode all of the ciphers on the other side of the map. And at the end game, the last 3 ciphers are all on the side that the Dream Witch was patrolling early game. So you get in a 3 cipher situation that can be very challenging for the survivors to deal with. So that is one of the ways that Moonlit River Park can benefit a Dream Witch. But in reality, I think that Ever Sleeping Town would just be a lot stronger anyway. So I think if you're Fusion, you're probably going with Moonlit.
So knowing that it's probably going to be Moonlit, we can be expecting Breaking Wheel picks. But since you did say that they want this to happen because the Dream Witch is not especially excellent in Moonlit, who do you think is going to be the choice on the part of the Hunter?
It's hard to say. I think that if you're Sprinter, you may still go with Dream Witch just because Moonlit's still doable for Dream Witch. There's some situations that can benefit Dream Witch, but it's not one of the more favorable maps for her. So also round 2 Dream Witch can be very weak because she's so susceptible to Priestess. She's so weak against Psychologist and Seer. If you have an option to ban all 3 of those characters, then that can be very strong. But in a situation where, again, round 2, you can only ban 2 of those first, and the survivors could lock one of them in. I think that Dream Witch maybe isn't quite as good. So we might actually see Sprinter play Bloody Queen here. It's definitely an option. Again, Bloody Queen is a good tie hunter in a situation where your team is currently leading. Going for ties isn't necessarily a bad thing. So we could see that. Again, Dream Witch being a hunter, that's better in round 3 because you want to ban, again, those 3 characters mentioned before. Yeah, again, maybe we might see Bloody Queen. Bloody Queen, not usually used in round 2 because she's more of a tie hunter. Usually want to use more wind hunters earlier on. But as far as I know, Sprinter does not utilize the Breaking Wheel. We've never seen him use it yet, so I don't think that will be an option for him. So we're probably going to see Bloody Queen or Dream Witch in this next round from Sprinter.
Well, I guess it'd be really cool as well if the hunters, based on the data we have of them, what if they actually bring hunters or survivors that we don't know they could use? This could be where all that practice comes in. It could be that they've been practicing characters, survivors and hunters both, that we don't usually see, at least not in the meta. So that would be really interesting because this is, since this is best of 5, I'm sure all of the teams, even more the teams participating in the grand finals, they must have prepared for it more with these non-meta picks. But still, this is round 2, so we're not gonna get that much bans. So we're trying to limit our expectations in terms of how creative the teams are going to be. So with that being said, I'm really excited as to what the picks and bans are going to be. I'm pretty sure that it is going to be Moonlit because of how well you explained it. But in terms of the lineups, well, we have seen the most effective lineups in Moonlit, but let's try to discuss that all over again for the benefit of the people in the chat and the viewers. So, we're pretty sure that the hunters are going to ban the mechanic still, and then we also have the priestess. You really don't want to be dealing with her, especially not in Moonlit, except maybe if it's gonna be the breaking wheel. So, what do you think the survivors are going to be on the part of B4U and Fusion as well?
Well, talking about Fusion, just because we were talking about Sprinter's hunter options, I actually think Mechanic will most likely be used here. As a Dream Witch and a Bloody Queen, you typically don't ban Mechanic, simply because as Bloody Queen, if you find that bot, you can just hit her once and then just mirror after the Mechanic to catch up because it will reveal the Mechanic's location. As a Dream Witch, you're so fast, you can easily catch up to the Mechanic. It's hard for Mechanic to rotate a Dream Witch, so it's pretty easy to find her in the early game. On a large map like Moonlit River Park, it might be a little bit more challenging. However, you have to take into consideration Dream Witch needs to ban specific characters. Again, Seer, Priestess, Psychologist, even Mercenary Forward might even be stronger than Mechanic. So they're just characters Dream Witch really has to ban if they want to be successful. So I think that if you're on the side of Fusion, you're most likely going to have an option to play Mechanic. I think if Sprinter's opting for the Dream Witch, he'll probably ban either Priestess, Seer, or Psychologist. As for B4U survivors, you're most likely expecting Dreamer to go with the Breaking Wheel. Moonlit River Park would highly indicate towards Breaking Wheel, so it really depends on what Dreamer bans. I think Dreamer will probably ban the Mechanic. Mechanic is a good ban for Breaking Wheel, but does he ban Seer or does he ban Forward? You have to consider those. Forward is a good support character against Breaking Wheel. Seer is also good for extending those kites in the early game, so we'll really have to see. It looks like we're getting into our bans here. It's going to be B4U hunting first. I would expect to see Sprinter probably play Dream Witch here, just playing it safe. Oh, we're going to see a Mechanic ban on the side of Sprinter. So maybe he's not playing Bloody Queen or Dream Witch, but with the Psychologist ban, that would make more sense that he is playing Dream Witch just because Psychologist is so strong against that character.
I actually am expecting the same pick, especially with these bans. You did say that the Psychologist is somebody that a Dream Witch really doesn't want to be dealing with. And here it is. Finally, we are seeing it. The Dream Witch in Moonlit River Park. I'm really excited as to how this is going to play out. And now here she is spawning at the back of the tent, going towards 4th station right off the bat to find the first target. But it's the Mercenary, so I don't think Sprinter is going to want to deal with her so early in the game, and will now transition towards a better target here at the bridge and going towards the broken carousel.
Sprints are taking a very interesting route here. You almost never see a hunter go towards this bridge here after finding a survivor's forced off. We are going to see the leech get off here, trying to trap in this survivor, but beautiful setup. Kayded already has that catapult available. Does get the jump off in time, and he's going to be able to glide away and transition to a new hiding area.
Yes, but we do know the speed of movement on the Dream Witch here. Really an easy job to be chasing after her, because look at that. She just dropped from the glider right there, but already she was able to catch up and dispatch that patroller right there. So this really does make the chase easier for the first time. I wonder if she does make it to the roller coaster.
Yeah, it looks like she's able to do so. Yeah, beautiful game sense from Kayded, taking that glider and flying all the way over to first stop. So he knew he could go on the roller coaster, and make it over towards the second stop. Sprints are actually going to change targets to the Seer. Seer still has Owl, so Seer can pick up to 3 separate hits here. That could be very strong for the survivors here. We're going to see the leech go after Kayded here. If you're the fusion survivors, you need to prioritize deleeching and healing up that toy merchant. Again, transitioning after the Seer, we're going to see that patroller get used here on Sally. Getting to that pallet, let's see how she's able to use this. And does get the patroller. Beautiful patroller from Sprinter there. He's going to try to use a spawn follower instead of the leech here. Does throw. Oh no, not able to get the pallet down, and does get that hit.
Wow, an amazing job on the part of Sprinter right here. But look at this map control. Look at how he's able to provide pressure. But let's not forget that already one Cypher has been popped and not one has been chaired. So it looks like it's off to an equal start on the part of both teams.
You actually see the roller coaster get taken again from the survivors. Excellent setup from Fusion. We're going to see them transition. And does he get the leech off of the toy? No, it doesn't look like the toy merchant still has that leech on. Down to 3 Cyphers, and no one's been placed on chairs. So this is a bit of a tough situation for Sprinter. We usually don't see him get in these difficult situations with Fusion. And the pallet stun as well. Fusion been playing this early game so well. The toy merchant even got their leech off. So this is a tough situation for Sprinter. Again, you see the downside of playing Dream Witch on such a large map like Moonlit River Park. We are going to see the down. Beautiful setup from Sprinter to get that down with the spawn follower. But again, 2 Cyphers down, only 1 leech in play. This could go either way at this point.
Also, that forward was able to put some decent progress on that 3rd Cypher already. I do believe that it's about to get popped. I did see that it was at about 80%. And we also have a mercenary in the lineup, a very efficient rescuer against a Dream Witch. I'm beginning to see the drawback of selecting a Dream Witch for Moonlit River Park. But let's see. I don't want to speak too soon. Sprinter can still turn this around even with just 2 Cyphers remaining. Look at that. Was able to land a hit right after the Seer was rescued by the mercenary. How do you think this is going to play out from now on, Eli?
What happens to happen here is Polars needs to get away. You really cannot afford to get double hit. He has 1 more elbow pad to work with. Most likely will use it to get away from this leech. Yep, there it is. Beautiful move from from Polars to get away there. That Cypher machine at 3rd stop should have a lot of progress, but there is a spawn follower camming it. You see beautiful game sense from Sprinter acknowledging that the survivors really want to finish that Cypher, and he's going to go ahead and pressure it to prevent them from being able to pop it. Let's see how much progress is on there. We can't quite see, unfortunately. We have the Seer on the chair for the 2nd time. Do the survivors have other Cypher machines to work with? A huge part of going against the Dream Witch is making sure you have extra Cyphers to work with. You typically have to decode 6 Cyphers because the Dream Witch is able to camp one of them, and it looks like he's going to go ahead and keep pressuring that 3rd stop.
Well, since we can't really see the progress at this point, maybe another strategy is for them to just keep 1 more Cypher primed, just to give that false sense of security to the hunter. So this one is already done. It could be that they have prepared 1 more Cypher, just buying time here. And look at that forward taking that hit right there. But it looks like the Seer is going to be safe out in the open. Wow, amazing coordination from them so far. They're really making up for this, and it's just applying that same amount of pressure that Sprinter is giving to them. But look at the use of Abnormal right there.
Yeah, interesting decision for Abnormal there from Sprinter. It's a little bit risky just because you have no items to, or you have no options to use Blink. We are going to see the Mercenary eat that leech there, which does set him on the ground, but there is no option to chair him because there's no leech nearby. It looks like we have the Seer trying to stay alive as much as possible. Again, switching to abnormal means there is no blink. So in this situation, Sprinter would love to blink one of these characters to secure it down, but maybe not going to be the case. We do see the Toy Merchant coming in for the rescue. Ford going to use that football to transition as far away as they can here. Can the Toy Merchant make it to this pallet in time? And it looks like they are able to get it down and does have the catapult set up. So Sprinter kind of, again, back into a tough situation. Can he get the down on this Toy Merchant? He really needs to try to pressure this here. Goes for that hit. Can he get it in time? Gets the hit right before the Merchant's able to get down that slide there. And looks like the momentum right back into Sprinter's favor here. This is such a close match.
A beautiful effort on the part of Sprinter right here. He knows where he is at the game, so now he's making up all these solutions as we go. Now chairing Cadet here at the second station area. That's putting a lot of pressure because they are decoding one cipher here. I did see the Seer trying to finish this, but then again, Abnormal is once again available, and Sprinter could just freely make use of that just to apply more cipher pressure right here.
If you're the Fusion survivors, you really want to push for a win, but I think it's safer to just try to slow down, de-leech, and heal up. They're really trying to pressure these ciphers, and I don't know if it's going to work out in their favor here. Again, Abnormal can constantly remove that cipher progress, so I think they really want, to just kind of slow things down here and prioritize healing and de-leeching. It looks like Sprints are constantly pressuring here. We see the Mercenary actually has a syringe, which they can use to potentially heal themselves. The Seer constantly getting pressured, but no de-leech marks for the Seer. Again, we're going to see that it looks like Mercenary's going to be the one making the rescue here. Mercenary needs the body block for this Toy Merchant to try to keep them alive. Again, they are dead on chair, and Sprints are actually switching off to a new target here, and they got the leech off of the Seer, so that's pretty crucial. The forward's going to be able to heal the Seer as well, and Mercenary down again. He's going to be placed on the rocket chair, but this is the first time I believe that the Mercenary's been on chair.
That's right, and that's actually a good thing on the part of the survivors here, because all it's going to take is to rescue him, and they will have already primed that last cipher right there. And look at the Seer. He has been able to heal from his injury and is now the most eligible survivor to do the rescue for the Mercenary. Oh, but he takes a hit right here behind the tent. Now the pressure is back on the survivors. This is really intense. Everything is going intensely so far. So now the survivors need to exert all kinds of effort just to get that Mercenary out of the chair and prime that last cipher. An amazing hit landed by Sprinter right here, but this is the Dream Witch, and look at that defense, that chair defense right there. All the pressure is now at the Toy Merchant, but the cipher has already been popped. 2 survivors have been ballooned, and the Toy Merchant, I really don't know what's going through her head right now, but this is a lot of pressure on the survivors.
Yeah, if you're the Toy Merchant, you really want to push for dungeon here. Pushing for the exit gate is risky. The Toy Merchant still has 1 catapult to work with, so maybe they get on their catapult and fly towards that dungeon. It's a little bit risky. I mean, what kind of happened here is Fusion had a situation. Oh, gets on the catapult just in the nick of time. Fusion had a situation where they were actually in a pretty good spot to get a draw, but instead the Seer going for the rescue a little bit early. If they'd actually wait for that cipher to be primed, they could have made that rescue, but it looks like dungeon is not in this vicinity. It is over near the slide, so this is going to be a tough situation for this Toy Merchant if they are going to make it to the dungeon, and it looks like Sprinter is able to cut them off here and goes in the locker as well. So we're going to see the down on the Toy Merchant. That is a 4-person elimination. Again, Fusion put themselves in a situation to secure a draw, but the Seer going for that rescue a little bit early. If you go for that pop as the Seer gets hit, then they're able to still get up and get the rescue with the borrowed time. But it looks like the Seer timed it a little bit too early. The Cypher Machine was only 95% of the way done, not completely primed. They had to buy about 2 more seconds was all they needed to push for that draw, and unfortunately for Fusion, it did not work out in their favor, getting a little bit too aggressive. Again, the early game was beautiful. They put themselves in a situation where Sprinter did not down a survivor until there was 2 ciphers left. We almost never see that from Sprinter. He's usually able to get very fast downs on survivors because of how strong of a hunter he is, but beautiful comeback in the end game. You really see the strength of the Dream Witch patrolling those ciphers in the later points of those match. And again, an excellent comeback from Sprinter. Again, being down in a tough situation out the gate there, but turning things around and able to get that win.
particularly interesting about Sprinter here is that just earlier we were saying that the survivors were off to such a great start, and we did mention that the pressure is on Sprinter, but he was able to turn that around with just an overlap of decisions, which Sprinter was able to counter. So I do believe the game changer there was when he found them healing behind that tent right there, was able to provide that kind of pressure and establish that map control, where he was able to down not just the forward, but also the seer. And now the toy merchant, she was just left with nothing to do but pop that last cipher and try to go for the dungeon, if not the gate. And she did decide to go for the gate. And you said that was really risky because, like you said, the Dream Witch could just be walking after her and planting that leech. And that's exactly what happened. But let's not take away from her effort to try to get away from that. She was able to install that catapult right there at the gate at the opportune moment, and was able to at least establish some distance by landing towards that God Kite area, and went towards the 2-story and into that locker, which was pretty interesting, but still fun to watch. I still believe that this was such a good match. These are the kinds of matches that are so interesting to watch because you're seeing an equal amount of effort from both the teams. We thought that it was in favor of the survivors, and then something magical happens, and now Sprinter was suddenly able to pull off a 4-man kill, and that is amazing in itself. This has been an amazing round 2 so far because of how all that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. You saw both kind of rounds from the Fusion survivors. They had 2 excellent starts against both of Sprinter's hunters, but again, able to turn it around in the end game. Just little plays that make the difference in these matches are so crucial for a lot of hunters to turn things around. It really comes down to how well the survivors can play the end game. There's 3 parts throughout a match. You have, well, technically there's 4. You have the early game, and then you have the mid to late game, and then you have your end game situation, yes. And that's when the ciphers popped. So it really came down to a couple of things. Again, Fusion's early game has been strong both times, but Sprinter's mid to late game, as well as the end game situations, has been very strong for him. So just taking a look at that last match again. Fusion with a good early game, and then Sprinter kind of adapting and making it so his mid game was on the stronger side, and then he was able to push for that end game. In the end game situation, I think if you're the toy merchant there, you actually want to try to push towards the dungeon instead of going for the gate. Mm-hmm. If the toy merchant stayed near that dungeon, they could have potentially gotten out there. But it could have been that the Fusion survivors weren't able to acknowledge where the dungeon was. So, because you did see them push towards the God Kite. That is one of the dungeon spawns. Maybe they thought it was there. Maybe they weren't sure. But again, Sprinter really coming out to play in that end game, in that late game situations. And that has made the difference for him as he's in his hunter matches so far.
I did see the dungeon at the middle area right there. So for them not to be able to coordinate that would be really interesting because it's one of the most exposed locations in terms of dungeon spawn. So I don't know what happened right there, but yes, I do agree that the best decision could have been to go for the dungeon instead. Then again, that was such an open area, just like the gate. So it could be that the outcome would have been the same. So, and that's why the toy merchant went for the gate instead. We don't know what's going on through their heads right now or how they're coordinating. But that is what makes the match all the more interesting because you don't really know how they're communicating to each other when it comes to their strategies and their plans. So we're never going to know what happened there, but still, it's still a really good outcome in my opinion. So now that that's done, and we are now at the second half of round 2, we're pretty sure that we're going to be seeing Dreamers breaking wheel. How do you think the survivors of B4U are going to work around this?
Well, basically the goal for B4U is not to allow themselves to get 4-person elimination. So it is a situation where A Breaking Wheel is still a winning hunter. It's one of those hunters that can push for those extra kills. I think 100% Dreamer has to ban Mechanic because Mechanic is a character that's so strong at getting draws. We saw Mechanic get utilized against both Breaking Wheels in the Eden versus Fusion matchup, and both teams were able to get draws. So I think if you're Dreamer, you're going to go ahead and ban the Mechanic just to play things safe. And then looking past that, I think as your second ban, of course, you have Seer, you have Forward. What are you more worried about? Are you more worried about potential late game support from the Forward, or are you more worried about getting a quick down in the early game? I think if you're Dreamer, you probably will ban Seer as your second one, just because of your best chance of getting a 4-person elimination is really to try to get as many, a quick kill in the early rounds.
Yes.
But then again, Forward, of course, can support that, provide that support in the later half of that match. So anything's possible. But yeah, if you're Dreamer, you're going to go for those sort of bans, and B4U is just going to be pushing to at least get one survivor out the exit gates.
So I do believe that they're going to probably bring out a patient, if not a postman, but they could bring him out here for this match because we've seen the drawback of not having a postman. The dungeon was, although it was revealed, the toy merchant wasn't able to locate it in time. So they could take this as some sort of a lesson and try to employ the skills of the postman for this match. And some other survivors that I'm actually hoping to see for this match are still, of course, the Forward and the Mercenary, because I'm pretty sure that the Priestess and the Mechanic are going to get banned. So now that we have these predictions in place, it's really going to depend on the spawns and who's gonna get found first. So among these survivors, and with all this in mind, what do you think is the ideal scenario for a Breaking Wheel to be able to pull off this 4-man kill?
Well, yeah, it depends on spawns, what survivor you find first. Spawns are so important on this sort of map like Moonlight River Park against the Breaking Wheel because it comes down to what survivors spawn closest to the hunter, and then do those survivors spawn near a window or near a slide. Those are the two best areas for dealing with a Breaking Wheel. So when you have a survivor that spawns kind of in the open, for example, if someone spawns God Kite and the hunter spawns near first stop, that's one of the spawn that happens, is it's very hard for the survivor to deal with the hunter there because there's no windows for them to utilize in that area. So it really just comes down to, again, spawns. Depending on what B4U opts to go for, I think we might see Schmitty on Patient again. If you find the Patient first and he gets caught in a bad area, that could be a very fast kill. If you find Postman in a bad area, that could be a very fast kill. We might also see Entomologist get utilized. We saw Paul Blems using that Entomologist against All For One's Breaking Wheel back earlier today. So that could also be an option. Entomologist is arguably the best character for juking a Breaking Wheel because once they get on their Bs, their speed is increased and it's easier to juke around that wheel for them. So I think we might see an Entomologist get used as well. But yeah, if you're Dreamer, most likely we're going to see Mechanic and Seer banned again. You could also find Priestess. If they go for Priestess, Priestess is a pretty good chase target for a Breaking Wheel because the Breaking Wheel can go straight through those portals without any downside. So that's also a good option as well. It really comes down to spawns on this map against the wheel. It's so crucial. If you find a rescuer first, that can be very detrimental. It really just depends, again, on spawns and how close do the survivors spawn to windows and slides.
Well, the best part about the Breaking Wheel is that his mobility will allow him to just switch targets. Okay, this is my first find. I find the Forward or I find the Mercenary. Okay, I don't like him. I can easily transition towards my next target, which can hopefully is the strongest decoder, if not a really good support. So I'm really looking forward to this match, knowing that this mobility is going to allow the Breaking Wheel to not waste time on the wrong targets. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out, but I hope for the sake of the survivors as well that they have taken this into consideration. And now that I've said this, I actually think that again, they might focus on a lineup that is concentrating more on height or on containment rather, and support rather than decoding, because you really need to be able to hold your own against a breaking wheel. That's if you're not the least desired target. So say, for example, you are the patient or you are the postman. You have to be able to plan this out in your head and be able to coordinate with your teammates as to where you're going to transition. And now I'm really excited because here we are with the picks and bans. Finally, we do have our predictions in mind. We are expecting the breaking wheel, ladies and gentlemen. And here are the bans. Oh, look at this. What is this telling us? The breaking wheel has been banned. So it looks like they're going to be going against a round 2 sculptor, just like what happened in the previous matches. Oh, wow. Eli, what can you say about this? Breaking wheel is banned.
Yeah, I'm very surprised to see this. We did see B4U play against the Sculptor very well in the first round, but a round 2 Sculptor is a huge difference in comparison to a round 1 Sculptor, simply because with a Sculptor in the round 2, you have more options to ban characters. Seer and Mechanic out the window for the survivors is just so hard. And yeah, and you see Dreamer immediately going with that Sculptor. This is, I don't know how much I agree with this. Again, Breaking Wheel is a strong character for this map, and it could be that B4U just really respecting that Breaking Wheel from Dreamer, acknowledging that this is a very good Breaking Wheel player. We don't want to have to deal with your Breaking Wheel. It could be very challenging. So instead, we're going to take our chances with the Sculptor. Again, Sculptor's such a strong character, not quite as good on Moonlit River Park, just because there's a lot of open areas to transition and dodge those statues. But again, round 2 Sculptor versus a round 1 Sculptor, it's quite a big difference and a lot harder for a Survivor side to deal with. So let's see how they're able to play against Dreamer here.
Looking at this lineup, it is, as I predicted, more on a containment-focused lineup rather than decoding. And now here we are with the Sculptor spawning at the bridge next to 2-story, already transitioning towards the tent to find the first target. And, well, lucky for B4U, it is no less than the forward. And I don't think Dreamer is gonna want to chase a forward so early in the game, but we shall see.
Yeah, this is not an ideal target. Oh, beautiful move from Dreamer, hiding the red light trick there. Goes for a 360 stun, actually hits it. This is going to stun him, but it doesn't buy him any distance. This is why we typically see transition footballs, and just like that, yeah, Cats is not going to be able to make a whole lot of distance here. It's always nice to see a fun flashy stun here and there, but oh, beautiful statue from Dreamer, canceling the football and taking a hit. And again, as I was saying, it turns into a situation where you're really not able to make a lot of distance. We see the Bees trying to come into support, but Dreamer just going right around them and is going to stay after this forward.
Well, the good thing about Moonlit, as we know it, is because it's such an open area, so the Bees aren't allowed to provide that much support, especially if it's not. Oh, wow. Was able to do a terror shock there. Oh, the use of teleport right off the bat just to be able to make up for that distance established by the portal and the forward. And now he's going to the chair here at the first station. Can you see how much of a distance they were able to travel there just by the use of teleport and that portal? This is amazing so far, and a good start on the part of Dreamer here.
Yeah, and something interesting as well is that the forward actually was, vaulting a pallet as he got hit through the world portal, which means he ate a terror shock. He was at a quarter health anyway, but it actually feeds extra presence to the hunter, which means they're one step closer to full presence. So typically you don't see that. You actually see a lot of characters just try to run in a straight line, not vault anything, not interact with anything, because again, you don't want to feed presence. And Dreamer acknowledging no one's coming for a rescue, so he's going to go ahead and pressure down this patient as well. Schmitty has to use one of those hooks there, does use it to transition, beautiful hook. But again, a bit of a tough situation for B4U. No one going for the rescue, which means Dreamer has free access to just straight up chase this patient. Schmitty going to keep using these hooks. Another amazing hook from Schmitty to transition farther away here. But again, we are going to see that Survivor get sold there from B4U, and Dreamer already on his next target.
Ooh, it looks like the forward has gone back to the manor so early in the game, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the survivors, especially because there are 3 ciphers remaining. And just about a second ago, there were 4, but good progress so far. I hope they are able to make up for this. We do know that there are 2 targets right here in this area, and Dreamer is able to land hits on both of them. So it looks like he'll be switching targets to the entomologist this time. Now the chase continues here at the 2nd station. I wonder if she... Oh, wow. I was just about to say that I wonder if she can last long, but look at Dreamer. Again, not allowing us any time to talk about it. Cheering her right here at the 2nd station. The pressure is immense. They really need to at least get these ciphers going before trying to go for the rescue. I don't think at this point they will rescue her before half, because they do have to make up for these this decoding. How do you think the survivors are going to turn this around?
It's going to be very tough. We see Problems pressuring this rescue, but it's so tough to make a rescue against a full presence sculptor. Beautiful portal from Problems is going to make a little bit of distance to another portal as well, getting even closer. But again, the rescue after half, we see the spike on Schmitty. Schmitty needs to dodge every one of these statues. Beautiful hook from Schmitty to avoid the target statue, staying alive here. If Schmitty goes down there, that pretty much secures the win for Dreamer, but he is able to stay alive and keep decoding. Again, Problems transitioning in for this rescue, staying right inside this building here, avoiding these statues as well. And again, there's the spike again. Can Schmitty, no more hooks available. Can he avoid this full presence statue? Is able to dodge it. Yep, staying alive again. Excellent job from Schmitty. And Problems actually not going for any sort of rescue at all. Interesting.
I do believe that he was trying to go for that rescue, but knowing that there are a lot of ciphers left to work with, just decided to trigger Tinnitus, and now Problems is gonna try to do the kite of his life. But Dreamer staying on top of it, immediately teleporting towards Schmitty right here, who is just 1 chip damage away. Amazing job on the part of Dreamer here, really off to a good start. At this point, I do believe that the last thing to do is to try to push for the dungeon, but we're gonna see how Dreamer has taken this into consideration, is already planning for it in advance, knows where the priestess is going, and is going to put pressure on her right here.
You have to be careful. If the priestess is able to pop this cipher here, we see the Dreamer using the statues. Can the priestess pop the cipher machine in time? No. Priestess needed to pop that cipher so Schmitty could use that self-heal and go and pop that last one. Schmitty still a self-heal, but wow, beautiful statues from Dreamer, hitting them onto Problems here. Problems is known to be such a strong kiter, but really not able to avoid those perfectly placed statues from Dreamer here. And another one as well. Goes for the pallet, gets the hit through the pallet as well. Schmitty trying to pressure down this cipher, but we're going to see that chisel get utilized yet again here from Dreamer.
It looks like all that's left to do is just to try to get out the dungeon. I mean, the priestess can use her self-heal, but look at this. She is now going towards the chair. So I guess this is, in this scenario, the best option really is to just go for the dungeon and try to stay hidden from the sight of the sculptor as best as he can. So I wonder what's going on in Schmitty's head. I know he knows what the best possible thing to do is. And it's all gonna boil down to how quick on his toes Dreamer is going to be. Because he knows that Schmitty won't be able to rescue. So all that's left to do is to just find him and to down him. And that will be a 4-man kill.
We see Dreamer using the spike, trying to locate him here. He also used that spike to see if dungeon was in the god kiting area. It was not. So Dreamer, a beautiful job there. Oh, does have Tinnitus. Will he use these target statues to find the location? Does find the location of the patient. So Schmitty has 1 elbow pad to potentially get this dungeon escape here. He's going to try to push for it. It's going to be very close. We're going to see that elbow pad get utilized right there. Can he make it? We're going to probably see Dreamer teleport. Yep, teleports to the dungeon here. Schmitty needs to juke around these hits here. It's going to be so hard for them to get here. What can Dreamer do? Goes for that first statue. Goes for that hit and gets the down on Schmitty. That is a 4-person elimination for Dreamer. That is going to tie up this round 2 here. Wow, beautiful job from this hunter.
Amazing job on the part of Dreamer here. And I am now beginning to see the drawback of being able to go up against a round 2 sculptor. We're seeing the effect of that on the points and the outcome of the match itself. But still, really, the survivors of B4U really did do their best. Still an amazing effort on their part, but Dreamer, such a powerful sculptor, being able to ban all 3 of those survivors that he really doesn't want to deal with. And now look at that 4-man kill. I'm actually excited to see the match stats because that match went by so fast. I'm really impressed with how that came out. But Eli, what can you say about how did the game change? How did we determine that it's Dreamer's win?
Well, there's a few things throughout this match. Again, you saw in the early game the forward go for that 360 stun. It ended up being a very nice stun, and it slowed down the hunter, but it didn't buy the forward any distance. So that's why you typically see forwards use football to transition, make more distance between the hunter instead of going for those stuns. And Dreamer was able to catch up and actually canceled the football. If the forward's able to football away there and make distance, he's in a pretty good kiting situation. But because the statue was able to cancel the football and get a hit on him, that made a huge difference. Again, we see a lot of sculptors bring Blink, but instead Dreamer opting for Teleport because it is a large map. Once he took that World Portal, B4U kind of took a gamble. They were in a situation where, do we take this World Portal or do we keep trying to kite? When I say World Portal, I mean the ultra long portal from the Priestess. Do we take a gamble that this hunter has Blink or this hunter has Teleport? They tried to go for the, assuming that he had Blink, and he actually had the Teleport, so that worked right into Dreamer's favor as well. Beautiful support from the Entomologist from Roland there. Unfortunately, it didn't quite push the hunter back far enough, and it actually created a situation when the Entomologist was supporting, Dreamer was able to get a free hit on her, and that actually was a big turning point. That one extra little hit on the Entomologist plus the Dreamer hitting those full presence statues was a huge difference. Great job from B4U survivors though. They really put in a lot of effort. Excellent job from Paul Blems with those portals set up, really just staying out of the hunter's vision for the most part. Unfortunately, once you reach that full presence in the end game, there's not much you can do. And just a big turning point was, again, getting that forward down quickly and able to down the Entomologist while she was harassing, or get a hit on her rather, was a huge turning point in this match.
I do believe that if the Entomologist was able to provide those bees support in a different kind of map, say for example Red Church, that could have been that would have been a different story, and she would have been able to push back the hunter with those bees. But again, your observations are so on point. Yes, I do believe that those flashy stuns right there, I think it could have paid off more if the forward would concentrate more on establishing distance. So here are the match results so far, still in favor of B4U. Well, this is a tied round after all. We still have 3, 4, and 5, so it's about to get really interesting. We did see a round 3 at least once in the tournament, and this would be the second time, and it's actually the grand finals. So it's really exciting to see how this is gonna play out with the picks and the bans. And then I think here in any EU server, round 3s are so rare. So seeing it for the second time here in the tournament, in the grand finals no less, is still as exciting because we can get to the predictions and start to get creative with it as well. So knowing that we have the sculptor out of the way, we also might have the breaking wheel or the dream witch out of the way. First, let us discuss what is the map going to be for the third round.
Well, in a third round situation, what happens is the teams do another coin flip, and the winner of the coin flip will actually choose the map, but the loser of the coin flip gets to ban a map ahead of time. So looking at this sort of situation, which team will ban what map and which team will pick what map, again, we don't know based off of the coin flip. If you're B4U and you win the flip, I think Fusion banning the map will most likely try to ban a map that's not ban a map that's good for Bloody Queen. Because Sprinter probably wants to play Bloody Queen round 3 here. We're probably going to see Fusion ban the Dream Witch, ban the Sculptor, force Sprinter to play the Bloody Queen in round 3. And they're going to try to put him on a map that's not very strong for Bloody Queen. Now, Bloody Queen is a hunter that can be used on a lot of maps. However, one of the maps she's not too good on is Eversleeping Town because of how wide those buildings are. It's very hard to mirror around a lot of those buildings. And there's also 2 different 2-story areas that can be used to avoid mirrors. So I think if you're the B4U survivors and you have an option to ban the map, I think you're going to ban Eversleeping Town. And if you're Fusion survivors and you have an option to ban a map, I think you're probably going to ban Arms Factory. And the reason why is that B4U would love to pick Arms Factory and ban Dreamer's Sculptor and Dream Witch and force him to play a hunter like Breaking Will on Arms Factory, which isn't very strong. So I think B4U wants to go Arms Factory. And I think that Fusion wants to go Eversleeping Town. So yeah, I think what's going to happen here is we are going to a short break in between these rounds. So stay with us, guys. We will have more action coming up. Again, Fusion versus B4U in the finals here. We are going to be guaranteed at least 4 rounds because round 2 was ended in a draw. So we have some very exciting competition as these rounds progress. We're going to see more exciting characters getting utilized as well. But we'll be back shortly. Stay tuned, and we'll see you guys in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is it, the grand finals of IVT NAEU 2021. And we are now at the third round where it's going to start to get really interesting. And with me today here is Eli, and he was telling us about the predictions on the map as well as the picks and bans. So can you elaborate more on what you just said? You did say that we're probably not going to be dealing with a sculptor anymore, even much less a Dream Witch and a Breaking Wheel. So, about maps. You were saying about maps. What's it going to be?
Well, the two maps that both of these teams want to use is B4U is going to want to use Arms Factory because they can ban Sculptor, ban Dream Witch, and force Dreamer to play Breaking Wheel, or if he doesn't want to use that, he'll have to use Bloody Queen or Bonbon, which isn't quite as strong. And then Fusion wants to use Ever Sleeping Town because Sprinter's round 300 is typically that Bloody Queen, and Bloody Queen is very weak on Ever Sleeping Town, just because it's so hard to hit those mirrors around those buildings. And we saw Sprinter's Bloody Queen did struggle a little bit earlier on Ever Sleeping Town, and typically his Bloody Queen is incredibly strong, but it really goes to show the power of Ever Sleeping Town against the Bloody Queen. So I think if you're B4U, you want to ban the Ever Sleeping Town map, so there's no option for Fusion to pick that, and you allow Sprinter to play Bloody Queen on a stronger map for BQ. And if you're Fusion, you're probably going to be banning the Arms Factory, so you can force the B4U team to select a map that would be maybe more favorable for the Breaking Wheel or for the Dream Witch.
So seeing that it's going to be probably a Blood Queen on the part of Sprinter here for round 3, I would imagine that yes, they might ban Arms Factory and vote Ever Sleeping Town instead. So we're really gonna have to stay tuned to see if that's going to be the map indeed. But I actually tried to message the chat earlier and see what their predictions are going to be. So I do notice that the viewers of NAEU really like to be involved. So let's try to take a look at what they're saying right here. So, okay, they're saying that still they want to see that Axe Boy. They do also want to see. Oh, somebody's asking if Sprinter would use Spider and Smiley. Do we know anything about that?
Yeah, actually, Sprinter was a Clown smiley face player back in the day when Clown was utilized more. I highly doubt we're going to see Sprinter use Clown here just because Clown is such a weak character. It takes so long to get set up with his parts, and it's just not a very strong hunter. But the Soul Weaver is actually a possibility, and that's actually a good point. I'm actually glad someone brought that up. I didn't actually consider that. Soul Weaver is kind of a hunter that's been adapted more into the meta now because she has so many different possibilities in that. She's very strong on maps like Chinatown. I don't know if we're going to see that map get utilized, but she is strong on that map. She's also good for securing a 3 survivor elimination, and that what happens with Soul Weaver is that if there's 3 survivors up at the exit gates, they pop the Cypher. If she has enough webs conserved, she can instantly use a bunch of those webs to down a survivor, place them in a cocoon, and then teleport them to the exit gate within 5 to 10 seconds. And that doesn't give the survivors enough time to get the gate open, and then you can kill one more survivor with detention. So Soul Weaver is actually a very good option for Sprinter as well. But again, does he go Bloody Queen? Does he go Soul Weaver? Soul Weaver has chances of winning a little bit more than a BQ does, so I think it comes down to whether or not Fusion's Hunter gets a high kill or a lower kill in this situation.
So I'm actually really excited to see if Sprinter really does bring out that Soul Weaver, because that's something that we also don't see every day. But I do recall seeing the Soul Weaver picked in other tournaments, not just in Red Church, but also in Chinatown. I've seen Soul Weaver in Chinatown. She did manage a draw. It was also in the later rounds, but we shall see. So that's really exciting. But then let's just discuss again, because everybody seems to be favoring Axe Boy. Okay, the chat is filled with Robbie, Axe Boy, Robbie. Yeah. Everybody wants to see him. But let's try to speak realistically here. So, tournament setting. we bring out Axe Boy. What is the potential of this hunter in the later rounds?
It's actually interesting. There's one hunter over in China. I believe it's the hunter for X-Rock, if any of you watch over
Yes,
China
definitely.
gameplays. That hunter actually uses Axe Boy in round one, which is almost unheard of, but that really goes to show how strong that player is with Axe Boy. In this sort of situation, neither Sprincer nor Dreamer, neither of these two hunters play Axe Boy. I don't think either of them have ever played Axe Boy, so I don't think we're going to see that. There is an option if Ching gets substituted in that Ching could play Axe Boy. He was an Axe Boy player in the past, but I know he has sort of given up on the character after he's kind of fallen out of the top tiers in terms of strength. So I don't know if we're going to see that as an option. It's unlikely. I think we're most likely going to see Sprincer play all of these rounds. But it's definitely a possibility that Ching comes in and plays a specialty hunter like Axe Boy. Again, guys, you have to acknowledge that Axe Boy is a hunter that is just... It's hard to win with Axe Boy because his chase isn't quite as strong compared to other hunters, because survivors can easily just juke the fireball, force a basic hit, or even portal away if you're a priestess or anything like that. And on top of that, Axe Boy's camping is not quite as strong because as long as the survivors juke the fireball, again, there's no chance of getting his stuff on the rescue. So it can be very challenging for Axe Boy to get anything more than a draw. And that's not necessarily a bad thing later rounds, but again, neither of these two hunters currently, Sprincer and Dreamer, play Axe Boy, so it's unlikely we're going to see him get utilized. But I actually love Axe Boy. I would love to see him get played. It's just unlikely that either of these two hunters will bring him out.
All right. I mean, I'm sure the chat would understand this because they really like Axe Boy. Actually, shout outs to Slade. He's also saying that he really does enjoy playing Axe Boy as well, which is actually interesting. I would have loved to see Slade play Axe Boy in the tournament as well. But then again, this is the tournament, so we are expecting some better picks. So let's just try to single the best picks out. We know that we're never going to see the Sculptor again, at least not for the rest of the tournament. We also know that Breaking Wheel might be out of the window, like you said. Okay, we do have a chance of seeing a Blood Queen, a Dream Witch, even that Soul Weaver that we talked about. That would be really interesting to watch, especially in the later rounds. But what about the survivors?
Well, it depends on the map as well. If it is Arms Factory, like we discussed, we're probably not going to see a Priestess get banned or used because of how weak she is on this map. If it is Ever Sleeping Town, I don't think Priestess is going to get utilized at all, just because it's going to be probably the first ban on the Hunter's mind. So it's hard to say. It depends on the Hunter as well. If you're B4U here, Dreamer has three sort of top-tier Hunters that you have to kind of contend with, and that's the Sculptor, the Breaking Wheel, and the Dream Witch. Which hunter are you more worried about? I think B4U probably will ban the Breaking Wheel, as you said, Cahel. They banned it last round. And I think after that last round with the 4-person elimination with Sculptor, I think you just have to ban Sculptor. There's no way you can give him the Sculptor again. So I think we're probably going to see... It looks like it is Ever Sleeping Town. So I'm assuming this was Fusion's map selection, just because it forces Sprincer to play Bloody Queen on a weak Bloody Queen map, and you are, as Dreamer, and looks at that, Breaking Wheel and Sculptor immediately getting banned here. I think Dreamer's probably going to be playing the Dream Witch here. Yeah, and there's the Psychologist ban. That heavily indicates towards Dream Witch.
Wow, this does speak volumes about that pick that we were talking about. I do believe that it's the Dream Witch that we just might see here in the Ever Sleeping Town, if not the Blood Queen. But let's also take a look at this Survivor lineup right here. I do believe that this is still a well-balanced and feasible lineup. And there's that Dream Witch like we talked about. Really excited for this, but look at how the survivors do plan to counter this Dream Witch. We do have a Forward, a Mercenary, and an Entomologist. I was expecting to see her, but this postman, I'm really excited as to how they plan to utilize his skill. He can send those letters of tranquility, but let's not waste time and go straight to the match here with Dreamer spawning at the dancing geisha and walking towards the corner house and finding the postman. I do believe that this is also a good find, Eli, at the start of the match.
Postman gets the terror shot. Oh my god.
Wow.
I did not see that coming. Oh my god. That is a huge shift of momentum right into Dreamer's favor. Wow.
That's right. He looked at Dreamer again, not giving us time to even talk about it, was able to pull off that terror shock here at the corner house. This is gonna put a lot of pressure on the survivors, especially because this is the postman. This is who they were depending on to send that decoding buff to the mercenary and the forward. Oh wow! The mercenary takes that hit, and again the postman will be going back to the chair after Tide Turner has worn out.
A beautiful job from Dreamer getting that hit. Excellent save from the mercenary. You have to make sure you don't get double hit. Dreamer going very deep for this leech here. Really wants to apply as much pressure as possible. We're going to see Cats go down here. He's going to send the leech out of range and then go ahead, and transition back after the postman. Again, keep in mind, as a Dream, you're very fast. You can catch up to these characters so quickly, and it looks like we're going to see him use that leech to just go ahead and share this character here. Keep in mind, a leech is also on the mercenary, which means he's constantly getting pressured. If you're B4U here, you really want to prioritize de-leeching and getting that mercenary back up to full health.
Well, so much for de-leeching. That curse mark right there is so far away, and just going to it to retrieve it will actually take up a lot of time. And now that the postman has already been rescued by the forward, I'm wondering if Schmitty is gonna stick around to provide support, but it looks like Wick was able to give that support. But now here is that patroller trying to end the kite. I do believe Cats is doing the best thing possible just to be able to avoid this patroller, because once you get bitten, that's pretty much it. All you have to do is wait to accept your fate right there. And there it is. That postman, I believe, will be going back to the manor, and 4 ciphers remaining. Really strong start on the part of Dreamer here.
Yeah, this is looking so good. You really see how quickly the match can shift into the Dream Witch's favor with a quick down like that one on the postman. He's going to go look for these survivors. We do see them healing up over at Corner House. Can he find where they're healing? Does pick up Tinnitus, and I think he actually sees where they're healing. Oh, they get the heal off in time. That's really important for B4U here. We're going to see him go ahead and drop a leech, most likely on Paul Bloods, the entomologist here, trying to create a sandwich situation. Can he get the hit with the leech? Gets the hit before the bees come up, which means now all Dreamer has to do is use this main body patroller, and he's going to be able to down this entomologist.
That's right, and all that's left to do is to plant, probably try to set up another sandwich situation with one more leech. But looks like Paulblads here is still trying to hold his own, and there's that patroller once more. I do believe that the entomologist will be going down any second now. Look at these bees, still trying to stay in the area with those bees. Wow! Again, Dreamer landing that hit once more. And the best part about that is that this chair right here is just so conveniently available, especially because that's not where the postman was chaired last.
Yeah, so this is going to be tough for B4U. They have 2 Cypher machines almost done here, but they're still going to need 1 more to go, and you have the pressure from these leeches coming into play. Schmitty still half of a football available. We're going to see this leech try to pressure that. Wow, look at how far this leech can get to pressure the Cypher, forcing Schmitty off of the Cypher machine here, and the leech, it looks like it will return. No, still pressuring the Cypher. Excellent job from Dreamer to keep Schmitty off of this last Cypher machine. We see the Mercenary coming in for the save, but I think that's going to be after half. And no Tide Turner available for Mercenary as well.
Oh! Here comes the tram once more. The previous MVP going into play. And now here is the mercenary finally off to rescue the entomologist at the last second. I wonder if he gets us down. There are a lot of leeches in the area, so it's going to be quite a bit of a problem there. And it's going to be a tight situation. Let's see how this is going to play out with that rescue. 3 leeches in the area. Again, entomologist is down as expected, so Roland is gonna need to get out of there just to be able to avoid that hit. And now entomologist will be going back to the manor, and it's down to the last dynamic duo, the mercenary and the forward. What do you think is the next course of action here?
It really comes down to, can they pop this last Cypher machine? It's going to be so hard because Dreamer has so much pressure. You have this leech, you have this spawn follower. You're going to see him use this spawn follower. He's actually going to leave it on the last Cypher. That way he can just leech these survivors, pressure them with the leeches, and then keep the last Cypher machine from being decoded by leaving that spawn follower in 2-star. You see this leech transitioning after Schmitty here. He's going to maybe try to go for a sandwich situation here. Schmitty has half a football, so he should be able to get out at least out of one of these sandwich situations, but it's only a matter of time before he's able to footballs away there, just like that.
Look at that. And now I was actually expecting Vault, but that is a display of good discipline right there on the part of Schmitty, not risking that terror shock. And now the kite continues here near the dancing geisha. Again, the patroller has been released. I wonder if it can catch up with Schmitty. This is a window after all. Oh my goodness, was able to land that patroller right there, and forward takes that hit. The pressure is immense, especially because that last Cypher isn't even half progress. The pressure right here is immense, and I think the mercenary's best course of action, if not to rescue, is to just find the dungeon to at least secure a one-man escape. Do you think this is what they're gonna go for?
I'm actually curious why Dreamer opted to chair the forward here. He could have actually just left the forward on the ground and gone for the kill on the mercenary. So, yeah, interesting course of action from him here. He does have the mercenary kind of trapped in. Can he get this hit? Gonna go for that elbow pad. No, does get that hit in time. Mercenary needs to stay alive until this forward has expired. It's going to be difficult. You can take one more hit as the mercenary still has elbow pad available. So will Dreamer use patroller? He has patroller with the main body. There it is. Roland trying to stay out of range of the spawn follower as long as possible. Here comes the patroller. Can he avoid this? No, he is going to eat that patroller right there.
That's right. It's actually a pretty straightforward route for the patroller, and now that the mercenary has been caught, he uses that double pad for the last time. And I do believe he's still too far from the dungeon. He may just make it. That's if I do believe he's going to make it. I do believe that he is going to escape, and now we have a one-man escape, 3-man kill on the part of Dreamer here. Really off to a good start for round 3. What do you think about this whole thing that just happened, Eli? Do you think we can see the same outcome in the match to follow?
Well, how this is going to play out here is it gets into a situation where, if you're Sprinter, you need to go for a 3-person elimination to sort of tie up this round, right? And you have an option to play probably Bloody Queen or Bonbon if you're Sprinter. Fusion's most likely going to ban that Dream Witch, ban that Sculptor, so it's going to be challenging for Sprinter because he has 2 tie hunters to work with, not really winning hunters. That makes things a lot more difficult for him moving forward into this round. So yeah, B4U a little bit on the back foot moving into this 3rd round, but again, up on points. Beautiful job from Dreamer overall, though. You really see how quickly, if you get it down with Dream Witch fast out the gate like he did on that Postman, that makes a huge difference. Unfortunately, that Terror Shock registering, and it worked into Dreamer's favor there. So, yeah, a good start for FCN in this 3rd round. Really coming back in this one. After having a rough first round, they're able to tie round number 2 and having a good start here. So, let's see how B4U is able to combat this. A lot of pressure on Sprinter. He's been in these situations before, though, and he can definitely turn things around. Let's see what he's able to do.
That's right, and knowing that we've seen how weak the Blood Queen is and how Sprinter was able to perform with a Blood Queen in the previous matches, I'm sure that the pressure is going to be on him right now because he does need to at least secure that 3-man kill to be able to tie the round and secure a 4th and 5th round. We know for a fact that the 4th round is going to happen. But then again, the players need to do their best to at least secure that 5th round. And I do think that they really should be doing this because not only does it make up for the points, it's also really entertaining for the viewers as well. Now, I really think that when you are able to down a survivor really early in the game, that pretty much secures at least a draw, if not a win. So that was really good on the part of Dreamer there. You did say that Terror Shock registered. That was such a good moment right there because it did put a lot of pressure on the survivors, especially because that was the postman right there. He was supposed to send those letters to the mercenary in the forward, but instead he was able to snip him out early in the game at the corner house. So I think that was what turned everything in Dreamer's favor. So now that we're going to be having the second half of round 3, it's time to put in those predictions again. You did say that we might see a Blood Queen and a Bonbon, but do you think that this might be the time to bring out that Soul Weaver that we were talking about?
Yeah, it definitely would be a good situation. Again, it's harder to win as Bloody Queen. It's harder to win as Bonbon. It's a little bit easier for a hunter to secure a 3-person elimination with Soul Weaver. Now, Soul Weaver is a hunter that can be good in Ever Sleeping Town in some spots because there are areas where you can use those webs to gain those speed boosts. You can put those webs in some of those alleyways, which can be hard for survivors to avoid. So, if you're Sprinter here, do you go with that Bloody Queen? It didn't quite work out for you early on with that Ever Sleeping Town map against Inception, so maybe you switch things up a bit and go with the Soul Weaver. I think it's actually a great choice here to go Soul Weaver if you're Sprinter. It gives them the best odds of at least tying this round. Again, a little bit on the back foot here because of the first half of this round, but definitely still an option to come back in this. Now, it also comes down to what survivors do you ban. I think you have to ban Mechanic. A lot of the time, Soul Weaver doesn't like to ban Mechanic because it's a very easy kill. Soul Weaver is so fast and Mechanic Vault's so slow, so it's easy to catch up and get free hits on her. Whereas, and on top of that, it's just like you need to go for 3 kills here. Mechanic, again, a very good tie survivor. So I think you're going to ban Mechanic if you're Sprinter, probably also Priestess as well, just because Priestess is very strong against Soul Weaver. If they go through that portal, their speed boost gets nullified. If they're, going through a bunch of webs, catching up to the Priestess, go through a portal, they get stopped because of the portal. And then also Seer would make sense just because of how strong the Seer Owl is.
Well, taking that into consideration, if Sprinter does go for the Soul Weaver, who do you think are the best bans just to be able to secure that 3-man kill, if not 4-man kill? We do have you did mention the Mechanic, but do you think would you agree that it would be the Priestess and the Seer as well?
Yeah, 100%. I think those are the 3 best bans if you're Sprinter here. And then if you're the Fusion survivors, what characters do you lock in? It's interesting to think about. Forward isn't necessarily, Forward we see being so strong. It's not actually that good against Soul Weaver because of a couple of reasons. One, the Soul Weaver can simply put the survivor in in the cocoon, and they don't have to chair them. So the forward support the support harassing may not be as strong. On top of that, Soul Weaver is actually very good at chasing forward because if the forward kind of, uses their football to transition away, they can immediately drop a whole bunch of webs, catch up to the forward instantly, and still get the hit, even if the forward created a bunch of distance with that football. So forward typically not as strong against Soul Weaver, so maybe Fusion doesn't lock in forward here. I think you're 100% taking the Mercenary just because Mercenary is a very good rescuer overall. And then after that, maybe we see a little bit more non-meta here. We might see more kiting characters. Maybe we might see Perfumer get used again from Kated. We saw him use that earlier against the Soul Weaver. So maybe that's an option. Perfumer is a good kiter against Soul Weaver. Also very good against the Bloody Queen. So we may see that come in as an option. We may also continue to see Patient and Postman and characters like that. But I think that we're going to see a little bit more, slightly less common character selections as this round progresses.
If you were put yourself in the shoes of Fusion, knowing that it could be a Soul Weaver, do you think we need to make up for the decoding, because we're pretty sure that the mechanic is gonna get banned? Do you think we need to include like a second best decoder in the lineup, knowing that the Soul Weaver can install those webs and gain such a speed boost, making him such a fast worker?
Well, it's definitely possible. Again, Prisoner is still an option. Prisoner is a very good later round decoder after the other ones are banned. Again, Postman also is up there. Postman is more or less useful against Soul Weaver because, again, Soul Weaver doesn't really worry too much about being slowed down, because if you use the Postman dog to slow her down, they can still use those webs and sometimes catch up to the Postman and get that hit. Of course, it can slow them down sometimes enough where they can make it to a pallet and potentially keep kiting, but it's not quite as strong as it would be against a normal hunter. So that's something you have to definitely keep in mind against a Soul Weaver. While Postman's decoding support is always good, the kiting may not be as strong as normally you'd expect from a Postman. So I think that's definitely an option. They could go Postman. Playing Prisoner is a little bit interesting because what happens with Prisoner is you can't really use your shock safely against a Soul Weaver because they're coming at you so fast and they swing so fast. So if you shock at the wrong time, you cancel the attack recovery. So
that's right.
Against a lot of hunters, it's very easy to do that because they're not moving very fast. You can easily just shock and slow them down. But Soul Weaver's so fast, it's hard to time that right, and it can be very risky.
So it looks like we are now pushing for the Soul Weaver instead. Well, apart from Nayad and Axeboy and even all of the other things that the chat has mentioned. But now that we're actually talking about it, I'm actually starting to look forward to actually seeing the Soul Weaver. We know for a fact that Spencer does use Soul Weaver, but in the later rounds, do you think this would also be an option for Dreamer?
Yes, it's always an option. I don't think Dreamer plays Soul Weaver, so I don't expect that to happen. Again, I think the most common picks that Dreamer will go with will be Bon Bon, Bloody Queen, Sculptor, and Dream Witch, as well as Breaking Wheel. He kind of has his 5 hunters laid out. Those are kind of the 5 he will go for most likely. If he wants to pull out a trump card, Soul Weaver's an option, Naiad's an option, but it's less likely in a high competitive situation where maybe you're not quite accustomed to playing those characters. You may stick to what you're kind of used to using. So I don't think we'll see that get utilized from Dreamer, but I do think we could definitely see it from Sprinter, as he is very proficient with that character and has used it quite a bit in the past.
That's actually very exciting. I'm kind of an advocate for bringing the Soul Weaver to her former glory. There were past Call of the Abyss tournaments where she was the top hunter. She was the constant picks, and hunters really use her to secure 4-man kills. I really do remember that back in the day, I was so scared of Soul Weaver, not just as a viewer, but also as a player going against her. And then she has been adjusted through the seasons. And she did use, she did lose, rather, some of her popularity. But in the recent tournaments, she has been rising again, making her way back into the meta. So I'm really excited if she's going to get selected, and we're going to see her again here at the grand finals. So I can only guess what the survivors are probably thinking right now. And who knows? We were just talking about it earlier, and they were already putting that into consideration maybe, and banning what we've been predicting. I mean, we were talking about Breaking Wheel, and they banned Dreamer's Breaking Wheel in Moonlit. So who knows? Maybe B4U might do the same, or rather, the survivors of Fusion might do the same and actually ban the Soul Weaver. But I kind of hope that they wouldn't, because I really want to see this hunter thrive in Ever Sleeping Town and in the tournament in general. But other than the Soul Weaver, are there just any more hunter that we can discuss that has that same level of potential?
Well, out of the remaining options from these two hunters, there isn't really much for them to work with besides TIE Hunters. Again, Bloody Queen and Bon Bon are both an option to Sprincer and to also for Dreamer. So I think that for the most part, they don't really have many options besides those. Again, Sprincer's 3 hunters that he uses for getting more than draws, pushing for wins, are the Sculptor, Dreamwitch, and Soulweaver, whereas with Dreamer, it's Dreamwitch, Sculptor, and Breaking Wheel. And then they also have the Bloody Queen and the Bon Bon in the later rounds. So it's a situation where you need more than a draw. They don't really have much to work with. Again, this is the downside to playing Hunter in the later rounds because of how many more options you have to ban these types of Hunters. So I think it's most likely going to be, less common to see. We're going to see more draws, I think, from the Survivor sides as these round progresses. We are getting into the picks advance here. Sprints are on the Hunter side here. Yeah, there is the mechanic being banned. Oh, is banning forward. So I don't think he's be playing Soulweaver just because of the forward ban. Forward is a character you don't really ban with Soulweaver because it's so easy to chase the forward. It's easy to play around the harassment with the cocoon. So I think Sprincer's probably going with Bloody Queen or Bon Bon with this forward ban.
And it looks like this is going to be his chance to redeem himself and prove that the Bloody Queen is still such an efficient hunter in Ever-Sleeping Town. But look at this lineup. So we have a Priestess against a Bloody Queen. She can be very strong. Oh, here we are with the Breaking Wheel. Still a fan of the Breaking Wheel here, guys. I'm still excited to see this. We were expecting a Blood Queen, but here is that Breaking Wheel that, this is something that we don't see every day. I don't think I've seen Sprincer use Breaking Wheel before. Have we seen him use Breaking Wheel in the previous matches?
No, this is the first time Sprincer's used Breaking Wheel in any tournament. We've never seen Sprincer use Breaking Wheel at all before, so this is going to be a bit interesting. Breaking Wheel is not a hunter that anyone can just pick up and play. It's very challenging to use, so this is interesting that we see Sprincer using this here. Immediately finding the Mercenary. Not a great find, unfortunately. Nice controls from Sprincer, able to get... Oh, beautiful juke from Polars there. And he's actually forcing him to change targets, so this is a decent start here for Fusion.
I think this is one of those aces that you're saving for that moment when you absolutely have no more choice but to use it. So I'm excited with how he plans to use this. Already landing a spike on the Postman here at the tunnel. And another one. Looks like Sprincer is on a mission here. He does need to make up for those points. So KDAT is just one hit away from getting chaired. Oh, avoids that trap right there, but will he land that hit? And he did. Really good move on the part of Sprincer here, and that is also going to put a lot of pressure on the Cypher progress, especially because that's where the Mercenary was decoding.
See the Breaking Wheel going back into wheel form. He'll able to get that first spike on the Mercenary. Maybe he'll force the Mercenary to go for an early rescue here. He's going to get out of the wheel form. Mercenary going to try to waste as much time as possible. Oh, beautiful uppercut from Polars to avoid that there. And he's going to expend as much of the Breaking Wheel's time again as possible. Does take that first hit, and he is able to get that rescue in time. Let's see if Sprincer goes for the double hit here. Will Polars elbow pad away? Nope. Sprincer's just playing it safe, going for the Postman instead. Most likely we'll see him utilize that blink. Oh, doesn't get the pallet stun, unfortunately, and that is going to be that hit there. And it looks like he's going to be sent back to the rocket chair for the second time.
That's right, and actually him running towards this corner is just about the best thing that he can do for now. Look at that, how the dog was able to reduce the movement speed for a few seconds there, but here it is, that chair that he's gonna get put on. And now Sprincer goes back to wheel form and transitions and making use of the mobility on this beast of a hunter just to be able to put some more pressure on the Cyphers. Here comes the Gravekeeper. We've been expecting to see him in the tournament, and now here he is trying to do that second rescue. Let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, we're going to see the Gravekeeper go in for the save here. Sprincer's going to hit that there, and does get the rescue off. Can he get the second spike on the Postman? Does get it, and he is able to get that snap off to get the down on the Postman. No forward support, again, available. We're going to see the Postman use that letter one more time to try to probably increase the decoding of one of these survivors here. 3 Cypher machines remaining. It really comes down to how far is Fusion's Cypher progress so far. We're going to see Sprinter wait out the Postman Dog, not falling for that trick the second time here. And he's going to be able to place him on the rocket chair. Postman being sent back to the manor. Again, Fusion's playing for a draw, but you have to keep in mind, Sprinter in a pretty good position here with still 3 Cyphers remaining.
I'm actually very impressed, especially because this is the first time that we're seeing Sprinter use the breaking wheel. And now, I don't think Sprinter is going to want to chase a Gravekeeper, so that's why he's going to transition this time to his next best target. In this case, it's the Mercenary. Okay, looks like he can land those hits, especially because he's just 1 chip damage away from getting downed. But then again, he is a resilient survivor with such a long chair time. But I wonder if he will actually go for the Mercenary and chair him here at the graveyard. Well, that does seem like the best thing to do for now. But I kind of expected him to chair him there, but this is really good decision on the part of Sprinter because he does want to provide that Cypher pressure. But it's done. That Cypher is done, so... 1 last Cypher remaining, and look at that last Cypher right there. Just about a decent amount of progress there. It looks like they can turn this around and potentially turn it into a draw.
We do see those 2 spikes there. Priestess has a portal to work with. Actually has 2 portals to work with, so she could potentially go for a pretty good kite here. We're going to see her transition towards the tram. This is a tough situation. She does get the trap off. She actually, I think, had a portal option to go away there, but instead not going to go for it. It looks like the survivors are going to take their time to just slow down and heal up. Sprinter going for an interesting strategy here. He's actually chairing survivors. Typically, you see Breaking Wheel slug these survivors, force them to waste their self heals, and then they don't have it as an option in the end game. But he's going for the chariot strategy, which is not quite as common, but maybe it'll work out here. We do see, it looks like, does catch wind of the Gravekeeper here. Going to go for him and commit in this area. Does get those 3 spikes and has Blink available, which he can use to get this down.
Now all that's left. Oh, nicely timed pallet stun there on the part of Bossy, and now he lives to fight another day. He does have 3 spikes on him, though. That's why he needs to be very careful with how he's moving. But look at this. Sprinter already staying on top of it, going towards the Priestess that has just been rescued.
It looks like we're going to see him go back towards this middle Cypher. He knows that you cannot allow this Gravekeeper to finish this Cypher machine. He's going up this window. Can he use this trap? No, doesn't look like it. Bossy able to get away here and keep transitioning away from this Cypher. Again, you want to die away from this. Goes for that trap. Does get the trap off, and he does get the blink down. Beautiful blink from Sprinter, but it does force out the blink, which is something that Fusion was trying to push for here. Going for this last Cypher again. Now he's going for the slugging strategy. This is exactly what Sprinter needs to do if he wants to push for more than a draw.
And that's right, and now he, watch out for the tram, now he just needs to chase these 2 remaining survivors and try to also potentially slug them out. You do know that they do still have those self-heals on them, so what's left to do is probably allow them to expend these self-heals to get them to surrender. But look at this, look at the Mercenary trying to provide support there. Looks like he doesn't want to give Sprinter the satisfaction of just slugging and allowing them to use those self-heals. So here comes the tram again. Look at Sprinter.
Yeah, we're going to see Sprinter go back towards middle again, pressuring this Cypher. If you're Fusion here, you probably want to start another Cypher, and we do see that happen. Looks like Polar's the Mercenary is going to start doing it. Oh, he actually gets out of wheel form too early, which means he doesn't get that spike he was desperately hoping for. Trying to trap in the Mercenary, goes for that hit, is going to get that hit registered on the Mercenary. Gravekeeper back on that middle Cypher, trying to pop it. We also see the Priestess working on a new one as well. Beautiful communication from Fusion to tell that the Gravekeeper to leave early here, and he's going to try to get him down, but Gravekeeper already left. So it's going to be hard for Sprinter to catch up here, but beautiful controls to get that hit there, but he is going to drop down, so there is no option for that full presence spike.
Right, and speaking of that full presence spike, there is one on him. There is one on him though, so all that's gonna it's gonna take just 1 more hit to get him down. Although he didn't need that spike there because he's already at half health. Actually, all of the survivors are injured, so this is looking good so far on the part of Sprinter being able to provide this Cypher pressure. Just camping, not camping these Cyphers rather, but transitioning to and from, using that mobility to put pressure on the Gravekeeper and the Mercenary as well.
Looks like they actually popped the last Cypher machine here, so we are pushing for the endgame. I think Sprinter didn't acknowledge, but the survivors were actually decoding the corner house Cypher as well. He also gets out of wheel from too early. Again, no full presence available, which means that he's going to try to trap in the Mercenary, vaulting that window. He's going to get the trap down on the Mercenary, which means he can get this down, but the exit gate is being opened, and Polar's still able to stay alive here, gets the pallet down as well, and now Sprinter's in a situation where you have to get this down. You cannot allow them to get to the dungeon. If you allow that to happen, Fusion puts themselves in a winning position, which would not be ideal here. Is going to put that trap at the pallet yet again, trying to trap him in. Beautiful discipline from Sprinter, and it looks like 2 survivors at least are out the exit gate.
That's right, and this is at least a draw that has been secured. But look at Polar's doing his best, fighting the fight of his life to at least try to get out through the dungeon. That's if they have coordinated the location to him. So, wow, look at this kite right here, just making use of this pallet, this very important pallet right here, especially because Sprinter hasn't broken it just yet. But he is about to do that. There we go, that final hit. Will Polars make it to the dungeon though?
Yeah, he does get the spike off. He needs to dodge this trap. If he gets, oh, the trap is short. This is going to be super close. It's really a foot race between how fast the Mercenary can make it. Can he get on top of the dungeon in time? Just about... It's so close to the dungeon there. Just a little bit short, unfortunately, for Fusion. But they are able to secure the draw, which means Fusion actually wins round 3 here. So we're going to see all 5 rounds here, Kahel. This is the sort of competition you love to see from this level of these teams. This is a super close, super intense matchup, and this is exactly what we love to see here in the Grand Finals.
Mad props though to Sprinter for bringing out that breaking wheel for the first time. We don't know that. We haven't seen him use it in any of the previous matches, and you did say that this is the first time that he did bring it out in a tournament, so this is one of those pleasant surprises that we live for. And but still a really good effort on the part of the survivors here. They do know how to deal with a breaking wheel, being able to at least manage a draw. Had that been a dungeon escape, that would have been an entirely different story. And it would have been so cool to watch, to actually have it happen. Were the breaking wheel not able to catch up on time, and if the Mercenary did use Max sticker on his Persona web, that would have been a dungeon escape. That those are one of the matches that you would enjoy, not just in tournament, but also in rank as well. These are the matches that get you screaming. And now here are the match stats. Look at this, 205 seconds from Polars just at that tunnel area. See how that was extended? That was such an amazing display of discipline right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And that really goes to show how 1 second can literally change a game. If Polars has a singular extra second to move forward, he can actually get that dungeon. It really goes to show how timing is so important in Identity 5. Overall, excellent containment time. Sprinter got a quick down on the Postman. You saw excellent controls from him in that early game, getting a quick down on K-Dead the Postman. Only 49 seconds of containment time. Beautiful job from Sprinter to go for that play. But overall, the survivors with excellent kiting in the endgame. It really goes to show how strong late game kiting is. Mercenary, 205 seconds. Bostia the Gravekeeper, 130 seconds. Those kites in the endgame made the difference, allowed them to prevent Sprinter from getting more than a draw. And again, huge shout out to Sprinter for not allowing the Mercenary to get dungeon. If Mercenary gets dungeon, this is it starts to become a tough situation for B4U. And it still is, because Fusion is taking round number 3 here. But again, excellent discipline from Sprinter, not getting too aggressive, going for that Mercenary, making sure he gets that down. Beautiful trap placement, beautiful discipline from him to secure that draw.
And the use of Peeper in the end game is actually a very smart move on the part of Sprinter there. I did see an equal amount of effort from both teams, so I'm really pleased as to how the whole match, actually the whole round happened. And now we're gonna finally see the 4th and 5th rounds. I'm happy that we do know that 5th round is happening, right?
Yes, at this point, even if B4U wins the next round 100%, we're going to see the 5th round, yes.
Yes, and that's what we're really excited for, because this is how we get the players to get more creative with their picks, especially because the Hunter will be able to ban finally 4 survivors. So that's 4 meta picks out the window. We're not going to be seeing them for the rest of the tournament. I'm sure it's the mechanic, the seer, the priestess, and probably one rescuer, the mercenary, if not the forward. So this is where we're gonna start to see, probably apart from the postman and the entomologist, those picks that you talked about. We talked about the female dancer. We talked about, again, the patient. We might see the entomologist again, depending on the map. But it's all gonna depend on what the map is gonna be. So here we are again. We're back to square one when it comes to the predictions. But knowing what we've seen so far with the maps that we've already seen, the hunters that have already been banned, and the hunters that we are expecting to get banned, what do you think at this point the map is going to be?
Yeah, it's very interesting. This is now in B4U's court. They have an option to, Fusion will be, I believe, banning the next map. I assume Fusion picked Ever Sleeping Town, so I think we're going to see B4U having the map selection. Fusion will be banning one map here. So what map do they ban? Most likely, it's a little bit of a different situation here. We're talking about how they like to ban Arms Factory, and we could see that come into play. It's really hard to say, because if B4U goes Arms Factory, they can simply ban the Sculptor, and they can ban the Dream Witch, and then force Dreamer to play either Breaking Wheel, which is not good on Arms Factory, or go with a TIE Hunter like Bon Bon or that Bloody Queen. So I think that we're most likely going to see Fusion ban that map. And if you're B4U, out of the remaining maps, what do you pick? It's hard to say. You typically want to go with something that maybe is strong for Soul Weaver. We might actually see Chinatown here just because it's a very strong Soul Weaver map. But then again, if you're Fusion, do you ban the Soul Weaver, right? You have an option to ban quite a few hunters here in round 4. So I think we're going to see Sculptor and Dream Witch 100% getting banned. Do you take the Breaking Wheel again from Sprinter, or do you ban or do you take the Soul Weaver, or maybe a Bloody Queen? It's just Sprinter has so many different options. Now that we know he plays Breaking Wheel, this adds to his options of hunters. So it's really going to be tough for Fusion here deciding who they want to ban. But yeah, in terms of the map, Chinatown is definitely an option if B4U opts to select that. They could also go with a map that's maybe suboptimal for Dream Witch and still ban Breaking Wheel and Sculptor. Leo's Memory is not a very good Dream Witch map, so maybe we'll see that from B4U. Who knows?
Actually, now that you mentioned Leo's Memory, I was about to say that I am most excited to see this map. We don't see this map at all. At least not in the tournament. And in other tournaments, we really don't see the players picking or banning in Leo's memory. Basically, the players are just plain ignoring Leo's memory. So to actually see that map, that would be really exciting, especially because this is best of 5 after all. There's still a lot of options left on the table. Also excited to see Chinatown, because this is where I've seen, not just in rank, but also in tournaments, Naiad. So this might be the time to bring her out. We don't know that Sprinter can use Breaking Wheel. Who else could he be practicing? Who knows what else he can bring out? And not just Sprinter, Dreamer as well. So they could be having these hidden aces that they were saving up for the later rounds. I'm really excited and very curious to see what these hunters are going to be. And not just for the hunters, we're talking about the survivors as well. Since there will be more bans. We do know that the postman might be in the mix. We do know that the patient is a popular pick. we've mentioned female dancer, we've mentioned prisoner as well, and the gravekeeper, which we've seen in the previous match. Do we have other survivors that we might expect to see in the tournament here in round 4 and 5?
Well, you did mention female dancer. Female dancer is very strong, specifically for Arms Factory. The reason why dancer is very good on Arms Factory is what happens is the female dancer will typically take the factory cipher, decode that one first, and they'll put a bunch of music boxes inside the factory, whether it's a slow box or a fast box. And if any survivors are kiting in the early game, they'll kite towards factory. This is a very rare instance where you actually want to kite towards a cipher machine because you want to be able to, the dancer can always leave, do a new cipher. But if you as a survivor are able to make it to factory, which is already a very strong kiting area, and you have a bunch of music boxes set up, it just becomes it becomes next to impossible for Hunter to actually down a survivor there. They're either forced to transition targets or they have to break every single music box in factory, and that wastes a good 30, 40 seconds of kiting for the survivors. So dancer can be very strong on Arms Factory. I think we did see Patient get banned by Sprinter last round, so maybe Patient will be a more common ban as these rounds progress. It's definitely a possibility. I think we could see some specialty characters come out. We might see Batter come out. Batter is a character that gets utilized quite often, but we haven't seen yet so far in this grand finals. We have seen it a little bit from other teams earlier on. We may see more Entomologist. Again, we may see the Painter as well. Those are all options, and we might even see the Prisoner. So, any of these characters are options for these teams, and I'm very excited to see what they're able to pull out here.
Yes, it's anybody's game at this point. So while we're waiting for the actual reveal of the map, I think it's time once more to direct our attention to the chat. And now let's see what you guys are saying here. So it looks like they are talking about, well, they're already predicting which team is actually going to win. And they're also discussing the win conditions, which is I'm actually pleased to say to see this because it shows more involvement. Okay, I'm seeing a mention of Mad Eyes. I'm not expecting to see him in the tournament, especially because we know how to counter the use of those walls that he can install without actually having to be physically present. And plus, we haven't seen him much in tournaments. We have seen some really strong hunters in ranked match make use of Mad Eyes, but not so much in tournaments. So moving on. Wow, you guys are really really super active, and I actually appreciate this about the community. But so far it looks like they're still predicting as to who's actually gonna win. Now, I know there are just as much supporters for B4U as there are for Fusion. So do send in your love and support for the teams. Also, actually, don't forget to share the stream and just like the stream. We're spreading the popularity of the game, not just in Asia, but also in NAEU. So what else are we seeing here? Okay, so much love in there.
I would like to just bring up one more point.
Yeah.
Is that I was also considering over the last couple of minutes, I was thinking, what if B4U was the one that actually selected Ever Sleeping Town? I know it seems like it would be more logical for it to be Fusion's pick, but it's also possible that B4U selected it because it's so strong for Breaking Wheel and they wanted to pull out that Breaking Wheel surprise from Sprinter. So if you're Fusion here and the map selection was Ever Sleeping Town, maybe Fusion has option here. Again, it's more likely that Fusion selected Ever Sleeping, but it's still possible that B4U also did it because again, it's good for Breaking Wheel. So if you're Fusion here going into these last rounds, what map are you going to go for? And I think that it's definitely hard to say. most likely we're not going to be able to see Dream Witch, we're not going to be able to see Breaking Wheel or Sculptor from Dreamer. So what map is he going to be able to play on that could be strong for his hunters moving forward? And one of his hunters that we have seen is Bonbon. And Bonbon is actually pretty good on Sacred Heart Hospital, and it's also very weak for the opposing hunter. So I think that there's a chance that Fusion could actually pick Sacred Heart Hospital just because it's a good map for Bonbon. A lot of Peeper Bonbons really like that because you use the Peepers to reveal the location of all the survivors. That can be very strong, and it can also be weaker for Sprinter's Bloody Queen because of the 2-story buildings can be so hard for a Bloody Queen to deal with. So I think I just wanted to mention Sacred Heart Hospital is also an option. That's assuming that B4U selected Ever Sitting Town, which would make more sense that Fusion selected it. But again, with the Breaking Wheel pick, it could have also indicated towards B4U's selection as well.
Now that you mentioned Hospital, I noticed that we haven't seen it yet for the grand finals. So that could be an option. We could look forward to that. Okay, finally we're seeing some Hunter insight here from the chat. So yes, they are pushing for Soul Weaver. Yes, we are an advocate for getting Soul Weaver back in there in the meta. But look at this. Wu Chang. Not really a hunter that I would expect to see in the tournament. But but if we were to see him, if ever, wouldn't it be exciting to see him do flawless gameplay? Because I do believe that the best approach to playing Wu Chang is to be super aggressive with him, especially because he's so easy to kite in the early games. But what as a hunter, because you did mention that you also play as hunter, and you really did excel there as well, being able to reach peak tier. What is your experience with Wu Chang, at least?
I actually used to be a Wu Chang player back when he was good, as I like to call it. I don't think he's a very good hunter right now. The problem with Wu Chang is that in tournaments, at least, it's next to impossible to win with him, just because Wu Chang is very good at getting jump scare hits, getting surprises, and getting free hits on survivors. When you have 4-person VC, you can tell your teammates when he's teleporting, and they can simply just get off of their ciphers, avoid getting teleported on, and there's no option for Wu Chang to get jump scare hits. And we all know Wu Chang without presence, his chase is so weak. It's so hard to actually get hits survivors. So I actually love playing Wu Chang for fun. I don't really play him in rank either. I just don't think he's a very strong hunter. And in tournament, he's even weaker. So Wu Chang is very, very unlikely to see him get used here. Again, back when he was what I call good, was before we had characters like Sculptor and Breaking Wheel that were just so strong in this meta. Before those characters came out and before Wu Chang received a small nerf at one point as well. He was very strong in rank then. In tournament, he was okay because you could still sometimes get wins, but again, the jump scares weren't as effective. So, but once these characters like Sculptor and Breaking Wheel came out, they really just surpassed him and kind of pushed him away. And we're probably not going to see Wu Chang get utilized here, unfortunately.
I actually would agree. I mean, even with the use of insolence in his persona build, it's still rather easy to be able to contain a Wu Chang, and not just with the survivors that are able to kite with their skills, but even decoders are actually even strong against a Wu Chang. We've seen the Prisoner and Mechanic pull off those pellet stuns, not just in rank, but also in tournaments as well. We have seen Wu Chang in previous tournaments. Yes, I did see him in some Asia tournaments. We can just predict the outcome of that. But still, look at these. Look at what they're saying in the chat. They still want to see Axe Boy. Who knows? We might just see him. But we are going to push for round 5 after all. Not sure if this is one of the hunters in both the players' arsenal. So I guess I'd be really surprised if I do see Axe Boy. Same with Nayat. But looking at the chat, it looks like they basically want to see either Nayat or Axe Boy. So much for that. What about the survivors looks like they want to see again the toy merchant, yes, and the painter, like you said. I guess they are in agreement with what you just said. The potential of the painter is pretty good as well, given the right amount of support, or if he is able to transition to a really good kiting area, he just might be able to get those paintings down and use them not just in kiting, but also for rescue and late game support.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Again, Painter is definitely a character we could see come out here. We could still see Batter. We could still see Entomologist. All these characters are definitely options. Painter is one of those characters that can be very good against... It's good against hunters that you're able to obviously see for a while beforehand. So, for example, Breaking Wheel, while they're in their wheel form, it's very easy for Painter to get their vision on the hunter so they can start using that painting. Mm-hmm. It's very good against hunters like Naiad, because while Naiad's in that the trident form where she throws the trident, she's not able to actually hit a survivor, so it's easy for the Painter to look at them and farm the vision on them that way. It looks like we are getting into the picks and bans here. It's Sacred Heart Hospital.
Finally! Here we are! Sacred Heart Hospital! I'm really happy with this map, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like we are going to have Patient, Mechanic, Priestess, and Seer getting banned. It looks like the survivors are banning the Bloody Queen. We're going to see Forward and Psychologist getting locked in here. Psychologist is an interesting lock. Again, you still have... Bon and Breaking Wheel is an option if you are Sprinter here. It could be that they're trying to play around that Soul Weaver. Psychologist very strong against Soul Weaver because he still forces those 3 hits, which can be very hard for them to deal with. We are going to see Batter and Painter as well. So there we go. Looks like we called that one perfectly. That works out. So yeah, we're going to see a support-heavy team from Fusion here. It looks like they're really prepared to go against Breaking Wheel. Forward, Batter, so strong against Breaking Wheel, and there is the Soul Weaver.
There it is, Eli. It looks like our predictions are on point as well, or they really did listen to us in the commentary, so I appreciate that. I'm really excited for this match because, like I keep on saying, we want to push for the Soul Weaver to make her way back into the meta, at least in a tournament setting. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to play out. And I do believe that this kind of team can manage against a Soul Weaver. That's if they do their rotations right, they do their coordination right. Well, you did mention that a Soul Weaver has no problem with a forward, but we also have a Batter in the mix that could make things a lot more interesting and also challenging for the Soul Weaver.
Yeah, I think this is why we're actually seeing Soul Weaver here, is that Fusion's actually playing an interesting lineup. What they're doing is they're trying to counter all of Sprinter's remaining hunters. The Forward and the Batter are very strong against Breaking Wheel because Breaking Wheel struggles against those support characters. Forward is very good at insta-rescuing against a Bon because you can stun on chair. Batter is also a good kiter against Bon as well. And then the Psychologist is very strong against Soul Weaver because Soul Weaver has to hit her 3 separate times to get it down, whereas Soul Weaver would really love to only have to go for 2 hits. But a Soul Weaver being a non-ship hunter besides the web shot comes after your presence is available. So you've already hit the Psychologist twice, so you're not actually able to get the chip hit won't really matter in the long run. So yeah, that's what Fusion's trying to go for. They're trying to counter the Soul Weaver with the Psychologist, and they're trying to counter the Bon and the Breaking Wheel with that Forward and Batter.
Now, while waiting for the match to start, let's take a look at these bans. So, we do know that we don't want to deal with Sprinter's BQ, especially not in Hospital. And then, of course, understandable, the Dream Witch and the Sculptor. But look at these bans. We have the Patient, of course, the Mechanic, the Priestess, and the Seer. But the Patient and the Coordinator, I really was not expecting that, actually. What do you think is the logic behind banning the Patient and the Coordinator?
Well, 2 reasons here. I think the Coordinator is actually a bit more of a respect ban. We've seen Polars play the Coordinator a lot throughout this tournament. So I think they're trying to potentially limit his options. We've seen him hit pretty much every flare gun he's had very successfully used in this tournament, whether it was the match against WZ. He used that flare gun to transition into Hospital against that Sculptor. He used it against the Bonbon as well. Polars has been very, very effective with the Coordinator. So I think they're trying to eliminate that option, force Polars to play a character maybe he's not as comfortable with, and that would maybe be the batter in this instance. We'll have to see. Patient ban makes a lot of sense. Patient is so strong on this map because if you're kiting outside of the birdcage area, you can actually pull yourself through the window with the hook and get into Hospital for free, and there's literally nothing the hunter can do about it. It's one of the most, one of the strongest hook areas in the game. So that's something that Sprincer really doesn't want to have to deal with, and that makes a lot of sense. If I was in this situation, I would 100% ban Patient as well, just because I, as a hunter, don't want to have to deal with a good kiter like Patient, and I don't want to have to deal with this situation where they have a free pass into the Hospital area.
So I'm seeing the logic behind those bans now. So seeing what seeing what the picks and bans are, although we have yet to see the actual match start, I'm actually interested as to what the hunter might bring, what trait he might bring. What would be the best trait in this map and against this lineup?
Well, typically with Soul Weaver, you see two different things. One of them is you just have your detention, your blink, and your trump card. And that's a very common build with Soul Weaver. Another option is to go for an up-down teleport build. So you have fast pallet breaking speed, you have confined space detention, and also you have the teleport if you need to go after a survivor at any point. Now, in this situation where you have a lot of harassing characters, I think Fusion's actually trying to force Sprincer to use excitement, so their early game kiting will be stronger. And this actually pairs really well with Psychologist, and the reason why is because if you have a painter, you have a batter, and you have a forward, 3 harassing characters, which means, or 3 stunning characters, so you really want to bring the excitement. But Psychologist is very weak to blink. If you get 2 hits on her and then blink her, she gets her down. But if there's excitement, then she's forced to get 3 basic hits with no blink, which can be very strong. We are going to see Sprincer head immediately into Hospital, so this is a bit of a risk, and he does find Psychologist. This is actually ideal for Fusion.
Yes, she is the top target after all, but it looks like, well, Sprincer is either gonna circle back and try to do a bit of a mind game here to at least give the Psychologist a false sense of security, but went back immediately to just install her presence inside that hospital. And look, that really important pallet has already been dropped. Do you think this is a good decision so early in the game?
Yeah, I think this is fine. We're going to see Sprincer use a lot of webs here, but the Psychologist, this is good for Sprincer that you get this hit, but the Psychologist can make it back into Hospital. We're going to see Sprincer probably use a lot more webs here to try to catch up. He can get to another follow-up hit here, but the downside to this is he now has no more webs to work with because he's used so many. Now, he does have Blink, so he's going to be able to go for a Blink here, maybe trying to mind game the Psychologist. Will she fall for it? Sprincer, oh no, it looks like Psychologist, I think, might have left Hospital and completely leaving Sprincer there. Incredible game sense from the Psychologist to run all the way to Ruins. That's going to buy her a ton of distance, and this is pretty good for Fusion. Just like that, Sprincer needs to catch up. He has Blink still available, so he can use Blink to down the Psychologist, but a lot of time is wasted here, and that means there's no excitement for Sprincer to utilize. And it looks like there is the Blink that will get the down, but now you have to deal with these support harassing characters without excitement.
But on the bright side for Sprincer here, not much decoding has been done, at least on the part of the forward here. We do see that the batter is about to to pop one cipher at the shack, and I would imagine that the painter has been peacefully decoding and is also about to finish another one. And there we see it, 3 ciphers remaining, and now here's the forward trying to do that rescue.
We are going to see, we're going to have a double rescue here. Looks like 2. Hey, there's the hit on the forward. Does get the rescue. Batter here for the support. Gets the stun. Wow, beautiful hit from the batter. This will slow Sprincer down here, and maybe the Psychologist can rebound. It is a bit of a tough situation because of how fast this Soul Weaver is, but keep in mind, there's that web shot. Beautiful shot from Sprincer. That is a hard angle to hit that web shot, and he is going to put Sally on the back foot here. Excellent job from the Soul Weaver.
And also note that her stress response is no longer in effect, so it's not going to take much to down her and put her back on the chair. Then again, we have the forward still in the area and the batter as well. Amazing snipes here with the web. Sprinter really does know his stuff when it comes to the Soul Weaver. I'm excited as to how this is gonna play out from now on.
It looks like we do see the Psychologist, unfortunately for Fusion, does die near the forward Cypher machine, so forward is forced to leave here. This is now a draw situation. Let's see if they're going to opt to heal up, if they're going to opt to continue to decode. Now, Sprinter does not have Wanted Order, which means he will not be able to see where these survivors are healing up. Will Sprinter... Oh, he actually does not have Teleport. He has used that blink. It still is on cooldown. So, if you're Sprinter here, where do you go? Do you go look for the healing survivors, or do you go to the decoded Cypher, which is where that batter is? And it looks like they were able to get that heal off. It really comes down to how far is this Cypher progress for Fusion. Can Sprinter push for more than a draw here? It looks like a draw situation, but you never know with Soul Weaver. You have to be careful.
That's right, and now that Sprinter has located that fourth Cypher being decoded by the batter, I'm not sure this is the best target to be dealing with right now, but because look at that stun! Amazing stuff on the part of Polars here, and again, do you think he will be able to... Oh, was able to dodge that ball! Nice dodge on the part of Sprinter there, buying more time for his teammates to decode. So... the chase continues here at the forest ruins. It's gonna be a game of chase, but look at this. Sprinter relentlessly chasing the batter, not giving up here. I think both teams are really doing their very best to at least push for the best possible outcome for them. And look at the dungeon. It has already been located by both sides, so they probably have coordinated this at this point. So now that the batter is gonna get shared for the first time, one Cypher remaining, they could turn this into a draw, given that there is some decent progress on that last Cypher. I think there's 50% remaining there. Here comes the forward trying to go for the rescue. What do you think is going to happen?
Sprinter has a lot of webs to work with. Your forward, you have to dodge this web shot. It's going to use football to transition. This is so risky because now it's easy to get that web shot and goes for the hit. Doesn't get it. Forward able to dodge that hit from Sprinter. That is so huge. If he's able to get that down there, it puts the forward in a terrible position. They can put him on the rocket chair, and he's dying near the Cypher. Now the forward has a chance to kite here and goes for, wow, another beautiful web shot from Sprinter. He has been on point this match. It looks like the survivors opting to start a new Cypher machine here. Let's see how long Bossy can survive in this area. Looks like we're also going to see the batter, the batter and the batter and the painter working away on these last two Cyphers here. This is going to be very intense. It depends on how much Cypher progress do they have done here. It looks like they started another Cypher machine, 50% of the way done here. We're going to see the painter go for the rescue. Now, if you're a Sprinter, you have to be careful. If you go after and pressure this last Cypher, you leave the 3-pallet Cypher open to be decoded, which already has a lot of progress on it. You see batter Cypher about 70% of the way done. Painter being very patient, waiting this out, and we'll go for this rescue most likely once the Cypher machine is primed.
I think what KDad is doing here is that he's just triggering the Tinnitus. Well, not really needed because I'm pretty sure that Sprinter has already sniffed out his location. So now it's just a waiting game, waiting for that last Cypher. I do believe it is now primed, so I think he can pull off this rescue because that Cypher is gonna get popped. And there it is. We are now at the end game, and it's time to push for that two-man escape. And Bossy already taking a hit here. Sprinter still can catch up with the other survivors. Will he make it? Will he be able to down one more?
It looks like possibly that is going to happen here. Batter needs to be careful. You can't go to this exit gate too soon here. We're going to see Painter go for the other one. He has a painting available, so this is actually strong for the Painter. Sprinter has caught sight of this Painter here. Batter is going for the exit gate. I think if you're a Sprinter, you may want to take the chance and teleport to the other gate. Again, this character does have a painting to work with. Dungeon's in the area. If he uses this painting and Batter gets out, this could be a draw. There's the painting. Sprinter does look into the painting there. Batter is going to try to make it out the exit gate. Can the Painter get on top of that dungeon time? Gets the ball off. There's the speed boost pushing for the dungeon. He gets out.
My goodness!
He gets out. And Fusion able to secure a draw. Incredible job from the Painter in that end game. That That had us on our feet there. That was crazy. That was insane.
That was a crazy match right there. A dungeon escape. I really appreciate those dungeon escapes. It's what gets us really excited and on the edge of our seats. I like this. I like seeing this equal amount of effort, like I keep on saying. I like it when both teams do their very best. Sprincer just trying to tough it all out, given the stun by both these harassers. We have the forward and the batter. Look at the numbers here. We have the match stats. The forward with a containment of 96 seconds and the batter 68. Let's definitely not forget about the sacrifice of Sally with the psychologist. Such an amazing first kite, was able to transition from the hospital to the ruins. Still a very good effort and a good mind game. And then we have the painter also able to escape rather. Well, yes, there's that rescue. He did pull it off at endgame, before endgame rather. And then there's the use of that painting just to be able to get out the dungeon. Look at the effort of all these players. Eli, I'm really impressed with what we're seeing here so far, but let's discuss the win condition. What needs to be done just to have a point difference? Because it's such a tight match right now.
Yeah, this actually puts a lot of pressure on B4U. They have to actually get a draw or better here. So what's going to happen is if B4U survivors are able to secure a draw in this round, B4U has an 8-1 lead from the first round, but then Fusion has a 5-3 lead from the third round. So that makes B4U up by 5 points. So if B4U is able to get a draw here, that means Fusion has to win the last round by a score of 5 points or more. If B4U gets if B4U gets anything less than a draw, then they actually have to win the last round because Fusion will actually be up on rounds. So this is a little bit interesting how this is going to play out. So, sorry, let me rephrase this a little bit so it's easier to understand. So basically, if B4U gets 3-man or 4-man by Dreamer here, then B4U will have to win the last round, and Fusion will only have to draw the last round. If B4U gets a draw from the survivors, then Fusion will have to win by 5 points or more in the last round. And if B4U wins as survivors, then I think Fusion has to, I'm not sure, they'll have to get a lot of points in the last round to try to turn things around. But yeah, I mean, getting a draw there from Sprincer is not bad. That's a good turnaround for him. And we'll see how this is able to play out here for both of these teams.
And so now the pressure is going to be on the Survivor team. They really do need to manage a 3-man escape, if not a 4-man escape, just to be able to catch up with the points. So the pressure is really there. We do know that this is Hospital, and what are the bands going to be apart from the Dream Witch and the Sculptor on the part of the survivors? We do know that Dreamer is able to use a breaking wheel as well, but would you expect to see it here in Hospital?
It's possible. It's not necessarily a bad breaking wheel map. It's more that breaking wheel can struggle in some parts of it just because there's a lot of windows on this map. There's a lot of the Hospital area can be very hard to maneuver in. So it really depends. Once Sacred Heart Hospital actually got nerfed and they added in that pallet instead of having that window there, it could be a buffer. It's more of an adjustment that made it stronger for Breaking Wheel because they can easily enter through that pallet area and get into Hospital. So Breaking Wheel, because of that change back when they made that adjustment, Breaking Wheel actually became very strong on that map. The only downside is I think that B4U probably will ban the Breaking Wheel. I think they're going to ban Sculptor, Dream Witch, and Breaking Wheel here. That would definitely make the most sense. So I think they're going to try to force Dreamer to play a TIE Hunter, whether that's Bon Bon or BQ. And if you're Dreamer here, you're going to try to push for a 3-person elimination.
A 3-person elimination. Who else is left to be able to pull that off? If not the TIE Hunters that will be left among his options.
Yeah, there's not a lot of options for Dreamer. Again, BQ and Bon Bon are his 2 big TIE Hunters for the later rounds. There is, of course, hunters like Soul Weaver, hunters like Naya that can sort of win in those endgame situations and push for 3Ks. But I don't think Dreamer plays either of those. They could. Again, Spencer pulled out the Breaking Wheel, kind of a trump card that no one expected. So it's definitely still an option for Dreamer to pull out a hunter that no one's expected, that he has been working on. Who knows? So you never know. Any of that is still an option here. But I guess if you're Dreamer, your best bet is probably to play. Again, this is not a great Bloody Queen map because it's the 2-story map is just so hard to deal with as a Bloody Queen with that mirror image. So I think he's probably going to play Bon Bon and maybe try to push for a 3-person elimination with that hunter.
All right. So I do hope that the players are also listening to us, because then we get to they get to see what the best choices can be, especially at this point in the tournament. Of course, we have the chat to consider, but that's really at the discretion of the players themselves. So, you did mention that he might just bring out somebody that he's been working on. We don't know this. So I'm really excited to see who that's gonna be. But let's talk about the survivors this time. So, in the previous match, we've seen the coordinator and the patient out the window, and then we've seen also the seer, the priestess, and the mechanic band. Do you think it's gonna be the same for Dreamer?
Yeah, I think he's going to ban Mechanic for sure. Mechanic is a character, again, that's easy to push for draws, and Dreamer wants to try to go for a 3-person elimination here. So I think we're going to see Mechanic will be banned most likely. I think we're probably going to see Priestess as well, just because of how strong she is on this map. So I think Priestess and Mechanic are his instant 2 bans. Now, he does have, it is the 4th round, so he can ban 4 survivors. So maybe he'll go forward and Seer. I think that would definitely make the most sense. If he goes Bon Bon, he doesn't necessarily have to ban Seer. Seer, it can be strong because it does force, if you're able to at least dodge the bombs, force a basic hit, then Owl can be strong. But if you're going with that Bloody Queen, we're going to see a Seer ban, we're going to see Psychologist, we're going to see Priestess, and we're going to see Mechanic. I'm almost certain of that. We might also see Forward, but I'm not really sure. If we see Bon Bon, we're probably going to see Mechanic again, Mechanic being very strong. You definitely want to get that out of the way. Also, we're going to see Priestess and probably Forward as well, and then maybe the Seer. But it's a bit of a matter of preference. I think we have to see Mechanic get banned just because Dreamer wants to try to get more than just a draw here, and Mechanic is a character that's very good for getting that draw. So if you're the survivors here of B4U, you're going to be pushing for a draw. Probably going to be selling if it's a Bon Bon, again, to try to get that tie. You may play fast decoders like possibly Postman, possibly Prisoner. It's hard to say. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Now that you mentioned that you may need to use fast decoders, I'm actually curious to see if they're going to actually employ that kind of lineup and instead focus this time on more decoder presence in the lineup instead of support and rescue as well as harassers. So we could take that into consideration. I mean, we do need to push for that Cypher Rush, especially if it's a Bon Bon. Because if a Bon Bon does chair somebody within 5 ciphers, you usually wouldn't rescue any more before half, if not at the last second, or not at all. So they do need to make up for that by at least having more decoders in the team, or at least people with no decoding debuff. So, well, yeah, I'm also as excited as you are. It's your guess is as good as mine. But since we've already put our predictions in place, and since it's just a waiting game, I actually wanted to talk to you about the new characters, and we did say offline that we were also going to talk about this, and I also want to involve the community when it comes to this kind of discussion, because the addition of these new survivors and hunters could just influence the meta and how it's going to evolve by next year. And with the arrival of the next Call of Abyss. So who do we have so far? We have the novelist, we have the little girl, we have the Nightmare, and we have the Wax Artist. Actually, he's back. He hasn't been used in tournaments yet, but he has been around long enough for us to actually build an opinion about him. So I want to discuss the Wax Artist first. What do we think about the Wax Artist?
Well, it's very unfortunate to say, but I think he's actually a very weak hunter. I think it's actually like Hellumber level weak. The issue with Wax Artist is that Wax Artist is very, very easily countered by support characters, by anything that has any sort of you can literally just get looped around any area that the Wax Artist can't shoot over. If the wall is high enough and you can't shoot your wax over that area, then you're just going to get kited. It's simple as that. Again, forward stunning, coming in for a stun, can literally give the survivor getting chased enough time for their wax to get removed, and the Wax Artist has to start from scratch. So whether it's forward, whether it's entomologist, batter, any sort of support character at all can counter the Wax Artist. Prospector can also counter the Wax Artist in some instances if you use your magnets properly, even non-meta characters. On top of that, Wax Artist doesn't really have too strong with the camping abilities in that, once you have your presence, you can use that ability. Once you get to 100%, it'll damage the survivor. But honestly, survivors can just immediately go in for the rescue before they get enough wax off for it to matter. So, the problem is he just kind of gets looped around areas where the walls are high enough to block the wax. Doesn't have much camping abilities and has almost no cipher control at all, other than maybe pressuring it with the ciphers with the wax. But other than that, there's not much you can do, unfortunately, with that character.
Well, based on how we've been playing the game so far, and based on how we know how these things go, we could expect that he's going to get an adjustment sooner or later once we probably have more data on how he is able to excel in a rank match. And who knows, we just might see him in a tournament as well, though I really wouldn't expect it at this point. So really looking forward as to what it's going to be for the Wax Artist. I think he may potentially excel in maps with that doesn't have that much walled areas.
Absolutely.
So yeah, and then if he is able to do successful mind games so that he is able to aim the wax correctly, that could have a good turnout for him. So I'm thinking the maps that he can excel in are probably Lakeside, as long as he stays away from the log areas and the big ship. And the shack as well, because it's kind of easy to loop him around that area. So you probably want to go towards the center or just those areas outside these structures that don't have that much walls. So, yeah. Well, the survivors could just counter that, knowing that it's a Wax Artist. They could transition towards the strong areas, but we'll see. We'll see how the game evolves and the Wax Artist gets adjusted. That's if he will get adjusted. And now let us discuss the recent event, the appearance of the novelist, the little girl, and the Nightmare. So what do we think about the novelist?
The novelist, in comparison to the little girl, I think the little girl is actually a very strong character. The novelist, I don't like as much. I think novelist is a very good rank character. The reason why is, I know a lot of you have played solo queue or duo queue at some point, and you've got those randoms that you don't necessarily are a huge fan of getting. Well, the novelist is a character. If you're a strong kiter, you can actually switch places with that character and kite for them. So you can kind of carry your teammates in a little bit harder than you normally would, if you want to put it that way. But that's an interesting concept. In tournament, it's not quite as strong, just because most of your teammates are all pretty equally matched in terms of skill. You all have, rely on your teammates to do well, and they all play very well. So I don't think the novelist is quite as good. It's better enough character with the better abilities. Now, novelists can take control of the hunter for a few seconds and move them away, but that's really kind of the same thing as a painter. In reality, why would you not just use painter, use a painting to stun the hunter that way? it ends up being about the same amount of time. And sure, it doesn't move the hunter away, but it's just less consistent. Painter is more of a consistent way to do that. And on top of that, Painter has that extra chair time, or not the extra chair time, but the chair ability where if you're rescued at a certain time, you still have that remaining time left over on the chair. So Painter has similar abilities to Novelist in terms of how it affects the hunter. And he also has that special chair time, which kind of just pushes him past the Novelist in terms of viability.
Actually, I do agree with your opinions that right there. Not that the Novelist is a need to play. He's more of a fun to play kind of survivor. But who knows? He might get adjusted again, and we're going to see his worth in rank match and in the tournament as well. But I'm really interested in the potential of the little girl. But let's discuss more of that after this match, because here we are finally with the picks and bans here at the hospital with the survivors banning Bon Bon, Dream Witch, and the Sculptor right off the bat. And looks like they actually were thinking about this, because I do believe these are the best choice of bans that they can use. But what do you think about the survivor bans this time?
I just wanted to say they didn't ban Breaking Wheel. I am very shocked to see this. They're actually going to give Dreamer Breaking Wheel in round 4. So they're giving a Breaking Wheel with 4 survivor bans. That is a huge risk here. He's going to play Anne. I did not see that coming at all. So Anne is going to be the selection from Dreamer. I would have thought to see a Breaking Wheel, but I guess not. Possibly trying to counter some of these characters. Perfumer, Entomologist are both very good against a Breaking Wheel. So I think that's kind of the goal here, is to eliminate those options. Go for a character that's strong against them. Now, Anne isn't quite as strong on Sacred Heart Hospital because there are a lot of windows that you can use to kite out the cats, as well as the 2-story building can be a problem as well. But Dreamer did ban the Psychologist and the Seer, so there's really no option for 3 hits. He's only going to have to get those 2 cats down to down those survivors.
And here we are with the match. Let's get it started. And already making her way towards the shack area, if not the entrance of the hospital, immediately finds the mercenary, but kind of ignores him right there and goes towards the shack instead. I don't think he has, oh, there he is. Found the perfumer right here at the shack area. Of course, you would drop that pellet already because this is Anne after all. And if she does aim those cats accurately, that's gonna cost her the first kite. But so far, so good. None of the resources have been exhausted so far. And now here are the cats.
We are going to see that perfumer from Problems. He's going to wait out the perfume, and then now he's going to... is able to avoid that. A little bit of an early swing from Dreamer. Can he get this hit on the perfumer? And there is the hit. Yep, able to get the hit before the perfume comes online. That was kind of the important thing there, as long as he gets that first hit. Now, does he have teleport, or does he have... He actually has blink. So he's going for that early game chase, really trying to prioritize that. Going for Problems here. Really try to blink through this wall here. Goes for that blink. He can go for the jump. Beautiful play from Dreamer to blink through and get the jump kill on the perfumer. And Dreamer off to a pretty good start, but there is the coordinator in the area. You have to be careful of this if you are a Dreamer.
That's right, and she could use that flare gun, but look at Dreamer staying on top of it, already going towards outside the hospital just to be able to chair the perfumer and avoid that flare gun.
Beautiful game sense from Dreamer to stay around. Yeah, again, playing around the flare gun. Cats was in the area really trying to pressure, but Dreamer acknowledging this, not allowing this to happen. Will he go for this cross? Is going to place it on the chair. Now, you have to be careful with your cats. Will you go for the flare gun? Does get that first stun. There's the hit, and he does not have another jump to work with, and the cats will disappear. So the coordinator still has the flare gun. Expect her to use it here to help that perfumer get into hospital. Whoa. There is the flare gun, and now the perfumer can make it inside hospital, which is a very strong kiting area.
That's actually a really good decision on the part of Cats here, because that will allow the perfumer to reposition herself to at least get ready for a rebound kite. But Dreamer really doing his very best here and has already sniffed out. Oh, sorry, I was mistaken. I thought he had sniffed out her location, that she has already transitioned towards the ruins, but it looks like Dreamer is left here in the hospital trying to sniff her out. Amazing mind game on the part of Paul Blems here, and now Dreamer is forced to find a different target this time.
Does catch sight of the coordinator. This is still not a bad find just because she is injured, but yeah, Paul Blems able to lose the hunter there is very important. Coordinator is trapped in between this. Beautiful juke from Cats here, able to stay alive. Let's see if he's able to make it to this pallet in time. It's going to be a foot race, goes to the charge attack, and is able to avoid that hit as well. The Cats have ran out, so he can't make it this time. Oh, but still able to get the hit and the down on this coordinator.
So far, so good. 3 ciphers remaining and equal progress on the part of both teams. They can well, it is an advantage that the perfumer has lost the hunter, because that means that he's starting from square one when it comes to chair countdown. And let's not forget that the coordinator has such a long chair time.
Absolutely. It looks like we're probably going to see at least one survivor coming for the rescue. It is the mercenary there. Is able to get that save before the halfway mark. Will he commit to this coordinator? Yeah, it looks like he is going for that. No pallets here for Cats to work with, so he is going to eat that hit. The last cipher machine's winding down. Looks like Paul Blems able to pop one there. How far is the entomologist cipher? It looks like 80% of the way done. So he's going to be able to transition towards this area over here. And will they pop the cipher machine? You have to be very careful. If you pop this cipher, no, it looks like they're going to play it safe, go for that regular rescue. And it looks like it is going to be Schmitty the mercenary. Still trump card available. Dreamer's going to try to take him very far here. I don't think he can make it to basement. But yeah, no, it looks like he's just going to chair him out in front of this hospital area.
Yes, and I think he's gonna take advantage of the fact that that chair is in such an open area, and now I think that cipher is primed. That is primed indeed, and now we're gonna see that cipher pop, and we are now at the end game with 4 healthy survivors. Well, 2 are injured, but I do believe that they can turn this into a win with a 3-man escape, depending on the kite of Cats here. But look at how she is holding her own. Oh, that blink with the falling hit was so successfully done, and now Dreamer can make his way towards the gate. I wonder if they can make it. That gate is opening. That gate is opening. Oh, it's the mercenary who takes the hit, and now they are able to escape through that gate. A fantastic job on the part of the survivors from B4U. That was such an amazing game right there. I do believe that the game changer right there was when the perfumer was able to lose the hunter inside that hospital, allowing him to start from square one, finding the coordinator and chairing her again. She does have a long chair time, and the mercenary was in the area. Amazing coordination for them to actually push for that kind of outcome.
Yeah, I'm really surprised again why Dreamer picking Anne there. It seems it's such a hard map. Again, you are trying to counter that perfumer, but Anne is such a difficult hunter to win with on Sacred Heart Hospital. You see, it can be such a problem. Once you get into that hospital, there's not much the hunter can do. If you're a Bloody Queen, you can mirror your way into hospital. If you're a Bonbon, you can potentially prevent those rescues with your bombs. If you're a Breaking Wheel, you can wheel after the survivor into hospital. So Anne just is really susceptible to just that pallet. Literally, that one pallet at Birdcage being thrown down gives Paul Blems enough distance to transition away here. So, seeing the Anne there, working into B4U's favor, and they are able to secure a win, which means they do win round number 4 here. How this is going to work going into the 5th round is B4U is currently up, if I do my math correctly, I think they're up 7 points here. So Fusion will have to win by at least 7 points or more in this last round if they want to tie things up or push for a win. We do see the final containment time. Not a whole lot of overall containment time, but just really goes to show the support of that coordinator, because Paul Blems did go down to that end pretty quickly, but the rebound kite was so strong that coordinator support, allowing him to get into hospital, really made the difference in that match.
I also do believe that it was the flare gun that made this actually happen, because that was what allowed Paul Lems to transition into the hospital and try to do a bit of a mind game before vaulting towards that window there to be able to lose the hunter. So now here we are with the match results. Time to check your math, Eli. It is a tight race. Before you is okay, you did say that before you is ahead by 7 points, and that is why this time in the 5th round, this is do or die. Fusion really needs to do their very best to catch up. I'm really excited as to how this is going to play out, because, well, this is the final round, and there are more picks and more bans.
Yeah, so it looks like so yeah, we are going to be going to a 5th round. It is a situation where if you look at the round so far, you have a tied round, and then you have 2 different 5-3 rounds in favor of both teams. But then you look back at the round 1, which was 8-1. So that means we are going to need to go 8-1 here. If you are Fusion trying to secure that draw in the rounds overall. So it looks like we are going to be going on a short break here between these last rounds. We will have round number 5 coming up. Very close, very exciting matchup between these two incredible teams. We'll be back shortly. See you guys in a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to round number 5 of this grand finals between Fusion and B4U in the North America European IVT tournament. We've had some incredible matches so far, very back and forth throughout this. B4U currently on top in terms of points. They are up 8-1. So Fusion is going to need to get a 7-point win or better in this last round to tie things up or win. It's going to be a very close, very intense matchup. I'm very excited for this, Cal.
Yes, and like I said just now, this is do or die. This will make or break the win in the tournament, and this will determine who is the champion of of IVT and AEU 2021. So I'm pretty sure that both teams are really excited and fired up to do their very best, because they're gonna need to make up for the points. B4U needs to secure the point difference, and Fusion needs to catch up. Now, we're now at round 5, so it's time for the predictions again, guys. Send in those comments and your insights. Remember, all your opinions are valid. We do have the meta that we're speaking about, but this is the 5th round. A lot of meta hunters and survivors are going to get banned, and it's time to get creative. So, with everything that we've seen so far, which map is left to battle on?
Well, yeah, we got a couple left. We have Chinatown, we have Arms Factory, Leo's Memory, and I think Lakeside Village is the last one. So we have a few left to work with here. It's going to be very interesting to see. I actually don't know who has map selection. I'm not actually quite sure how the round 5 situation works in terms of who picks map, but if you're B4U and you have map selection, what map are you trying to go for here? You have to think about what hunters will get banned. Again, it's still 3 hunter bans, so even for this round 5. So I think if you're B4U, you're expecting Fusion probably to ban, I would say, the Sculptor, the Dream Witch, and also most likely the Soul Weaver as well, because the Soul Weaver was very strong. Fusion was able to get a draw, but it was a very close draw. So I think that we're probably going to see those characters get banned. If you're Fusion here, you know, what map would be very strong for you? Again, we're probably going to see similar bans as the last round. I actually don't know if they'll opt to give them Breaking Wheel. I think the strategy before you went for last round is they're playing counters to Breaking Wheel. You have the Entomologist, the Perfumer, very good against Wheel. So if you're Fusion here, you probably select a map that's good for Breaking Wheel, which forces B4U to ban Breaking Wheel. Most likely. If they play the counters and it's still a strong Breaking Wheel map, it still can be difficult to beat the Breaking Wheel. So I think that we're probably going to see Fusion try to go for a map that's good for Breaking Wheel, and then force them to actually ban it so Dreamer has more options with his other hunters. And then if you're the B4U survivors, B4U side, you're probably going to pick a map that's strong for Sprinter's Bonbon or Bloody Queen.
You did mention earlier that B4U likes Lakeside. So we could see that into play. Probably it could get banned. That's if B4U is the one who is not gonna pick the map. But if they are, and it's actually Lakeside, I'm very excited to see how this is gonna play out. Now, let's try to wrap our heads around the possibility that it's Lakeside and try to base our predictions on that map. We know that Sculptor is gonna get banned. We know that Dream Witch will probably get banned as well. So what hunters are can we expect from Sprinter?
Yeah, so if we're gonna see, I don't know if they're gonna ban the Breaking Wheel. I actually don't think they are. Fusion had a very nice match against the Breaking Wheel. They actually almost won. The Soul Weaver match was a lot closer. I think they're probably, if you're Fusion here, you're more worried about the Soul Weaver just because of how strong the Soul Weaver was, how close the matchup was. The Breaking Wheel matchup wasn't quite as challenging for them. So I think they're probably going to be banning Soul Weaver. Sprinter has more experience with Soul Weaver as well. He's definitely newer to Breaking Wheel. This is the first time we've seen him use it in a tournament. So I think that we're most likely going to see them ban that hunter. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. If you're Dreamer here, Survivors need either a 4 survivor escape or a 3 survivor escape, and the hunter gets a 4 personal elimination. They have to get 7 points. So I think you're probably aiming for your hunter to do the best here. It's very hard to get a 4 survivor escape, especially later rounds. Like, it can be very challenging. Sprinter can simply just play something like Bloody Queen. So I think that the survivors are going to go for a 3 survivor escape here, and the hunter is going to go for a 4 person elimination. So if you're a dreamer and you're trying to get a 4 person elimination, what hunter do you go with? Bonbon and Bloody Queen are probably going to be your 2 options. Those are very hard to get 4Ks with, but it really depends. We have seen Bonbon be able to pull out a 4K. Also, Bloody Queen. iAlien almost was able to get that 4K in Speed for You earlier today. So it could be an option for Dreamer. I think we have to see one or the other. It's probably going to depend on the map, which hunter is stronger on the map that's selected.
Okay, so if Lakeside is not really on the table, we could also expect probably Arms Factory or Chinatown. But between the 2 maps, I think for the sake of entertainment and for the viewers, I really would like to see Chinatown, because this is also the opportunity to bring out the newer hunters. I'm talking about Naiad. And I have seen also Soul Weaver excel in Chinatown, like I mentioned earlier, so that'll be interesting to watch as well. And that's also if they don't ban, if the Soul Weaver doesn't get banned. But between Arms Factory and Chinatown, I think I really would like to see Chinatown, especially because it's, apart from it being more entertaining, it gives us and the viewer the chance to learn more about it and to pick up some new strategies. I'm pretty sure that the teams have simulated different scenarios in this kind of map. So what about you, Eli? Do you favor any maps between the ones that we mentioned that are still up for grabs?
Well, personally for me, I'd love to see Chinatown get used here. We haven't really seen seen it used at all in this tournament, so that would be very exciting to see. Now, the question is, will it actually get picked? Probably not. I don't think a lot of these NAU teams are quite accustomed to that map just yet. So I don't know. It could get used. I would love to see it. It's a great map. I think it's a lot of fun, but I think we're most likely going to see B4U, again, loves Lakeside Village. We'll probably see them pick that if they have the option. And then if you're Fusion, you'll probably pick a smaller map, because smaller maps are a little bit easier for these TIE hunters to get 4 person eliminations on. So we'll probably see them go something like Arms Factory. So it really, again, it comes down to who has the option to actually pick the map. I'm not sure yet again. But I think Lakeside or Arms will probably be the most logical options here. But then again, we could see something fun like Leo's Memory. We could see something fun like Chinatown. I would love to see those maps come out here. We haven't seen them at all in this tournament. We don't see them a lot in any tournaments at all. So just to see them come out would be very exciting.
Yes, I guess this actually is also a form of encouragement for the players to take risks with these maps and actually to put more effort into mastering these maps. I've seen players actually prefer Chinatown over others, or even over Lakeside and Ever Sleeping Town. They probably have prepared for it. Like you said, they want it to be easy for the hunter that they plan to take out, or rather to bring out in the match. So yeah, I'm really excited. But while we're waiting for the match to actually happen, we were discussing the appearance of the new characters, and we were talking about the little girl. I said that I'm really excited in her potential and how she's able to provide that support when it comes to decoding and movement speed, and the use of those memory pages she can put on the ground to establish some distance between herself and whoever she is supporting and the hunter. So what do you think about the potential of the little girl to make it into the meta?
I actually think she is really, really strong. The thing with little girls, it's like have an ability that can, it's very similar to a prospector magnet, in which you can push the hunter away, create some distance. You have to be careful on how you use it. If you use it right next to the hunter, it'll actually push them in the same direction, so you don't really get to gain any distance. You have to make sure you drop it as the hunter's on the other side and you're on the opposite end. It can also cancel the hunter's attack recovery if you're not careful, so you have to be very, very careful with that. But one thing I've noticed playing Hunter against the little girl is that it's very hard to play Bonbon and Sculptor, just because it's sort of like a mind game sort of thing. She's a lot shorter in comparison to the other survivors, so it's very hard to actually hit statues and bombs. It's interesting how that works, but it's just so hard to actually land those because it just is. It's sort of a psychological thing. It's very weird, but it's gonna be interesting to see how these hunters can actually adapt to that when she starts being played. On top of that, yeah, she has good kiting. She can actually teleport to anywhere on the map, which is just so strong as long as the hunter's not nearby. For example, if you're in a situation where the last Cypher machine is starting to be primed, if you're trying to finish it, someone's dead on share, you need to make sure you finish the Cypher in time. Just teleport to the Cypher and help them finish the Cypher. I mean, it's that simple. And finally, if she gets chased first, she can actually combine with one of the survivors to make sure that they take the hit for her. If she's combined with a survivor, they will be the ones taking the hit, not the little girl. So if she's dead on share, for example, she can just combine with the survivor, guarantee that they take the hit for her so she doesn't go down. And that's just a really strong ability overall.
It's actually amazing how you have thoroughly researched and mastered at least the skill of the little girl. So it's really exciting how the players are going to want to integrate this skill of hers into the mix. So, and speaking of teleport, the nightmare, that new hunter being able to teleport towards those ciphers, as I've seen in the videos released in the Identity 5 page. I really don't know what to say about that yet, because I haven't played that much games against him at the moment, but I'm really excited as to how this might affect the meta. But more on that later, yeah.
Yeah, I think we are getting into the bans here. We are going to have Arms Factory, so that is most likely, I think, Fusion's map selection. It could also be for you, so they don't have to deal with a Breaking Wheel. If you're Dreamer here, what hunter do you play? Your two options are Breaking Wheel and Bloody Queen, most likely. I think it's rough because Breaking Wheel is so weak on Arms Factory, but in a situation where you need a 4-person elimination, Bloody Queen is so hard to get a 4-person elimination, so you might actually have to go with Breaking Wheel. We do see Psychologist banned, which does indicate that the Bloody Queen is an option here, but yeah, I don't know. It's very hard to decide what he might go for. Again, you have to get 4 survivors out, or at least 3. He's going to play Axe Boy?
Here comes Axe Boy! Chat, if you're seeing this, oh my goodness, this is it. This is the Axe Boy we've all been waiting for. Finally, we're gonna see him in the tournament. And looking at this lineup, though, I do believe that this was designed to counter a Blood Queen, but I'm pretty sure they weren't expecting this Axe Boy from Dreamer either. So this is gonna be really exciting. This should be a very interesting match to watch. I'm really excited for this to get started. And now this also explains the bans on the part of Dreamer here.
Yeah, we were talking about characters. We talked about how Sprinter pulled out a character that nobody expected, and now Dreamer's the one doing it here. So this is a character that, again, we did not expect Dreamer to play. We only expected him to have that Bloody Queen, that Bonbon Breaking Wheel, and then also the Anne was a little bit of a surprise. But Anne's a character that everyone kind of has as their option. But Axe Boy, just like that, just as you guys wanted, we're immediately going to see the Axe Boy rotating towards middle here, heading towards I think this is the factory area, it looks like. And he is, the No Man's area does find the Entomologist. This is not an ideal find because the Entomologist bees can actually block the flames. And we're going to see MyLeg use that here. Does take that first hit on the bees, which means the bees are now at half health.
That's right, and but at least on the bright side, she is unharmed, and she still can transition to a better area, if not towards the shack maybe if not triple pellets, but lands that flame snipe right there. Amazing stuff on the part of Dreamer here, and now it's just gonna take one more hit to down this entomologist rather, and there it is. That hit is the basement in the area. I don't think so. I'm not seeing the cheers underneath the shack, but at least look at this progress. Not even half on the Gravekeeper here, so good start from Dreamer and good stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we need to see here. A very fast down. He got the down before Blink even was online. That's an incredible position for Dreamer. Again, Dreamer has to go for at least 3 kills here. Ideally, he would go for 4. But a quick down, it's exactly what we need to see. Still 5 Cypher machines remaining. Will he pressure these Cyphers? If you're Dreamer, again, you need to pressure these Cyphers. You need to make sure these Cyphers do not get decoded too quickly. He's going to go ahead and go towards Factory and pressure down this Coordinator.
And yes, a successful placement of pressure right there, because look at the Cypher already about to get popped, but it looks like he's pressuring the Coordinator to go for the rescue. Oh, look at the bees right there trying to provide some assistance, and oh my goodness, had that flame snipe hit the entomologist, that would have been an entirely different story, but still a good effort. And there it is, the use of Blink and an overlap with the flare gun right there.
But yeah, for those of you who don't know what just happened, he actually got a Blink hit, and it registered before the flare gun went off. So that's a very strong position there for Dreamer to get that down on that character.
Yes, and now my leg now returns to the manor. 3 Cyphers remaining. Really good progress on the part of Dreamer here, but I don't think the survivors are about to give up just yet, especially because 1 Cypher is about to be popped by the Perfumer, who I think is just about to be the next target, if not the Gravekeeper. Oh, look at this. Already going towards Schmitty and canceling that shovel, but at least he didn't take a hit there, so he lives to fight another day. And again, the Factory is untouched. Okay, that was my mistake. The basement is actually at the shack. It's just that Dreamer chose to chair my leg at a better area. And now, so much for that. He can now transition towards the hottest Cypher, because I think he just wanted to place some damage on Schmitty so he couldn't rescue.
Right, it looks like he is going to transition back after Cats here. This is the Coordinator is able to get that hit there. So Dreamer again on point with these flames throughout the track, coming into the window of time, is able to get the bolt off before he gets the hit. That is a huge play from Cats there, and it looks like Cats again trying to stay alive as long as possible. Dreamer's going to wait for this path, going to zoom towards him here, and maybe try to go for a different target. Yeah, he's looking around, possibly going to change targets here and try to pressure down these Cyphers. He does not want B4U to be able to finish the rest of these Cypher machines.
But look at Fullblevs already already popped that 4th Cypher, and now just 1 Cypher remaining. Dreamer needs to work fast here, especially because there's a lot of progress on that last Cypher right there. He needs to defend this last Cypher right here so that they can get started on another one, which is additional pressure on the survivors. But look at them. Look at the coordination of B4U here, just trying to buy some time, taking their time with these Cyphers, and nice dodge of the flame snipe right there. But it looks like Dreamer will be contained in this area here. He does pick up that the last Cypher. There's an alternative last Cypher at the oh goodness! That Cypher was popped even before I was able to finish what I was about to say, and now we are at the end game. Schmitty here at the front ruins trying to contain. Oh goodness, the use of Blink right there. That just ends the end game kite right off the bat, and now Dreamer needs to go towards the shack gate to probably apply some pressure there, using the vines to gain that speed boost. And now it's gonna be a tough situation here on both sides, because Somebody needs to stay at the middle to provide assistance to Schmitty, who is healing. And that's Pobla's. But unfortunately, Axe Boy has spotted her, and now the chase is on.
Yeah, going back towards this X gate, looks like it is open, has located Paul Glem's detention, still in play for Dreamer. Gets the pallet stun, beautiful play from Paul Glems. It is so challenging to stun, to stun an Axe Boy when they're at that speed. He is going to look to see if the dungeon is there. He acknowledges dungeon is in this vicinity. So he needs to try to get this down on Paul Glems before the dungeon opens. He's going to drop a tree to have another flame to work with. Going to use that perfume. Paul Glems does get slowed down, goes for that flame, does get that hit. Will he go back with the perfume? No. He's going to keep trying to cut away, actually cutting away from the dungeon. And, he's going to make it. Can he make this window? No. Beautiful pressure from Dreamer, not swinging there, and is going to get that down before able to make it to that dungeon. He's going to be able to place him on the rocket chair. This will be a draw here for Dreamer, but that is actually going to secure the win for Fusion. For B4U, as they do have enough points to guarantee themselves the championships.
Congratulations to B4U, but I do believe we're going to have another match for the sake of sportsmanship. So, I am really excited that B4U has already won in terms of points, but let's definitely not wrap it up just yet in our heads. We still have one more match, and I think we need to also confirm this.
Yeah, I believe so, that we'll probably be playing the last half here. Again, B4U has secured, of course, enough points to win here. I'm not sure if the survivors of Fusion will play against B4U's Hunter here, but it looks like, they are going to be up on points. Even if the Fusion survivors manage to get a 4 survivor escape, they will be, behind, 2 points behind. So a long, very close matchup here between these two teams. It really went back and forth. It was looking like anyone's game for a while, but again, B4U coming out on top here. Very, very exciting. So I'm really excited to see how this will play out.
So looking at the match stats, I do believe that this is such an amazing play on both teams. Now, I'm pretty sure that the chat is super hyped with the use of Axe Boy. Finally, we got what we wanted. And although it was a draw, still a very enjoyable match. And really, shout outs to B4U for winning this, winning the tournament. But I do believe that we will have one more match, and this is confirmed. We are going to get one more match for the sake of sportsmanship, and given the picks and bans for the 5th round, I think it's time to get creative, and because there isn't much pressure anymore, I think it's finally time to bring out the hunters that we have been asking for since day one. So I'm really excited to see what these hunters and survivors are going to be. It is Arms Factory, so let's see if they're gonna try to still win this on the part of Fusion here, or will they just decide to enjoy the match and use characters that we basically don't see every day.
Yeah, definitely is a possibility. We'll probably see. We could see the fun characters as well. This is the part in the tournament where we saw early on Dreamer use that Hellumber in a match that was already decided. So I think we'll probably see maybe Sprints will use a fun hunter as well. Maybe Fusion will use fun survivors as well. We could see them just go ahead and have fun here. It's always nice to see that come out in these sort of situations. While we're waiting for this next round, let's continue our conversation on the new characters.
Yes.
I think we were talking a little bit about Nightmare. What are your thoughts on this character, Gal?
I think he's very intimidating. I also like the lore on him. I'll leave the skills part for you to discuss, but I really like how the story has panned out so far. We do have some speculations as to his real identity, and if that has yet to be confirmed, I think the clues are really pointing towards that direction. And I'm not going to say it here in the stream because I want everybody to figure it out for themselves. But I'm really enjoying how the story is progressing so far. Now, as far as the skills of Nightmare is concerned, I'm really scared with that teleport right there, and his ability to jump towards the character. I'm not sure if I'm saying this accurately, but if ever it's like he's a combination somehow of Anne and Wu Chang and who else do we have here? Who else do you
very similar
think?
to Percy in terms of the dashes, very similar to Percy. Yeah, I think in terms of how this character is going to be, I haven't had too much time to use him yet. Based off of just on paper, looking at his skills, the dash ability seems like it can get countered by tight kiting, going around walls, just breaking line of sight, staying out of vision of the hunter. His crow ability is very interesting. I think it's very fun, but I think it lacks viability just because the survivors can actually see when the crow's above their head. They can see, so they'll know if the Nightmare's possibly going to go for a teleport on them. On top of that, the teleport cooldown is 50 seconds. It's a very long cooldown in comparison to the Wu Chang umbrella, which is only about 30. So it's kind of a little bit of iffy on that, but it's a very fun character. The other downside is he doesn't really have any camping abilities, so that can be kind of a bit weak for him as well. So again, it's hard to say how he will be. His chase seems decent in the early game, but his teleports seem predictable because the survivors can see the crows, and his camping abilities are, for the most part, not really viable.
Well, I do believe the teleport with the crows can be especially useful when going towards unsafe ciphers that are probably being decoded in mid to late game. So if somebody is decoding there and there aren't any nearby pallets or windows, that could be a good thing. But apart from that, yeah, I really do want to see some more data on him, more matches that I can witness, and more games to play against him. So, so far with what we have, who do you think is gonna make it to the meta?
I think the best character to make it to the meta is the little girl. I think she's really strong. She has really good abilities. She has really good support. She's just hard to chase because of how tall she is. So I think that she's the strongest character to come out of these four. I think that she's could be banned in tournaments. I think she could be used a lot in tournaments. I think she's just very strong overall. Good kiting, good support, and is just a solid character all around. And the rest of them, not so much. I don't think Nightmare and Wax Artist are too strong, unfortunately. Nightmare still has potential. I haven't used him too much to know. I don't think Wax Artist is very strong, and Novelist in tournaments may not be very strong as well. But I think Little Girl has a lot of potential, and we could be seeing her used coming up in future tournaments.
I'm really excited for that, especially because I myself might just decide to try to master her in my own games. So I hope that chat is also showing their support for these new characters. We really do want to see her in tournaments, especially because apart from all those abilities, she's also kind of cute.
Yeah, she's a very cool character. I really enjoy seeing gameplay. I've seen some videos from a lot of the teams over in Asia. I think there's some videos of that. I've also been playing a lot of Hunter. I've been playing a lot of against a lot of little girls in some like quick matches and stuff. And yeah, it's a strong character. I don't like going against that character, that's for sure. So it's something that's gonna definitely impact the meta, I think, and has a lot of potential moving forward for sure.
Well, unfortunately, as per instruction, I don't think the players are allowed to bring out these new characters just yet. But we do have some other fun to play characters that we might see for this last match in the tournament. So let's try to still put in some predictions there. This is Arms Factory, so who do we think is gonna come out I think this might be the time to bring out the feature.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I know Sprinter's Fun Hunter is Hellember, though, so maybe he will play. He might also play the Clown that everyone was asking for. Keep in mind, this is probably the worst Clown map in the entire game, so it seems like it's probably not going to happen, but maybe if everyone wishes hard enough for it, maybe it'll happen. Who knows? It's definitely a fun character. Again, a really, really bad map for Clown, but it's definitely possible. We could see it come out. Yeah, and if you're Fusion, I think you're just gonna have fun, play some fun characters. Maybe we'll see Prospector, Batter. Maybe we'll see Magician. I don't know. We could see anything come out here. That could be very fun. So, again, this match at this point is already predetermined for the most part. So, it is just going to be just sort of a fun matchup for these players to. They can either practice their characters and improve on some things, or just have fun and enjoy the last half of this 5th round.
Well, if I may, if it was possible to send in requests as to who the players can use, yes, I'm probably gonna send in mine for Feaster, because I am a Feaster fan, just like Grizzly. Shoutouts to Grizzly, who is my fellow Feaster fan. So, I mean, I do know that he does have a slow moving speed, but he does have those tentacles to make up for it. So, I'm really excited. Oh, what about you? Do you have an off-meta hunter that you'd like to see apart from Hellember?
Yeah, I don't really know. A lot of the hunters that I enjoy to see are meta hunters. I guess some kind of boring like that, but I don't know. I really like to see. Of course, I love to see Breaking Blue. I love to see Sculpt. I love to see Dream Witch. There's a non-meta hunter that we like to see here is I don't know, maybe Percy. Percy seems like fun, although I don't think Percy's allowed in this tournament. Actually, I just remembered, so that's something I forgot. Don't mind me on that. But also, I think yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see Violinist. That's a character that doesn't get used a lot. Maybe we'll see Evil Reptilian. Maybe we'll see. I'm just trying to think of these lower tier hunters.
Well, we have seen Evil Reptilian.
I've seen Evil Reptilian. Yeah.
And even Gamekeeper.
Even Gamekeeper. If there was to be any hunter here, probably Clown. I would love to see Clown. We never see Clown ever, so that would be something that would always be fun to come out.
Yes, but you did say that Clown wouldn't do well in Arms Factory, so although I'd like to see that as well, not gonna expect to see him, at least not in this final match. And here are the picks and bans finally. Oh, here's your Magician right here and a Mind's Eye. This should be a very interesting match for one further road.
Yeah, something interesting for those of you who don't know, it's actually funny, but K-Dead has actually been a top Mind's Eye on the NAEU server. I think he's actually been like first Mind's Eye at some point. So K-Dead's one of those characters that really likes to enjoy. We're going to see Enchantress and Lucky Guy as well. K-Dead's one of those players that really likes to enjoy playing rank matches. And there's the Clown. All right, so we're going to have everybody's what everybody wants: Magician, Mind's Eye, Enchantress, Lucky Guy versus Clown. Who would have thought we're going to see this in the finals of a tournament?
Well, it is a sportsmanship match after all, and we're here to have fun. But look at this Clown. I really do think the players are listening to us somehow. You're like, so I'm happy for you with this Clown coming up in the tournament and in Arms Factory. So should be a challenge, but I'm really looking forward to see how this is gonna play out. And I think the chat is also going wild for the Clown here. So really good choice for Sprinter, being such an accommodating hunter, giving us what we want. And now, without further ado, here we are with the fun match of the tournament. B4U versus Fusion here at Arms Factory, with Sprinter spawning at the shack area and making his way towards triple pallets, or the open area, if not the factory. Now, I do know for a fact that he should be finding the propeller early in the game and already equipping it.
It looks like he is going to be putting on the propeller, probably the Wild Wings as well. That's one of those parts that we're going to see the emoting Magician. Now, Magician is actually a pretty good counter to Clown because, oh, does he see the Mind's Eye hiding out here? No, it doesn't look like it. Okay, oh, this is interesting. Oh, dashing around this area, really trying to find this Mind's Eye who's hiding. Wow, beautiful hiding job from the Mind's Eye here, and Magician just trying to distract with those cheer emotes, I guess, and it looks like he's going to leave. Magician's actually a character that counters Clown. If you go for that dash on the Magician, they can use that illusion. It'll stop the dash and put the Clown in a bit of a bad position, so maybe that was kind of the goal here. We're going to see Enchantress throw down this pallet. Let's see if Sprinter can mind game. No, he's going to change targets yet again. Maybe going back to Factory, maybe looking for this Mind's Eye. It looks like the Mind's Eye is going to go back to hiding yet again, but I think he might find her this time.
And there he has found her, the top target of the Clown, the Mind's Eye, already transitioning towards probably... Okay, tide kiting as is being shown here. I do believe that the best interest of the Clown at this point is to cheer the Mind's Eye instead of chasing the Magician. Like you said, he is a hard counter to the Clown, and because he did chase the Magician, our Mind's Eye is yet again safe to roam the map.
Yeah, we're going to see the Magician get placed on the rocket chair for the first time. And again, as you said, Kahel, the Mind's Eye is free to decode away here. Let's see if the survivors opt to go for a rescue. It looks like maybe Enchantress is the one coming for a save here, or maybe even this Lucky Guy. He's going to hold up this dash here. We're going to see, yeah, it looks like it is Enchantress coming for the save. Is going to get that hit. That attack recovery is registered, and Magician was saved with that illusion effect, and he actually lost sight of the Magician. And here comes the Lucky Guy for a flare gun support, which actually kind of working out in the survivors' favor here. This is going to allow them to transition away. We're going to see the Lucky Guy camp this pallet, and he's gonna get, does get that hit through that pallet there. And we're going to see Sprinter go ahead and break this and probably try to keep going for this Magician.
I think at this point, the best course of action is to go for the Mind's Eye, because she is just finishing ciphers left and right, and I think Sprinter is doing a good job of locating her, because here she is at the ruins. Again, I am really appreciating how Sprinter is driving this Clown so well.
Yeah, beautiful controls from Sprinter, but also the Mind's Eye with that very slow vaulting speed somehow staying alive this entire time at this one window. Sprinter really trying to mind game. The Mind's Eye not falling for anything here. It looks like he is able to finally get the down there on the Mind's Eye. She's going to be placed on the rocket chair for the first time. We do have the sandbag side about 90% of the way done. The survivors, I think, are opting to heal up here. We see the Lucky Guy actually searching through another chest. Sprinter going to put on more parts here. Probably an infinite dash propeller. Yep, there it is. And he is going to try to cut off this Lucky Guy from making this rescue. Oh, he does crash into a tree, though.
Yes, he does. And now, well, luckily, the Lucky Guy was... Yeah, Lucky was able to heal from that, because if he does absorb that hit, it's going to be a bit of pressure on him. Oh, look at this mind game right here, trying to go for that. Oh my goodness, was able to still pull off that rescue, but the Lucky Guy was able to absorb that hit in time for the Mind's Eye to vault through that pallet, and now it will be the Lucky Guy's time to sit on the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Sprinter putting back on more parts. I don't know if he has another propeller. Oh, looks like he is. Yeah, he's using up another propeller to continue to use that infinite dash, trying to try to find this Mind's Eye. Can the Mind's Eye make it to this window in time? She is able to make it. Now it's going to come down to yet another mind game. Mind's Eye, again, not falling for these mind games. This is a beautiful job from them. Sprinter trying to mind game here. Can he get the hit on the Mind's Eye? No! Doesn't get the hit.
Goodness.
He gets the... Oh, and he misses the blink as well. And the Mind's Eye is going to stay alive even longer here. Incredible job from K-Dead.
Amazing. I'm pretty sure all the viewers are hyped by this look at this Mind's Eye defending herself against a very aggressive Clown. And look at all of the survivors. They have already been rescued, and they can get straight to decoding. I'm pretty curious as to how the chase is going to be between the clown and the magician. He is a counter to the clown, so I don't think Sprinter is going to be chasing him, but will instead try to go for the Mind's Eye again, at least. Switching targets.
Changing targets to Enchantress here. Enchantress does have a stun. Let's see if she'll use it. We see Sprinter trying to bait out. Does she go for the stun? Nope. Is just going to take that hit. Probably trying to conserve these stuns. Sprinter going back to his parts here and is going to try to possibly dash down. We see the Mind's Eye decoding another Cypher machine, so survivors actually are getting a lot of these ciphers done. It looks like he's going to change targets to the Mind's Eye. Let's see what she's able to do. Has used that cane tap, so he knows the location of the clown. Let's see how Sprinter's able to control in this area. We see the Mind's Eye just kind of hiding away here. Does Sprinter see her hiding? And no, he doesn't. And he's actually going to leave targets and go for a new character here. Looks like he has caught on to Polar's the Magician. Let's see how the Magician's able. This is such a mind game. That's all it is with Clown, is constantly mind gaming the survivors here. Beautiful controls from Sprinter, and gets the hit on the Magician before he's able to get that vault off, and he's going to be put on the rocket chair, I think, at this point for the second time, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the basement is actually here, but do you think Sprinter is actually gonna... Oh, there it goes. Down to the basement you go, Magician. Now, they do need to pull off this heal should they want to rescue the Magician. Yes, and you are right, this is his second chair. But then again, that Mind's Eye is out and about and probably already preparing that last cipher for the Prime. And here's the lucky guy trying to push his luck, I guess, because, well, we do have the Enchantress, you know, for that extra...
it's a 3-stack.
Oh! Amazing coordination on these two rescuers right here. Oh! And look at the use of that one right there. It's pretty crazy in the basement, so there is a lot to take in at this point, but we do know that that cipher has been primed, and now we have that cipher pop. We are at the end game. Oh, Magician has been terror shocked by Sprinter here. I do believe he's gonna make his way towards, well, yes, this chair here, not the basement, because it's gonna take up too much time to bring him there. Did I see that? There's a mechanics doll right there trying to trigger tinnitus, but Sprinter already teleported towards the shack gate.
We're going to see Sprinter go for the... Nope, doesn't go for the dash. Does get that hit on... That's the Mind's Eye, it looks like. And I think, yeah, going to go ahead and put them on the rocket chair. The other two survivors are going to go ahead and go out this other exit gate here. And Sprinter's going to try to carry them all the way to this chair over... Nope, going to carry them all the way to middle, it looks like. Let's see if the Mind's Eye is able to struggle. Oh, Mind's Eye is able to struggle free inside of a pallet, which means she can also get this pallet stun as well.
Oh, my
There's
goodness.
the pallet stun. And Sprinter going to try to cut her off from getting to this exit gate. Dungeon is over near the factory area. Will the Mind's Eye try to push for that dungeon escape?
Just vaulted that pallet there. I do believe that she might go towards the gate, if not the dungeon. Well, this Helena has been surprising us all throughout, so if she's been hiding her entire a terror shock on Helena.
We're going to see the down, on the Mind's Eye. That is going to be a draw. I assume the survivors are just going to... Oh, he's going to take them towards factory here.
Aww.
Maybe we'll give him dungeon. I'm not sure. And slowly moving that way. I don't know. Anyways,
is it the chair or is it the dungeon? I really don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to wait to see what he goes. He's going to drop the Mind's Eye here and teleport to the exit gate. So the survivors are going to... Yeah, he's just going to let the Mind's Eye get out. It looks like this is going to be a 3-survivor escape. Of course, it doesn't matter in this situation. Yeah, there's the Mind's Eye going out that dungeon there. So, yeah, that's going to be it. B4U, of course, is the winner there. Technically, Fusion does technically win that last round, sort of, if you want to think about it that way. But, yeah, B4U is ultimately winning on points here. We'd have to look at the final points and tally them up. But yeah, very fun, very fun, full of energy match for that to end things there. I always love to see that good sportsmanship from this hunter as well. So that's always nice to see. And yeah, so B4U is going to be your winners of the North America European official IVT tournament. Very exciting matchup, back and forth up until the end there. And ultimately, they will be coming out on top.
So congratulations to B4U and congratulations to all of the teams that have participated. I know this is a bit cliche of me to say, but you're all winners. So to be able to represent the server in a prestigious tournament such as IVT is already an honor in itself, and we really do want to see more of you in the tournaments to come. Please do come back. Please do dedicate yourselves to getting better and coming back from the defeats, or we do want to see more of that. We want to see players doing their best to improve, and of course we're really hyped for B4U, and it is such an amazing effort from them to make it this far in the tournament and ultimately win it. So Eli, you're our NAEU guy. What can you say about this whole tournament and how it has turned out so far?
Yeah, I mean, it really came down to these last two teams here. We had very, very exciting matchups overall. The top four, very super intense matchup. Of course, you had the Legacy versus B4U matchup. Always exciting to see those two teams play. Also, Eden versus Fusion, again, down to the wire, super, super close. And Fusion coming up on top in that one. And then you had, your final two teams, the top two playing it out for first place here. B4U ultimately coming out on top. Yeah, it goes to show. This was kind of how we predicted, Eden, Fusion, B4U, and Legacy, kind of like not to be like the top four teams in the server, really did show, how that played out. Both of all those teams making the top four, and then, B4U coming out on top again here with that first place finish. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to Fusion for a beautiful second place finish as well as every other team who competed in this tournament. Excellent gameplay all around.
Yes, we're very proud of what you have showed us here in the tournament. And of course, we really do appreciate all that effort you put into your training, into your practices, into your study of Fury. So it really shows here how much time you've dedicated, especially because not only did you display your skills in game, you've also showed us how you strategize when it comes to the picks and bans, because that's kind of an entire game in itself. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. This whole tournament was just so much fun. It's great to be here to analyze everything, and it was just great overall. A very fun tournament. We always love to see this come out of NAEU teams as well. Yeah, it's just finally, after a long 4 days, we're wrapping things up here, and it's very exciting to see how this finished.
And we're also looking forward to what it's gonna be for B4U after this tournament. I mean, we have seen them represent NAEU in Call of the Abyss before, so I expect them to try to gun for that comeback. We really want to see B4U excel also on a global scale. So I'm really proud of what you have achieved B4U. Congratulations once more. And here are the match results. Actually, this has been a tight match. I do believe that all teams were able to exert that full effort to push for around 5. Now, if I notice something in this tournament, it's that it's usually 2-0s, like we discussed online, but this is one of those rare occurrences where we actually see it through to the end, and I'm really happy that we were able to witness that. It just shows that these players really did do everything they can to make it happen. And now here is our MVP, Sprinter, playing the clown. With average remaining ciphers of 0, he did get cipher rushed, and those last ciphers were popped, but he was able to make up for it with his end game decisions. So that's definitely something to be celebrated. A total of 4 terror shots. Total knockdown 36 if I recall correctly, but still congratulations to Sprinter for being awarded MVP for the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such an honor to just to be able to compete at this high level at this stage, and on top of that, achieving the MVP is just is such a great is such a great job from him. So it's very nice to see that. Beautiful job again from all these teams. Excellent gameplay. Congratulations to B4U. Congratulations to our runner of Fusion. And again, every other team that competed in this tournament and did their best. It's great to see you guys here. It's great to see NAU come out and show its best. And it was a very fun and very exciting tournament.
And now we are about to close the stream. Again, thank you so much to everybody who tuned in to the stream, showed your support and love for the teams and players. Thank you so much for supporting the game and also for supporting us. We really do appreciate that. And we're also sending our love to the community. Continue to just bring out that positive energy, and this is it. We have come to the end of the tournament, and now we are saying goodbye for now, but this is definitely not the last of what the game has to offer in terms of tournaments. We will be seeing you more, and please do support us in the tournaments to come. This has been Kahel and Eli casting for the first time. Happy to share the mic with you. It has been an honor, and thank you to everyone for supporting the stream. So goodbye, everyone.